Chapter 464. After returning to Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's residence, Fong Chun went straight to rest. Over the next few days, Fong Chun continued to learn how to refine weapons and temper his mental state. Finally, after some hard work, Fong Chun managed to refine a low-grade yuan weapon. This way, Fong Chun had become a blacksmith grandmaster. Brother Fong, congratulations on becoming a blacksmith grandmaster. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa grinned from the side. Fong Chun smiled faintly. In front of a martial grandmaster, my little achievement is nothing. Brother Fong, you can't say that. I wasn't even a blacksmith grandmaster when I was your age, said Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa. Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa, my mental state has improved a lot after learning how to refine weapons from you. It's time for me to leave this place, said Fong Chun suddenly. Fong Chun, where are you going? Asked Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa. During the time he had spent with Fong Chun, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa had discovered that Fong Chun's personality and other aspects were rather perfect. He could be considered a pretty good member of a younger generation. I'll take it one step at a time, said Fong Chun. Fong Chun, the Namling continent is filled with danger. You have to be careful, warned Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa. Fong Chun nodded. The next day, Fong Chun left Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's residence and left Leaning City. The instant Fong Chun left Water Leaning City, two black figures followed closely behind him. Of course, after the two black figures left, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's figure appeared on the streets of Water Leaning City. As expected, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he watched the two of them leave. After leaving Luisui City, Fong Chun appeared in a wasteland. Although he could fly for a short period of time, Fong Chun still wanted to experience the scenery of the southern mountain range. However, what Fong Chun didn't know was that not far away from him, Shui Guang and Buhan were trembling on the ground in horror. Senior, please let us go, Buhan cried out in fear. Humph! When you want to kill others, you have to be prepared to be killed by others. Grandmaster Ku Fa did not want the two of them to disturb Fong Chun, so he had taken a step forward and captured the two of them. After interrogating him, Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa discovered that the warrior named Buhan was actually a disciple of the Baron sect. As he had a grudge with Fong Chun, he wanted to kill Fong Chun. Pucci Martial Grandmaster Ku Fa pressed his palm down and killed the two of them. He glanced in the direction that Fong Chun had left, then turned around and returned. After walking for about 6 hours, Fong Chun arrived at the foot of a mountain. Just as he was about to rest, he suddenly met an acquaintance, Green-Robed Sword Marquis. When Fong Chun saw this person, he called out. The Green-Robed Sword Marquis also noticed Fong Chun. The first time they met was in the tomb of the condensing reality realm expert. Back then, when the two of them exchanged blows, Fong Chun had gained the upper hand. After parting ways, they finally met again. We finally meet again. The Green-Robed Sword Marquis did not know Fong Chun's name, but he recognized Fong Chun. When he saw Fong Chun, his face was full of smiles. At this moment, the Green-Robed Sword Marquis was surrounded by dense sword intent. His eyes were filled with battle intent. Let's fight. The Green-Robed Sword Marquis was a martial arts fanatic. Back then, he was proud and arrogant, but he was defeated by Fong Chun. This time, he naturally wanted to fight again. All right, Fong Chun nodded. The Green-Robed Sword Marquis had a good character. Fong Chun was happy to make friends with this kind of person. Whoosh! Just as the Green-Robed Sword Marquis finished speaking, a long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. His wrist shook and a wild sword intent appeared on the long sword. Be careful! The Green-Robed Sword Marquis growled and launched a fierce attack. Not bad. When Fong Chun saw the Green-Robed Sword Marquis attack, he nodded with satisfaction. The latter had made great progress. Although in his eyes, there was nothing to be afraid of, this kind of progress was not something an ordinary person could achieve. Moreover, the Green-Robed Sword Marquis control of sword intent had also reached a certain level. Illusion God Sword Art. Fong Chun used the Illusion God Sword Art. The wild illusory chi was integrated into the sword intent and instantly bombarded towards the green-robed sword marquis. Crack! The green-robed sword marquis originally thought that he would be able to defeat Fang Chun. But in just one move, he had been defeated. How is this possible? The green-robed sword marquis was a bit puzzled. You've actually become so strong. Your strength isn't bad either. Fang Chun said. Why did I lose to you? The green-robed sword marquis seriously asked. There are 3 reasons why you lost to me. The first is because of the illusion sword Dao. The second is because your weapon is a low-level profound weapon. The third is because my sword intent has reached the 3rd minor realm. Fang Chun said. What? The green-robed sword marquis was thoroughly shocked by Fang Chun's words. He had originally thought that he was a genius in the sword Dao and was complacent. But compared to Fang Chun, his so-called genius was simply laughable. Not to mention the difference in weapons, just the difference in sword intent was impossible to make up for. Your sword intent has actually reached the 3rd minor realm. Truly amazing. The green-robed sword marquis sighed inwardly. The green-robed sword marquis was known as a genius in the sword Dao in the Water City. But after so many years, his sword intent had only reached the 2nd minor realm. Fang Chun's sword intent had actually reached the 3rd minor realm. This was definitely a heaven-defying genius in the sword Dao. I'm leaving. Fang Chun finished speaking and turned to leave. I will definitely not give up. The green-robed sword marquis looked at Fang Chun's departing figure and said in a deep voice. The Sky Ghost Forest was a famous forbidden area outside of the Water City. It was extremely dangerous. It was said that if an ordinary condensing reality realm warrior entered, they would not be able to escape unscathed. Fang Chun had accidentally entered the Sky Ghost Forest. Just a moment ago, Fang Chun had encountered a 5th condensing reality realm demonic beast. This demonic beast was extremely strong. Fang Chun had to use all of his strength to kill it. After killing the demonic beast, Fang Chun continued to advance. However, after advancing for a while, he suddenly heard the sound of battle. Someone's here. Fang Chun was puzzled. Then, he quickly rushed towards the source of the sound. When Fang Chun arrived at the scene of the battle, he was surprised to find that it was not a human. It was the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect fighting a demonic beast. There were 2 remnants of the Yellow Spring sect. Their strength was roughly at the early 5th condensing reality realm. The 2 of them were fighting a demonic beast together. Under the 2's battle, the demonic beast was on the verge of collapse. Bang! Under Fang Chun's gaze, the 2 remnants of the Yellow Spring sect finally killed the demonic beast. Old Wu, your strength has increased a lot. I was bored, so I came out to kill demonic beasts. I don't know when I'll be able to leave this damn valley-filled forest. The remnant of the Yellow Spring sect, called Old Wu, said. Just as the 2 were talking, they suddenly discovered Fang Chun. There's a human. Old Wu was the first to discover Fang Chun. His eyes were filled with greed when he saw him. Old Wu, be careful of the map on you. The remnant of the Yellow Spring sect saw that Old Wu was about to make a move and warned him. Don't worry. This human warrior is so young. He's definitely not strong. Let's kill him and suck his blood dry. Then we'll go back. After Old Wu finished speaking, he directly appeared in front of Fang Chun. I didn't expect there to be remnants of the Yellow Spring sect here. Fang Chun said coldly. Kid, it's too late for you to know. Old Wu's voice fell, and he directly attacked. However, Fang Chun's attack was faster than his. He performed the Phantom Sword Art. The illusory aura instantly filled the air, and Old Wu was instantly trapped in an illusion. The hidden star sword in Fang Chun's hand directly pierced Old Wu's body. Crack! Old Wu didn't even have time to speak before he was killed by Fang Chun. This happened so suddenly that the other remnant of the Yellow Spring sect didn't even have time to react. By the time he reacted, Fang Chun had already picked up Old Wu's interspatial ring. Put down Old Wu's interspatial ring. The remnant of the Yellow Spring sect roared angrily. Fang Chun snorted coldly. Holding the hidden star sword in his hand, he walked straight towards him. The remnant of the Yellow Spring sect instantly transmitted this matter back and then attacked Fang Chun. A second later, The remnant of the Yellow Spring sect was killed by Fong Chun. Then, Fong Chun quickly disappeared from the Heavenly Ghost Forest. In the depths of the Heavenly Ghost Forest, there was an extremely dense, evil aura. There was a secret stronghold of the Yellow Spring sect here. The person in charge of this stronghold was called Protector Zhigu. He had yet to recover from his serious injuries, so his cultivation base was only at the 7th stage of the condensing reality realm. However, even so, he was still strong enough. At this moment, Protector Zhigu was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the dense, evil aura, recovering his strength. As time passed, his body continued to absorb the wild, evil aura around him. Beside him, there were many remnants of the Yellow Spring sect guarding him. What map is lost? Protector Zhigu, who was cultivating with his eyes closed, suddenly roared angrily. The map is lost. That idiot Old Wu. The other remnants of the Yellow Spring sect kept cursing Old Wu when they heard that the map was lost. Old Wu was killed and the map was lost. It was taken by a human warrior. All of you go and find him. He is still in the Heavenly Ghost Forest. We must find the map at all costs. Protector Zhigu roared angrily. Chapter 465. After Fong Chun killed the 2 remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect, he quickly disappeared. He had also heard of the legend of the Heavenly Ghost Forest. It was said that this was a very dangerous place. Once one entered, it would be very difficult to leave. It was because of this that Fong Chun decided to enter this place to train. He did not expect to find the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect as soon as he entered. After Fong Chun killed the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect and took the interspatial ring, he found a hidden place and began to inspect the interspatial ring. I wonder what is in the interspatial ring. Why did the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect become so angry when I obtained the interspatial ring? Fong Chun looked at the interspatial ring and muttered to himself. Then, Fong Chun opened the interspatial ring and his soul entered it. There were some cultivation techniques of the Yellow Spring sect and some spiritual stones in the interspatial ring. However, these were not enough to attract Fong Chun. When Fong Chun's gaze fell on a piece of rag, his expression changed slightly and his mind shook. Then, with a thought, he took the rag out of the interspatial ring and carefully studied it. The more he studied it, the more shocked Fong Chun was. This map was exactly the same as the one Fong Chun had obtained from the Marquis of Absolute Heaven. Could they be together? Fong Chun quickly pieced the 2 pieces of the map together and found that the map looked completely new. I see. Originally, Fong Chun had obtained a map from the Marquis of Absolute Heaven, but it was incomplete. Later on, he did not pay much attention to it and kept it in the interspatial ring. He did not expect to obtain the other half of the map in the Heavenly Ghost Forest. After looking at the complete map, Fong Chun found that the red dot on the map pointed to the Heavenly Ghost Forest. No wonder the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect were in the Heavenly Ghost Forest. They had already found some clues. Fong Chun thought to himself. At the same time, Fong Chun was very excited. Although he did not know where the map pointed to, he had already made up his mind. However, Fong Chun had already made his decision. He would go and investigate. Who knows? He might be able to encounter some opportunities. Fong Chun was a man of his word. After pondering for a moment, he followed the map and quickly advanced. The red dot on the map was in the deepest part of the Heavenly Ghost Forest. Fong Chun was currently in the outer part of the Heavenly Ghost Forest, and there was still a long way to go. Just as Fong Chun was heading towards the depths of the Heavenly Ghost Forest, countless members of the Yellow Spring sect began searching for Fong Chun, wanting to take back the map. Somewhere in the Heavenly Ghost Forest, Fong Chun was walking. Suddenly, he heard the sound of fighting in front of him. He looked up and was surprised to see that it was a small group of humans fighting. There were 5 people in the team. 4 of them were male and 1 was female. They were fighting against a powerful demonic beast. Fong Chun briefly scanned the group and discovered that the overall strength of this small group was only at the 5th condensing reality realm. The 5 of them worked together to kill the demonic beast. The demonic beast could not hold on any longer and was about to die. Fong Chun saw this and did not say anything. He turned around and prepared to leave. However, it was at this moment that the small team killed the demonic beast. The small team of human ancient martial art practitioners discovered Fong Chun. The five of them looked at each other. Then, the leader looked at Fong Chun and said, "Brother, which sect are you from?" Entering the heavenly ghost forest alone, he must be a disciple of a big family or a big force. After all, the heavenly ghost forest was a dangerous place. Normal people would not dare to enter. Fong Chun stopped and shook his head. He did not say anything and continued walking. Seeing Fong Chun leave, the only woman took a step forward and walked up to the leader. She whispered, "Senior apprentice brother Fong, just who is this brat? Will he ruin our plans?" Senior brother Fong sneered and said, "This kid is very mysterious. I can't see through him. It's better to be careful." "Senior brother Fong, let's go," the other disciples said in a low voice. Then, the five of them quickly moved forward. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. 3 days later, a small group of 5 people heard the sounds of fighting in front of them. Their expressions changed slightly, and they quickly went forward. They were surprised to find that Fong Chun was fighting with an unfamiliar man. Why does this man have the same aura as the Yellow Spring sect?" Senior brother Fong said. "Could it be that there are survivors of the Yellow Spring sect in the heavenly ghost forest?" The female disciple said in a low voice. "Senior brother Fong, should we help him?" Another disciple asked. Although they could not see through Fong Chen's strength, the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect were the enemies of all the martial artists in the ancient Sword Continent. "Wait a moment," Senior brother Fong said. At this time, Fong Chun was fighting with a 5th stage condensing reality realm remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect. "Kid, hand over the map. Otherwise, you will be hunted down by all the members of the Yellow Spring sect." The remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect roared angrily. "You don't have the ability to do that." Fong Chun sneered and used the phantom sword art. Suddenly, a wild illusory sword shot out from the hidden star sword and pierced the body of the remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect. At this time, the 5 people hiding in the dark were slightly shocked when they heard the conversation between the two. "Map? What kind of map does this kid have? It seems to be very important to the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect." Senior brother Fong thought to himself. After a long time, a trace of greed flashed in Senior brother Fong's eyes. His face was full of a sinister smile. "Senior brother Fong, this kid's sword art is very strange. He must be a disciple of a big force to have such achievements at such a young age." A disciple said in a low voice. When they saw Fong Chen's Phantom God sword technique, they were extremely shocked. "That's right. This kid is too talented. Although his cultivation base is not high, his true strength is comparable to a 5th stage condensing reality realm. Even if the 5 of us join forces, I'm afraid we won't be able to kill him." A tall and sturdy fatty said. "I didn't expect to meet such a genius in the heavenly ghost forest." The few disciples discussed Fong Chun animatedly. Senior brother Fong, who was the leader, was deep in thought. After a long time, Senior brother Fong saw that Fong Chun was about to kill the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect. He suddenly said, "Let's go and help." Senior brother Fong took the lead and said loudly, "Brother, everyone has the right to kill the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect. I'll help you now." However, just as he finished speaking, the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect were killed by Fong Chun. Fong Chun glanced at Senior brother Fong, but did not say anything. At this moment, the other 4 people also appeared one after another. They came in front of Fong Chun. "Brother, we were just passing by and happened to see you fighting with the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect. I didn't expect you to be so powerful. I'm impressed." Senior brother Fong said to Fong Chun with a grin, "Brother, you're very powerful. Unfortunately, you're not a disciple of the Divine Statue sect." The female disciple said in a low voice, her eyes shining. "You're disciples of the Divine Statue sect?" Fong Chun asked. "Yes, we're disciples of the Divine Statue sect. This time, we're going to train in the heavenly ghost forest alone. Why don't we team up and take care of each other?" Senior brother Fong asked. Fong Chun shook his head. "No need." With that, Fong Chun turned around and left. The more Fong Chun refused, the more certain senior brother Fong was that Fong Chun was hiding some secret. "Oomph. Do you think you can escape from me like this?" sneered senior brother Fong. Senior brother Fong called the other four over and whispered to them. Before long, the five of them were rushing in the direction Fong Chun had left. After his battle with the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect, Fong Chun knew that the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect had realized he had obtained the map and were looking for him. It seems that this map will be of great use to them, Fong Chun thought to himself. Right now, Fong Chun's mind was filled with thoughts of how to deal with the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect, as well as the location marked on the map. As for the five disciples of the Divine Statue Gate, Fong Chun didn't care about them at all. One day, as Fong Chun was getting closer and closer to the depths of the Heavenly Ghost Forest, his surroundings suddenly turned dark. Then Fong Chun found himself trapped in a formation. This formation was extremely strange. He couldn't see what was going on outside. Oh, a formation. Fong Chun was puzzled, but he remained calm. At this moment, a familiar laughter rang out in Fong Chun's ears. "Brat, hand over the map, and I'll let you live." Yes, a disciple of the Divine Statue School. When Fong Chun heard this, a trace of anger appeared in his heart. He hadn't expected the Divine Statue Gate's disciples to have set up a formation on his path ahead of time. Although this formation wasn't very high grade, only a top-grade Yuan tier formation, it would require a formation grandmaster at the very least to set it up. It seems some of the Divine Statue Gate's disciples had also cultivated formations. Furthermore, they had quite a bit of skill in the Dao formations. Divine Statue Gate's disciples. Fong Chun's icy voice rang out. The five disciples of the Divine Statue School instantly appeared in the middle of the array. They were very confident in this array. Furthermore, they weren't afraid of Fong Chun. "Brat, obediently hand over your spatial ring. You won't be able to escape in this mist formation," said senior apprentice brother Fong. Chapter 466. Fong Chun's eyes were ice cold as he looked at the five people from the Divine Statue Gate. His heart was filled with killing intent. "Are you sure you want to do this?" asked Fong Chun. "Brat, who do you think you can scare in my mist formation? Don't think that just because you're strong, the five of us aren't a match for you," sneered senior apprentice brother Fong. He was extremely confident in his mist formation. "That's right. Brat, hurry up and hand over your spatial ring. Otherwise, this will be your burial ground," said another disciple. Senior apprentice brother Fong. "Why waste words with him?" said a fatty impatiently. "Let's just join hands and kill him. Then we can take his spatial ring." Senior apprentice brother Fong nodded slightly. "Since this fellow doesn't know how to appreciate favors, then let's join hands and kill him." As soon as senior apprentice brother Fong's words rang out, the mist formation was activated to its peak. A wild aura instantly assaulted them. At the same time, the five disciples from the Divine Statue Gate vanished without a trace. Fong Chun vigilantly scanned his surroundings. Although he couldn't find the five disciples, Fong Chun knew that they were definitely nearby. It was just that he hadn't been able to find them due to the mist formation. Swish! Just as Fong Chun was surveying his surroundings, a female disciple suddenly appeared behind him. As soon as she appeared, she waved her hand, causing countless flowers to shoot out from her hand and shoot towards Fong Chun's back. Bang! Fong Chun sensed the energy coming from behind him, and his expression changed. He activated his sword body and then took out the hidden star sword to use the Phantom God sword art to block those hidden weapons. Damned mist formation. Fong Chun couldn't help cursing. If it weren't for the mist formation, it would be extremely easy for him to kill these five people. But now, he couldn't see them, and they could sneak attack him at any time. Fortunately, the mist formation only limited his speed and vision. It didn't limit his combat power. Swish! From time to time, the Divine Statue Gate's disciples would launch sneak attacks. Gradually, Fong Chun began to calmly deal with them. In the dark, the five Divine Statue School disciples gathered together. They stared at Fong Chun, who was constantly moving in front of them, and discussed countermeasures. "Senior brother Fong, although your fog formation is powerful, we are still no match for him." That's right. Within the bewildering fog array, We have the advantage of time and place. However, this brat's strength is truly valiant, especially his weapon. I suspect that it's a low-rank profound weapon. Xian Bing. Upon hearing the female disciple's words, Senior Brother Fong was slightly stunned. Then, he looked at Fong Chen's star-concealing sword. At this moment, he was even more shocked, because the hidden star sword in Fong Chen's hand was indeed a primary profound weapon. It really is a Xian weapon. Senior Brother Fong was extremely excited. If he could kill this kid, the profound weapon would be his. With the profound weapon, he would be able to hold his head high in the divine statue sect. Kill him at all costs, Senior Brother Fong said in a low voice. Then, Senior Brother Fong arranged the battle strategy and asked everyone to disperse. At this moment, Senior Brother Fong quietly came to the front of Fatty, as if he wanted to talk to him. Fatty did not guard against Senior Brother Fong at all. Just as he was waiting for Senior Brother Fong to speak, Fatty suddenly realized that his body was flying forward uncontrollably. Fatty was a little puzzled. He turned his head and saw Senior Brother Fong smiling evilly. Not good. At this moment, Fatty also realized something. He tried his best to control his body, wanting to stop. However, it was too late. His body was already exposed to Fong Chen's sight. At this moment, Fong Chen was trying his best to find the 5 people. Suddenly, he discovered Fatty. Without hesitation, he swung his sword and cleanly pierced Fatty's chest. Fatty did not even have time to resist before he died under Fong Chen's star-concealing sword. At this moment, Fong Chen's back was facing Senior Brother Fong. They were very close to each other. When Senior Brother Fong saw this scene, his eyes were filled with madness. The reason why he sacrificed Fatty was to wait for this opportunity. A long sword appeared in his hand. However, his long sword was a supreme-grade spiritual weapon. The moment he pulled out his long sword, a wild sword intent suddenly emerged from his body and gathered in the long sword. Go to hell! Senior Brother Fong let out a furious roar. His long sword, which was imbued with wild sword will, immediately pierced into Fong Chen's body. Fong Chen had just killed Fatty and did not have time to withdraw his star-concealing sword. He had no time to dodge and was directly pierced by Senior Brother Fong's long sword. Fortunately, Fong Chen had already activated his sword body and helped him block Senior Brother Fong's long sword. Hiss! Although Senior Brother Fong's long sword pierced Fong Chen's body, it did not cause much damage. This was because the sword intent in the long sword had been absorbed by the sword body. Poochie! Senior Brother Fong withdrew his long sword. A sword wound appeared on Fong Chen's back, and blood kept flowing out. Fong Chen withdrew his star-concealing sword and turned around to glare at Senior Brother Fong. At this moment, Senior Brother Fong appeared directly and stopped dodging. The other 3 also appeared behind Senior Brother Fong. They did not see Senior Brother Fong push Fatty, so they subconsciously thought that Fatty was killed by Fong Chen. Their hearts were filled with hatred. Brat, I'm going to tear you to pieces. The female disciple shouted angrily. Fong Chen quickly stopped the bleeding on his back and looked at Senior Brother Fong coldly. Stop being a coward, Fong Chen said in a deep voice. Brat, it's a miracle that you didn't die after being stabbed by my immortal killing sword. Now you're still pretending? Senior Brother Fong sneered. He thought that Fong Chen was an arrow at the end of its flight. Ha ha ha! A wild smile appeared on Fong Chen's face. In the next moment, he pushed his sword to its peak. A crazy sword intent surged out, and the star-concealing sword in his hand let out a sword cry. You're all going to die. Following Fong Chen's roar, the star-concealing sword was directly brandished. Senior Brother Fong's face was originally full of smiles, but when he saw Fong Chen erupt with such power, his expression changed. Attack together. He's using his last breath. As long as we can hold on, he'll definitely die, roared Senior Brother Fong. At the same time, the 4 of them threw out their weapons, wanting to block Fong Chen's terrifying attack. Crack! When their weapons came into contact with Fong Chen's star-concealing sword, it was like cutting tofu. They were all cut apart. This was the power of profound weapons. Spirit weapons, and profound weapons were on completely different levels. The four people's weapons were shattered, and they retreated one after another, wanting to hide in the fog array. However, how could Fang Chun give them that chance? His wild sword intent instantly enveloped the four of them, making it impossible for them to hide in the mist formation. Die! A cold voice came from Fang Chen's mouth. He swung his sword with each step, killing one person with each slash. Pucci. After taking 3 steps, 3 people from the divine statue sect fell. There was only one person left, Senior Brother Fang. At this moment, Senior Brother Fang was terrified. He had not expected that Fang Chun could still erupt with such power after being pierced by his immortal killing sword. No, it's impossible. Senior Brother Fang roared as he retreated. At this moment, his heart was filled with despair. Although this was the mist formation that he had set up, he realized that he could not control the mist formation when he was enveloped by Lin Fan's sword intent. Go to hell! Fang Chun took another step forward. The hidden star sword in his hand suddenly danced. With a Pucci sound, Senior Brother Fang was pierced by the sword. His eyes were filled with anger. When he was pierced by the star concealing sword, the sword intent around him instantly dissipated. At this moment, a button appeared in Senior Brother Fang's hand. He pressed it hard, and the button instantly shattered. Brat, even if I die, I won't let you have an easy time. After saying that, Senior Brother Fang's body slumped to the ground. At this moment, Fang Chun realized that the mist formation had undergone a huge change. The surrounding mist was becoming denser, which surprised Fang Chun. Rumble, a deafening sound, came from within the mist formation. After a long time, the mist formation recovered its bottleneck. At this time, Fang Chun realized that the mist formation had improved a lot. What's going on? Fang Chun was shocked. Before that brat died, he crushed the central control of the mist formation, said Patriarch Bronze. Generally, when the central control of a formation is broken, there are only 2 possibilities. The first is that the formation collapses. The second is that the formation's power increases and it becomes a dead formation. This was the first time Fang Chun had heard of a dead formation. A dead formation is a formation without a central control. Unless you're an array master a level higher than the one who set it up, it's impossible to break it, said Patriarch Bronze. Damn it! Fang Chun couldn't help cursing inwardly. The divine statue gate's disciple had crushed the central control before dying, turning the mist formation into a dead formation. Then how do I get out? Asked Fang Chun urgently. This was the question he was most concerned about. This mist formation is a top-grade Yuan grade formation. Only an array master can set it up. If you want to break it, you'll need an array grandmaster, said Patriarch Bronze. Is that the only way? Asked Fang Chun. There is another way. That is to use absolute strength to directly crush the formation, said Patriarch Bronze. Fang Chun was speechless. What Patriarch Bronze said was the same as not saying anything. Fang Chun's strength clearly wasn't enough to crush the formation, so there was no way he could use this method to break it. To think that I've fallen into a death array, Fang Chun mumbled to himself. His face was filled with helplessness. A dead formation was a formation that would cause any martial artist's expression to change. What martial artists fear the most was a dead formation. A dead formation without a central control was extremely terrifying. That was because it was impossible to find a way to break it. Fang Chun had never come into contact with formations before, so he knew nothing about them. Even if he started cultivating now, it was impossible for him to become an array grandmaster. Chapter 467. Fang Chun was speechless. Although Ancestor Bronze had only given the method to break the death array, Fang Chun couldn't do any of them. Kid, your only choice now is to go to that kid's interspatial ring and see if there are any books on array formations. Then, you can start learning array formations. This is your only way out, said Ancestor Bronze. Fang Chun shook his head slightly and sighed. He didn't expect to fall to such a state. Even when fighting with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, he wasn't afraid. Forget it. I can only take one step at a time, said Fang Chun. Then, Fang Chun found Senior Brother Fang's interspatial ring and began searching. After a few minutes, he finally found a book on array formations. Array Formation Basics. This is the most basic book on array formations. Take a look first. After Ancestor Bronze finished speaking, he didn't say anything else. Fang Chun had no choice but to pick up the Array Formation Basics and begin studying it. The Tao of Formations was a very mystical Tao of cultivation. In the history of the ancient Sword Continent, countless genius array masters emerged. They were obsessed with array formations for their entire lives. As for the Tao of array formations, martial artists who cultivated to the pinnacle would be able to set up one extremely powerful array formation after another with a wave of their hand. Therefore, array masters who cultivated to the peak were also very terrifying existences. All paths lead to the same destination. Whether it was array formations, alchemy, or weapon refinement, as long as one cultivated to the peak, they could touch the peak of martial arts. Unknowingly, Fang Chun was immersed in the vast ocean of the array formation basics. In the past, Fang Chun thought that array masters were just a special profession. Now, he finally knew just how terrifying an array master was. Array formations are like the vast ocean, and I'm like a small boat in the vast ocean. I can capsize any time, but I'm still moving forward. Fang Chun muttered to himself as he read the array formation basics. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. The strange thing was that in this month, the remnants of the Yellow Springs sect didn't find this place. Or rather, they found this place, but didn't find the fog array. In any case, Fang Chun was very comfortable this month. He even gave up on cultivating and focused on studying the foundational scroll of Array Tao. In the beginning, Fang Chun felt that the Array Tao Foundation Scroll was very irritating and tasteless. However, he was gradually attracted to the Array Tao Foundation Scroll. In the end, he was completely immersed in it and could not extricate himself. At this time, he also discovered the charm of the Tao of Arrays and fell deeply in love with it. In a month's time, Fang Chun had thoroughly understood the basics of Array's book. All the information about arrays had been memorized by Fang Chun. Over the past month, my state of mind has improved a lot. Fang Chun put away the book and smiled. In the beginning, Fang Chun was a little impatient when he fell into the fog array. But later, Fang Chun completely let go. Nothing could be forced. The more one forced it, the less likely one would succeed. Being a human was like learning array formations. Right now, Fang Chun's mind was filled with the knowledge of array formations. This month was also considered the time Fang Chun had entered the foundation of arrays. Even senior brother Fang of the Divine Statue sect couldn't be compared to him in a month's time. Even old Ancestor Bronze, who was inside the Python sword, couldn't help but praise Fang Chun's talent. He was too amazing. Not only was his martial arts talent strong, but his array formation talent was also heaven-defying. In a month's time, Fang Chun could be considered to have entered the foundation of array formations. However, he still couldn't set up an array formation just by entering the foundation of arrays. At the very least, one needed to be an array formation apprentice to set up an array formation. Now, Fang Chun only had a rich theoretical knowledge. As for practical use, he was still a little lacking. To set up an array formation, one first needs array foundation materials. Then, one needs the incantation and hand seals. Only when these three are combined can the array formation be set up, Fang Chun said to himself. In the foundation of array formations, there were some simple, ordinary array formations. These array formations were the simplest of array formations, which could be set up by an array formation apprentice. Now, Fang Chun was like a child learning how to walk. He recalled the information in the foundation of array formations over and over again in his mind while trying to set up an array formation. On this day, Fang Chun prepared to try to set up a simple binding array formation. This array formation was considered the simplest among ordinary array formations. Fang Chun had just learned about array formations, so he chose the simplest binding array formation. Setting up a binding array formation required spirit stones. Fang Chun had already prepared upper-grade spirit stones and memorized the incantation of the binding array formation. Finally, Fang Chun looked around and closed his eyes slightly. Suddenly, a wild spiritual energy emerged from his body. In the next moment, Fang Chun waved his wrist, and his palms kept forming complicated hand seals. In the sky, hand seals appeared one after another. At the same time, 8 upper-grade spirit stones appeared in Fang Chen's hands, and he threw them directly on the ground. Rumble. At this moment, the hand seals in the sky quickly landed on the 8 spirit stones. In an instant, the 8 spirit stones emitted a bright light. Then, the light on the 8 spirit stones slowly revolved around each other. This process was a little long, but Fang Chun was still very happy when he saw this scene. After 15 minutes, the binding array formation was set up. Fang Chun looked at the binding array formation in front of him with a smile on his face. After learning for a month, he had finally become an array formation apprentice. Although it took a long time to set up the binding array formation, this was just the beginning. There's still a long time before I can break the array. I don't know when the Yellow Spring sect members will find this place. Fang Chun was speechless. He could only place his hopes on the Yellow Spring sect members. At this moment, there was a white-haired old man flying in the sky above the heavenly ghost forest. He was flying at an extremely fast speed. Just as he was flying above the heavenly ghost forest, he suddenly felt the fluctuations of an array formation. Yes, someone is setting up an array formation. The white-haired old man's heart trembled slightly. He immediately stopped, and his figure flashed, entering the heavenly ghost forest. Strange, this kid is in the middle of a bewildering mist array, but he actually set up a binding array. What is he trying to do? The white-haired old man was an expert. Since he had nothing to do, he curiously observed Fang Chun in the dark. After a brief inspection, the white-haired old man discovered that Fang Chun was actually deep in the bewildering mist array. He was studying the array formation in order to leave this place. Not arrogant nor impatient. This kid's character is not bad. The white-haired old man faintly said, "I just don't know how his talent in array formations is." Then the white-haired old man closed his eyes, and his soul left his body, enveloping Fang Chen's body. In the next instant, his eyes widened and his face was filled with disbelief. How is this possible? This kid has only been studying array formations for a month. The white-haired old man couldn't believe it. However, his soul clearly told him that this kid had only been studying array formations for a month. I really didn't expect that I would meet such an interesting fellow on this trip to the 5 Elements province. The white-haired old man grinned. In the next instant, the white-haired old man entered the bewildering mist array. "Kid," the white-haired old man called out. "Who is it?" Fang Chun looked around and saw the white-haired old man behind him. He cautiously asked, "Kid, you've only been studying array formations for a month." Fang Chun nodded in response. "Do you have a master?" the white-haired old man asked. Fang Chun knew that the white-haired old man was asking about his master in array formations. He shook his head and said, "This junior was trapped in the bewildering mist array. Now that the bewildering mist array has turned into a death array, this junior was forced to begin studying array formations." "Oh, so that's how it is." The white-haired old man's eyes lit up. "Then how did you learn array formations?" The white-haired old man was a little curious. Fang Chun took out the Array Formation Foundation scroll and said, "I obtained this from a dead enemy. I've been studying the Array Formation Foundation scroll for a month. Now, I'm finally able to set up a simple binding array." Seeing the Array Formation Foundation scroll in Fang Chen's hands, the white-haired old man was stunned before he nodded in satisfaction. In this anxious world, it was rare for someone to be willing to memorize the Array Formation Foundation scroll from beginning to end. Furthermore, what surprised the white-haired old man was that Fang Chun had never come into contact with array formations before. Yet, he was able to set up a binding array just by studying the Array Formation Foundation scroll for a month. Such talent in array formations was not something that ordinary array masters could compare to. At that moment, the white-haired old man had the thought of taking in a disciple. He asked, "Kid, haven't you always been troubled by how to leave this place?" Fang Chun nodded and looked at the white-haired old man. "Senior, you want to help me?" The white-haired old man smiled. If you're willing to be my disciple, I can take you away at any time. Fang Chen fell silent when he heard that. To take an unfamiliar old man as his master in order to leave this place was not his style of doing things. After pondering for a moment, Fang Chen shook his head and said, Junior's heart is no longer on the path of formations. The reason why I learned formations was because I had no other choice. Once I leave this place, my focus will still be on the martial way. You've really wasted your talent. The white-haired old man was a little speechless. He had such great talent in array formations, yet his mind was no longer focused on array formations. Kid, you should know that array formations, when cultivated to the peak, is not inferior to martial arts at all, said the white-haired old man. Fang Chen nodded and did not say anything. The white-haired old man pondered for a moment before saying, Forget it. Since you're not willing to take me as your master, I won't force you. If fate wills it, we'll meet again next time. I hope you'll change your mind then. Since I've met you here, it could be considered fate. No matter what, I'll give you a hand. The moment the white-haired old man said that, the death formation bewildering mist formation shattered instantly, and the white-haired old man was nowhere to be seen. Fang Chen surveyed his surroundings with joy on his face. After being trapped for a month, he was finally free. Thank you, Senior. Chapter 468. After being trapped in a mist array for a month, Fang Chen had thoroughly understood the power of Array Dao. Although he had rejected the gray-haired old man's request to take him in as a disciple, he still preferred Array Dao from the bottom of his heart. As long as it did not affect his cultivation of martial arts, Fang Chen would naturally not give up on Array Dao. After all, one more skill was one more way to save his life. Now that he had finally escaped from the mist array, Fang Chen took out the map and glanced at it. Then, he continued to rush towards the depths of the heavenly ghost forest. Since he had already come here, he naturally could not return empty-handed. Moreover, Fang Chen vaguely felt that the location marked on the map seemed to be hiding something very important to the Yellow Spring sect. Therefore, Fang Chen continued to move forward. He wanted to explore this mysterious place. About an hour after Fang Chen walked, he encountered the remaining members of the Yellow Springs sect who tried to kill him. Ha ha ha, kid. I've been looking for you for half a month. You finally appeared. The remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect laughed eerily. In front of Fang Chen, there were 3 remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect. Their strength was roughly at the 5th stage of the condensing reality realm. Fang Chen did not speak. He immediately attacked. The hidden star sword in his hand danced continuously. Every time he used the phantom sword skill, one of the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect would be killed. The person who took the map has appeared. The last remaining member of the Yellow Spring sect only had time to send out this message before he was pierced by Fang Chen's sword. Hurry up and leave. After killing the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect, Fang Chen quickly disappeared. The next time he appeared, Fang Chen was already in the depths of the heavenly ghost forest. During this time, Fang Chen also encountered some powerful demonic beasts, but they were all killed by him. At this time, in the depths of the heavenly ghost forest, there was a 10,000 zhang tall peak. This peak towered into the clouds, and there was nothing on the cliff. The place marked on the map should be here. Fang Chen couldn't figure it out and muttered to himself. Not long after, a large number of Netherworld sect members appeared behind Fang Chen. Their leader was Protector Zhigu. In the past month, Fang Chen had disappeared without a trace. Protector Zhigu was furious and wanted to find Fang Chen personally. Finally, not long ago, they received news that Fang Chen had appeared. They followed the news and found this place. Brat, hand over the map. Protector Zhigu's body emitted a wild aura as he roared. Fang Chen's expression changed slightly. He did not expect that there would be a guardian of the 7th stage condensing reality realm in the heavenly ghost forest. Run! Without any hesitation, Fang Chen's figure flashed and fled, courting death. Seeing this, Protector Zhigu sneered. The evil aura around him gathered on his fist, and he punched toward Fang Chen. Bang! Without any ability to resist, Fang Chen flew back like a kite. His body crashed heavily into the cliff of the 10,000 zhang tall mountain. Puchi! Fong Chen's throat moved. He spat out a mouthful of blood on the cliff, and his body fell to the ground. You dare to embarrass yourself in front of me with such little strength. Protector Zhigu looked at Fong Chun and sneered. At this moment, the cliff suddenly began to tremble. A deafening sound was heard, and then countless wild auras gushed out from the cracks on the cliff. What? Seeing this, Protector Zhigu's face was filled with excitement. He said, "It must be here." Ha ha ha. Fong Chun struggled to get up. His qi and blood were boiling, and his body was extremely weak. However, at this moment, Fong Chun suddenly realized that a crack had appeared on the cliff. Within this crack, a strange light was emitted. This light instantly enveloped Fong Chun before he disappeared from where he stood. "That brat has entered the cliff," roared Protector Zhigu. At the same time, Protector Zhigu's body flashed. Before the strange light disappeared, he directly entered the crack. Boom! When the cliff returned to its original state and the crack disappeared, the entire ground began to tremble. The remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect stared at the barren cliff in shock. Their hearts were filled with fear. The aura that had been emitted from the crack in the cliff earlier had caused their hearts to palpitate. What a terrifying aura, muttered the survivors of the Yellow Spring sect. Fong Chun was wrapped in that strange light and entered the crack. After an unknown amount of time, he appeared in a pitch-black palace. There were only a few night pearls illuminating this palace, but it was clear that these night pearls were too old to illuminate the entire palace. Crash! The strange light shattered, and Fong Chen's body fell to the ground. In an instant, an icy aura hit him, and Fong Chen shivered. "What is this place?" asked Fong Chen, puzzled. "Proceed according to my instructions." Suddenly, an aged voice was transmitted into Fong Chen's ears. Fong Chen was startled. He was originally hesitating, but after sensing Protector Zhigu's aura, he immediately followed the direction the ancient voice was pointing. "Brat, stop!" shouted Protector Zhigu angrily when he saw Fong Chen. However, in an instant, Fong Chun discovered that he could no longer see Protector Zhigu's figure. At this moment, Fong Chun also discovered that he had unknowingly entered a formation. Huh? What kind of formation is this? Fong Chen's face was filled with vigilance. He looked around and muttered to himself, "Brat, being able to enter this place can be considered fate." Suddenly, the ancient voice rang out again. "Who are you?" asked Fong Chen. "I am a master of this palace. In the battle with the Yellow Spring sect, although we humans defeated the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, we did not completely eliminate them. Countless members of the Yellow Spring sect are suppressed in this palace." The ancient voice rang out again. "Is this why the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect are looking for this place?" asked Fong Chun. "Of course not," the ancient voice said. "Then why?" asked Fong Chun. "Because a finger of the Yellow Spring sect's sect master is suppressed in this palace," the ancient voice said in a low voice. Fong Chun was startled. He did not expect that a finger of the Yellow Spring sect's sect master was suppressed in this palace. Fong Chun did not know how powerful the Yellow Spring sect was in the past. He only knew that there were many experts in the Yellow Spring sect. There were 36 protectors, and each protector was an expert at the peak of the condensing reality realm. Later, as Fong Chun came into contact with the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect, he gradually learned that there were many things that were not recorded in the unofficial history. For example, the hierarchy in the Yellow Spring sect was very strict. There were actually stronger existences above the protectors. Above the protectors were the 8 great kings and the 3 great venerables. Above them was the true leader of the Yellow Spring sect, the person who had once started the war on the ancient Sword Continent. There were no records of how powerful the Yellow Spring sect's sect master was. Fong Chun did not know, but Fong Chun remembered that almost all the experts who had besieged the Yellow Spring sect's sect master on the ancient Sword Continent had fallen. Even if a few survived, half of their bodies were paralyzed or died of depression. It was easy to imagine how powerful the Yellow Spring sect's sect master was. and this palace actually suppressed a finger of the Yellow Spring sect master. The remnants of the Yellow Spring sect are after this finger? Asked Fong Chun anxiously. Correct. If they obtain this finger, they'll definitely use it to summon the Yellow Spring sect master. Perhaps they'll be able to revive him. That would be a disaster for humanity, said the ancient voice. Is there any way to avoid that? Asked Fong Chun. Since the ancient voice had brought him here, it definitely needed his help. This was a matter of great importance, and Fong Chun couldn't ignore it. When I was alive, I was a magic array master. Here are some of my insights into the Tao of magic arrays. Take it. After saying that, a book appeared in Fong Chen's hand. This was definitely a pleasant surprise. He hadn't expected to obtain a senior's insights into the Tao of formations here. This was definitely a treasure. Many thanks, senior. Fong Chun put away the book and cupped his hands with a smile. The Yellow Spring sect master's finger has been suppressed for too long. The seal is a bit loose, so I need you to bring the finger out and find an expert to reseal it. You want me to bring it out? Asked Fong Chun in surprise. That's right. This palace is about to collapse, and my remnant will also dissipate. I can guarantee that after the palace collapses, all of the remnants of the Yellow Spring sect will die. However, I can't guarantee this finger. I'm also afraid that after the palace collapses, the finger will break free and cause casualties to the ancient Sword Continent. So, I need your help. Thinking about the Yellow Spring sect master's finger, Fong Chun felt his scalp go numb. That was the finger of the Yellow Spring sect master. The slightest carelessness could lead to a fatal disaster. You don't have to worry. I've set up several powerful formations on my finger. They can last for at least 3 months. As long as you can find a mighty figure to reseal them within 3 months, you'll be fine, the ancient voice said. How powerful must the expert be to reseal it? Asked Fong Chun. An expert beyond the condensing reality realm. The ancient voice didn't care whether Fong Chun was willing or not, and directly took out the sealed finger. Immediately, the entire palace shook. An extremely wild and evil aura instantly filled the entire palace. In an instant, Fong Chen's eyes turned scarlet. His mind was invaded by the evil aura. He almost went crazy. Steady, Fong Chun shouted in his heart. Just then, a clear stream appeared. Fong Chen's mind calmed down. He felt a lingering fear. Chapter 469. There was no doubt that this finger had been severed during that great battle. Countless top almighties of the ancient Sword Continent had besieged the Yellow Spring sect master. Little one before Fong Chen's eyes floated a sparkling, translucent finger. There was a trace of blood on the finger, which contained a majestic, evil aura. The finger was wrapped in a layer of seal. It's the finger of the Yellow Spring sect master. Fong Chun was shocked. At the same time, Protector Zhigu suddenly attacked the array formation crazily. He had also sensed the aura of the Yellow Spring sect master. It's the sect master's finger. It must be the sect master's finger. Protector Zhigu screamed in his heart as he attacked the array formation crazily. Of course, Fong Chun didn't know that his gaze was directly attracted by the finger of the Yellow Spring sect master. After you leave, find an elite to seal this finger as soon as possible, the ancient voice said softly. Fong Chun nodded. As soon as he took the finger in the void, a burst of wild power gushed out and almost caused Fong Chun's finger to fall to the ground. Although this finger has been sealed, it can still affect my mind, Fong Chun thought to himself. Just as Fong Chun was about to put the finger into his interspatial ring, the little mouse and the Banksian shoe suddenly appeared. Brother Mouse, I helped you this time. You have to give me a few more drops of blood, the Banksian shoe said as it glanced at the little mouse. The little mouse chirped and gestured before nodding its head. Fong Chun was a little surprised. Why had these two fellows suddenly appeared? Could they have been eyeing the finger of the Yellow Spring sect master? Just as Fong Chun was deep in thought, the branches and leaves of the Banksian shoe suddenly opened and a wild aura filled the air. The next moment, the branches and leaves of the Banksian shoe wrapped around Fong Chen's sparkling finger and firmly held it in midair. Seeing this scene, The little mouse nodded in satisfaction. Then it crawled along the branches of the Banksian shoe until it reached the finger. It opened its mouth and drooled as it looked at the finger of the Acheron sect master. No! When Fongchen saw this, he yelled out loudly. However, it was too late. The little mouse opened its tiny mouth and bit down on the sect master's finger. Fongchen thought that something strange would happen, but what shocked him was that the entire palace was very quiet. Only the sound of the little mouse biting its fingers could be heard. At this moment, Fongchen was completely stupefied. Although he knew that the little mouse's teeth were very tough and could swallow anything, this was the finger of the Acheron sect master. The Acheron sect master was an unparalleled expert. If it weren't for the joint attack of the top experts of the ancient sword continent, he wouldn't have fallen. Although he had fallen, his strength was too strong. Even a finger of his had to be sealed with layers of seals. However, such a strong finger couldn't resist the little mouse at all. Crack! In the palace, only the sound of the little mouse biting the finger could be heard. The little mouse was quickly swallowing the finger while the Banksian shoe couldn't hold on any longer. "Brother Mouse, hurry up!" The Banksian shoe cried out in pain. Some of its branches and leaves were burnt. This was because the power of the Acheron sect master's finger was too strong. After another minute, the half-immortal tree couldn't hold on any longer. It let out a loud cry, and its branches and leaves were all broken. It was seriously injured, and with a muffled groan, it fell to the ground. At this time, the little mouse had already swallowed the Acheron sect master's finger and was wiping its mouth with its paw. It ate it clean. Fongchen looked at the little mouse and asked in shock, "Little guy, are you okay?" When the little mouse heard Fongchen's words, its face was full of smiles. A purple halo appeared around its body, and it instantly jumped onto Fongchen's shoulder, chirping and gesturing. "You want to rest?" Fongchen asked. After swallowing the Acheron sect master's finger, the little mouse had absorbed too much energy and needed to rest. It jumped in front of the Banksian shoe and looked at the injured Banksian shoe with a trace of embarrassment. Then it cut its finger and dripped 3 drops of blood onto the Banksian shoe's trunk. Hiss! After the Banksian shoe absorbed the 3 drops of blood, it instantly recovered its vitality. The Banksian shoe shamelessly approached the little mouse and asked cheekily, "Brother Mouse, I'm seriously injured this time. Give me a few more drops." The little mouse chirped and gestured. Then its figure flashed and disappeared into the special space ring. The Banksian shoe followed closely behind and entered the special space ring. In an instant, only Fongchen was left in the palace. The aura of the Acheron sect had disappeared without a trace. Fongchen had never been there. At this moment, even the ancient voice didn't know what to say. "Senior," the little mouse swallowed the finger. "We'll be all right?" Fongchen hurriedly asked. He was a bit worried about the little mouse's situation. "I'm not sure either." After saying this, the ancient voice completely disappeared from this world. At this moment, Protector Zhigu was frantically attacking the formation when the evil aura of the Acheron sect suddenly disappeared. "What's going on? Where's the sect master's finger?" Protector Zhigu was puzzled. Crack! Just as Protector Zhigu was puzzled, the entire palace suddenly collapsed. Countless Acheron sect members died. Miserable cries resounded through the sky. No! Protector Zhigu felt that his life was in danger. He shouted loudly. He didn't want to die. However, in the end, he couldn't resist the last bit of power of the ancient voice and died in the collapsed palace. On the other hand, Fongchen smoothly emerged from the cliff. The palace disappeared, and the remnant consciousness of the ancient voice also completely dissipated. After Fongchen came out, he bowed deeply to the cliff. Such a stunning almighty, who had once given his life for the peace of the ancient sword continent, had actually ended up like this. It was really tragic. However, just as Fongchen bowed, the members of the Acheron sect who had been waiting outside all surrounded him. "Brat, you're actually not dead." Upon seeing Fongchen, the remaining members of the Acheron sect roared furiously. At the same time, they were also puzzled. Why hadn't Protector Zhigu appeared yet? Could it be that Protector Zhigu had found the sect master's finger? No matter what, they had to kill this brat first. Seeing so many members of the Acheron sect surrounding him, Fang Chun revealed a strange smile. Then, the hidden star sword appeared in his hand. You're courting death. Fang Chun instantly activated the sword body and used the illusion god sword technique. Whoosh! Sword light flashed, and some of the weaker members of the Acheron sect died instantly. Cries of agony filled the entire heavenly ghost forest. In just a short while, the remaining members of the Acheron sect were all killed by Fang Chun. Then, Fang Chun left the place. Fang Chun had gained a lot from this trip to the heavenly ghost forest. Although his strength hadn't increased, he had learned the Tao of array formations. Furthermore, the little mouse had swallowed the Acheron sect master's finger and resolved a huge crisis. As he hurriedly walked, Fang Chun instantly checked. The little mouse had already fallen into a deep sleep. The Banxianshu had also absorbed the little mouse's blood and was recovering from its injuries. After sensing that the little mouse was fine, Fang Chun released a wild aura and started flying at full speed. 5 days later, Fang Chun successfully left the heavenly ghost forest. After another 5 days, Fang Chun arrived at a city called Sky Array City. Sky Array City was quite far away from Water City. However, Sky Array City was one of the more famous cities in the southern mountain land. Sky Array City was famous because of its arrays. Sky Array City's Tao of array formations was one of the best in the entire southern mountain land. Countless powerful array masters came from Sky Array City. At this moment, Fang Chun was drinking tea in a restaurant in Sky Array City. As expected of the Sky Array City, the entire city is surrounded by a natural array. Even a warrior at the 3rd level of the condensing reality realm would not be able to break in. Fang Chun said to himself as he drank his tea, there is only one way to enter Sky Array City. That was to queue up and pay the spiritual stones. It was impossible to break in by force. After resting for a while, Fang Chun left the restaurant. After leaving the heavenly ghost forest, he walked in one direction and arrived at Sky Array City. Since he was already here, he naturally wanted to experience the charm of Sky Array City. Furthermore, Fang Chun had recently done some research on the Tao of spirit formations. On the streets of Sky Array City, there were stalls everywhere. These stalls all sold the same thing, array formation chants. From the most common array formations to mortal level arrays, there were even origin level arrays. As for spirit level arrays, Fang Chun had not seen any, because if it was called a spirit level array, it would definitely be very powerful. Normal warriors would not be able to obtain it. Just as Fang Chun was strolling around, countless people suddenly rushed towards him. Fang Chun was puzzled. He stopped a warrior and asked, "Brother, I see that everyone is rushing over. What's going on?" Hearing Fang Chun's question, the warrior immediately said, "The Flame Master wants to set up an array in public. He wants to explain the problems of array formations to us beginners." After speaking, the warrior hurriedly left. Chapter 470. The Flame Master was a master with decent strength in Sky Array City. He was considered outstanding among the many array formation masters. Of course, there were many array formation masters in Sky Array City who were better than the Flame Master. However, they were usually elusive, and ordinary martialists simply couldn't see them. The Flame Master would often come to the public square and personally set up array formations before explaining them to martialists who were interested in array formations. Over time, the Flame Master had gained a large number of fans in Sky Array City. As long as the Flame Master gave a public lecture on array formations, many martialists would come to support him. Today was the day that the Flame Master gave a public lecture on array formations. Fang Chun looked at the countless martialists on the street and couldn't help but sigh. He was indeed an array formation master. Just one public lecture could actually attract so many martialists. Fang Chun pondered this for a moment before quickly walking forward. He wanted to see what the Flame Master was capable of. Ever since he had come into contact with array formations, Fang Chun had realized that array formations were like a vast ocean with countless drifters. However, some drifters were unable to find the essence of array formations even after spending their entire lives. Some drifters, on the other hand, were gifted and quickly grasped the essence of array formations. Thus, they were able to innovate on array formations and grow rapidly. The Flame Master was one of them. Back then, the Flame Master had wanted to learn array formations from a master. However, during the test, the Flame Master had been found to have almost zero array formation talent. Everyone knew very well what this meant. A person with almost zero array formation talent simply couldn't learn array formations. Even if he tried, it would just be a waste of time. However, the Flame Master didn't believe in heresy. He searched for all the books on array formations and even memorized the array formation basics. In the end, he relied on his self-study to become an array formation apprentice. His tenacity attracted the attention of other array formation almighties, and he received their approval. Finally, he entered the array formation path. In the days that followed, there were countless legends about the Flame Master. However, no one knew that the Flame Master was the person with almost zero array formation talent. It wasn't until one day, when the Flame Master gave a public lecture on array formations, that everyone was enlightened. The Flame Grandmaster's life was very inspirational. The reason why he publicly explained the array Tao was because he wanted to help those martial artists who were like him but didn't have the talent for array Tao. When Fang Chun arrived at the square, there was already a sea of people. Countless warriors were looking at a figure in the middle of the square with frenzied looks on their faces. In the middle of the square, there was a middle-aged man in fiery red clothes. He was the Flame Master. The reason why he was called the Flame Grandmaster was because the formations he set up were most proficient in fire tribute formations. At this moment, the Flame Grandmaster looked at the sea of people with a smile on his face. Everyone, today I will be explaining the essence of the Fire Frost Array. Hearing the Flame Grandmaster's words, there was an uproar in the square. Countless warriors shouted the Flame Grandmaster's name. As expected of a Flame Grandmaster, he can even set up a formation like the Fire Frost formation, a warrior exclaimed. Fang Chun narrowed his eyes and sized up the Flame Grandmaster. Of course, Fang Chun knew about the Fire Chill Array that the Flame Grandmaster mentioned. The Fire Chill Array was a top-grade, origin-grade array formation. Among the origin-grade array formations, it was considered one of the top few. Of course, if it was set up by a powerful array formation grandmaster, its might would even be comparable to a spirit-grade array formation. Although the Fire Chill array formation was powerful, it was very difficult to set it up. The slightest carelessness could lead to failure and even a backlash. When he heard that the Flame Grandmaster was setting up the Fire Chill array, Fang Chun looked forward to it. As soon as the Flame Grandmaster said that, he suddenly waved his hands. Immediately, countless tiny rays of light scattered from his palms onto the square. In an instant, an extremely wild flame aura appeared on the square. Then, a small array formation appeared in the middle of the square. Within the array formation, there was a raging fire that looked as though it wanted to roast people. However, the surrounding warriors didn't feel any heat at all. Instead, they felt waves of coolness emanating from the array formation. "Is this the Fire Chill Array?" some warriors exclaimed in a low voice. After the Flame Grandmaster finished setting up the Fire Chill Array, he pointed at the array formation and said, "This array formation is the Fire Chill Array. There are a total of 72 array bases. 64 of them are made of flame pearls, while the remaining 8 are made of ice pearls. The process of setting it up is very complicated. As for the control center of the array, it is in the raging fire within the array formation. Ordinary people can't find it all." As the Flame Grandmaster spoke with assurance, the other warriors on the square fell into deep thought. Suddenly, a voice rang out. "Flame Grandmaster, may I ask how you control the array bases when you set up the array formation?" Hearing this voice, everyone's gaze turned towards the source of the voice. "It's 9 array pavilions, Geo Su." Someone said. 9 Array Pavilion was one of the major forces in Sky Array City. Although it wasn't a top force, it couldn't be underestimated. Jiusu was one of the top experts of a younger generation in 9-array pavilion. His cultivation base had reached the 5th level of the condensing reality realm. He was very talented in arrays and had become an array master at such a young age. So, it's 9-array pavilion's Jiusu. The Flame Grandmaster nodded at Jiusu and said, "If I'm not wrong, you should have been promoted to an array master not long ago, right?" The Flame Grandmaster's attitude towards Jiusu was very gentle, and his face was full of smiles. Hearing the Flame Grandmaster's words, many warriors exclaimed, "Oh my God! Jiusu has already become an array master? No wonder the Flame Grandmaster is so gentle towards him. No wonder he's the most outstanding array master of a younger generation in 9-array pavilion. He's really amazing. To be able to achieve this at such a young age, he will definitely become a top array master in the future." Many warriors were discussing Jiusu, their hearts filled with shock. In the crowd, Fang Chun was also carefully sizing up this 9-array pavilion's Jiusu. At least in terms of arrays, he wasn't as good as this person. "Jiusu, you haven't been an array master for long, so you don't know. You'll naturally find out after some time, but since you've asked me today, I'll naturally tell you." The Flame Grandmaster said slowly, "The Cold Fire Array has a total of 72 array bases. If you observe carefully, these 72 array bases actually follow a pattern. That is, for every 8 fire array bases, there's an ice array base. When you're setting up the array bases, you just need to control it slightly." After hearing the Flame Grandmaster's explanation, Jiusu instantly understood and nodded his head in satisfaction. However, at that moment, a discordant voice entered everyone's ears. "It's not like that." Fang Chun was observing the Cold Fire Array when he was suddenly awakened by the Flame Grandmaster's words and immediately blurted out. When they heard Fang Chun's voice, everyone's gaze turned towards Fang Chun. Even Jiusu and the Flame Grandmaster from 9-array Pavilion turned their heads to look at him. He's just an ordinary warrior. How dare he criticize the Flame Grandmaster for setting up an array? The current Sky Array City is really a place where any Tom, Dick, and Harry can enter. Trash like him, who specializes in ruining the atmosphere, really deserves to die. Kid, if you say it's not like that, don't tell me you're better than the Flame Grandmaster. Kid, if you don't give us a good reason today, I definitely won't let you off. Many martialists thought that Fang Chun had come to cause trouble and were furious. Kid, I'll give you a chance to apologize to the Flame Grandmaster, Jiusu from 9-array Pavilion said icily as he slowly walked over to Fang Chun. His words were filled with threat, as if he would kill Fang Chun if Fang Chun didn't apologize. Could it be that the great Flame Grandmaster only allows others to flatter him and not point out his mistakes? Fang Chun had wanted to keep a low profile, but he had accidentally said such a thing. He had originally intended to let it go, but he hadn't expected that Jiusu would actually threaten him to apologize. The Flame Grandmaster frowned when he heard Fang Chun's words. However, he was still a Grandmaster, so he slowly said, "Since this little friend thinks that I'm wrong, then why don't you tell me the correct way to set up the array?" Jiusu didn't say anything else after the Flame Grandmaster had spoken. However, he still glared icily at Fang Chun. Fang Chun took a step forward and looked at the Cold Fire Array. Then, a large amount of array formation information appeared in his mind. This information was basically the array formation comprehensions that Fang Chun had obtained from the Sky Ghost Forest. Of course, Fang Chun hadn't carefully looked through it all these days. He had only looked at a small portion, which just so happened to explain how to set up the Cold Fire Array. It was very detailed. The Cold Fire Array is a top-grade Yuan grade array formation. If set up properly, its might can completely compare to a Spirit grade array formation. You can't deny this, right, Flame Grandmaster? Fang Chun asked. The Flame Grandmaster nodded, but didn't say anything. Fang Chun continued. In truth, the Cold Fire Array is just as the Flame Grandmaster said. There is a pattern to how it is set up. As long as you grasp that pattern, you can easily set it up. Jiusu's expression changed when he heard Fang Chun's words. He icily said, "Do you even need to tell me that? You're not just stalling for time, are you?" Fong Chun directly ignored Jiusu and continued. The Flame Grandmaster's method of setting up the array foundations isn't wrong. It's just that this method is extremely difficult for an ordinary formation Grandmaster to control. The failure rate would be a bit higher. In truth, the cold fire array's array foundations can be set up like this. There are a total of 72 array foundations that can be set up 3 times. Fong Chun spoke frankly. At first, the Flame Grandmaster hadn't been moved. He had even been disdainful. However, as Fong Chun's explanation went deeper, the Flame Grandmaster's expression began to change. Why have I never thought of this method before? The Flame Grandmaster was filled with doubt. He actually couldn't find the slightest mistake in Fong Chun's method of setting up the array foundations. Furthermore, he had a faint feeling that this method was much simpler than his own method. It also had a higher success rate. "All right, that's all I want to say," said Fong Chun. Chapter 471. Jiusu's expression was icy. He was infuriated. He had been planning on humbly asking the Flame Grandmaster a few things, but his plan had been ruined by Fong Chun. Furthermore, this brat was still spouting such arrogant words. That infuriated him. "Brat, you only have 2 choices now. Apologize or scram," roared Jiusu. "Correct. This is Heavenly Formation City, not a place for you to behave atrociously. The Flame Grandmaster has studied formations for so many years. How could he not know how to set up the cold flame formation? Is there a need for you to spout nonsense here?" After Jiusu, another person spoke. His words were filled with fury at Fong Chun. When everyone heard this person speak, they all sucked in a breath of cold air. It's the Matian Palace's immortal M.O. I never thought he would also come to listen to the Flame Grandmaster's lecture on the Tao of Formations. The Matian Palace was on the same level as the 9 Formation Pavilion in Heavenly Formation City. They were both powerful sections. The immortal M.O. was one of the peak experts of the Matian Palace's younger generation. Of course, geniuses like Jiusu could only be considered second-tier geniuses within Heavenly Formation City. As for the first-tier geniuses, they couldn't compare to them. The immortal M.O. didn't understand formations. This time, he had come with Jiusu. At first, he hadn't said anything when Fong Chun had spouted nonsense. But now, he couldn't bear it any longer. The immortal M.O. and Jiusu both berated Fong Chun. As for the latter, he was smiling mockingly. Whether it's true or not, you can just ask the Flame Grandmaster. Fong Chun couldn't be bothered to argue with the two of them. After saying that, he turned and left. This kind of public lecture on the Tao of Formations was fine. Seeing that Fong Chun was about to leave, the immortal M.O. and Jiusu both took a step forward. A wild aura erupted from their bodies. "Brat, you've ruined the Flame Grandmaster's lecture, and you still think you can leave? That's right. You can stay here today," threatened the immortal M.O. Fong Chun, who was walking, suddenly stopped when he heard the threats of the two. After that, he turned his head and looked at the two of them. His eyes were filled with an ice-cold expression as he coldly said, "Ignorant." After that, Fong Chun continued to move forward. Jiusu's face darkened when he saw this. He was an array grandmaster on the same level as the Flame Grandmaster. He did not expect this person to treat him this way. "Damn it," Jiusu shouted angrily. His body exuded a wild aura as he prepared to attack. However, at this moment, the Flame Master, who had been silent all this while, finally opened his mouth. "Stop!" The Flame Master was deeply attracted by Fong Chun's words. After listening to Fong Chun's words, a door seemed to appear in his mind. His understanding of the Tao of array formations had deepened. However, just as he was comprehending the Tao of formation at a deeper level, he was suddenly awakened by Jiusu's scolding. Then, he realized that Jiusu and Immortal Among Demons were about to attack Fong Chun. "Master of Flames." Jiusu turned to look at Master of Flames and asked. "Nonsense." Master of Flames snorted coldly. After saying that, he chased after Fong Chun. Many cultivators in the square were in an uproar when they saw this. Master of Flames is chasing after that brat? Is what that brat said true? Heavens, where did this brat come from? How could he say such things? Is this brat a hidden array grandmaster? Otherwise, he would not know how to set up the coal fire array. As the disciples were talking, Master of Flames had already caught up to Fong Chun. Little brother, please wait. Master of Flames walked in front of Fong Chun and said with a smile, Master of Flames, how can I help you? Fong Chun asked, Little brother, are you an array grandmaster? Master of Flames asked. Fong Chun shook his head, then nodded. You can say so. Fong Chun had studied array formations for a month with his own efforts. Now, he could be considered an array apprentice. An array apprentice could only be considered half an array grandmaster. So his answer to Master of Flames couldn't be considered a lie. Hearing this, the Flame Grandmaster's face was full of smiles as he said, Little brother, after listening to the method of setting up the cold fire array, I was deeply inspired. Thank you very much. After Grandmaster Flame finished saying those words, he took a glance at Fong Chun. Then he asked, Little brother, did you come up with this formation by yourself, or did your master teach you this? My master taught me, whispered Fong Chun. Master of Flames nodded. The cold fire array's foundation that Fong Chun had mentioned was extremely ingenious. If Fong Chun had come up with it himself, then it would be a bit terrifying. To be able to come up with such a profound foundation at such a young age, it was hard to believe. But after hearing that Fong Chun had a master, Master of Flames didn't make a fuss over nothing. Little friend, I feel that your understanding of array formations is extremely profound. Would it be possible for you to come to my residence for a chat? Asked Master of Flames. Fong Chun thought for a moment and then said, That's fine too. In any case, he had just arrived in Sky Formation City and didn't have anywhere to go. Going to Master of Flames' place wasn't a bad idea. Not bad. Fong Chun muttered to himself for a moment. But what? Master of Flames was very happy to hear that Fong Chun had accepted his invitation. As long as he could interact more with Fong Chun, Master of Flames was confident that he would be able to reach the Grandmaster realm soon. The Grandmaster realm was a realm he had always dreamed of. There are two people who don't seem to want me to go. Fong Chun glanced at Jiu Su and Immortal Mo Zhongxian, who were glaring at him from the plaza. Them? Just you wait. Hearing this, the Flame Grandmaster grinned and quickly returned to the square. Master of Flames, do you still want to continue lecturing about array formations? Asked the disciple. Master of Flames shook his head. Today's lecture ends here. With that, the Flame Master turned to look at Jiu Su and Immortal and Devil, and said in a low voice, From today onwards, that little brother will be the Flame Master's honored guest. The two of you better restrain yourselves and not cause trouble for him. Jiu Su and Immortal Mo Zhongxian had complicated expressions when they heard Master of Flame's words. Master of Flames, why is it that when I've tried to visit your residence so many times to ask for your knowledge of array formations, you've always refused? Yet an ordinary cultivator like him can go to your residence? Asked Jiu Su. You're doubting my words, said Master of Flames coldly. Master of Flames, you're one of Sky Array City's older generation's grandmasters. Although I'm also a grandmaster of array formations, I can't compare to you. I just can't accept it. How can someone who's inferior to me be able to gain your favor? Asked Jiu Su. Master of Flames shook his head. You're different. After saying those words, Grandmaster Flame left the plaza with Fong Chun and headed toward his residence. After Master of Flames left, the other cultivators also dispersed. However, Jiu Su and Immortal Mo Zhongxian didn't leave. The two of them stared at Fong Chen's back furiously. Brother Jiu Su, whispered Immortal Mo Zhongxian. Damnable brat. He actually dared to ruin my plans. I want him dead, roared Jiu Su furiously. Brother Jiu Su, I just secretly checked. This brat's cultivation base isn't very high. If you want to kill him, it'll be as easy as crushing an ant. There's no need to get angry over trash like him, said Immortal Mo Zhongxian with a sinister smile. I've always wanted to gain Master of Flame's favor, but Master of Flames has always refused to let me in. I never thought that this brat would take advantage of me. I can't accept this, growled Jiu Su. Immortal Mo Zhongxian was silent for a moment before saying, Since Brother Jiu Su doesn't want him to live, I'll send people to deal with him. When Fong Chun was invited into Master of Flame's residence, countless cultivators were envious. Immortal Mo Zhongxian and Jiu Su hated Fong Chun to the core. They even wanted to secretly kill Fong Chun. Of course, Fong Chun didn't know any of this. After staying in Master of Flame's residence for 3 days, Fong Chun had a rough understanding of the situation. Compared to Near-Water City, Sky Array City didn't have a 3-star sect. There were only a few top 2-star sect. Below the top 2-star sect were forces like 9 Formation Pavilion and Matian Palace. The younger generation of 9 Formation Pavilion and Matian Palace was only at the 5th level of the condensing reality realm. They were considered the second tier of the younger generation in Sky Array City. The first tier of the younger generation was basically in the top 2-star sect. One day, Fong Chun was resting when Master of Flames suddenly came to his courtyard. Brother Fong. After Master of Flames learned of Fong Chun's name, he had been calling Fong Chun Brother Fong. Master of Flames. Fong Chun greeted when he saw Master of Flames arrive. Brother Fong, can you explain some of the mysteries of the cold fire array to me? Master of Flames asked. Fong Chun nodded and said, sure. In the following time, Fong Chun explained the essence of the cold fire array to Master of Flames. In the blink of an eye, an afternoon had passed. When Fong Chun finished explaining to Master of Flames, it was already nighttime. Brother Fong, after listening to your explanation, I have benefited greatly. I feel that it won't be long before I can become an Array Grandmaster. Master of Flames was very excited. Brother Fong, you have helped me so much. If you need anything, just let me know. Master of Flames said and turned to leave, leaving Fong Chun to rest. The reason why Fong Chun could help Master of Flames was because he had obtained a book about arrays. He had read some of it, and it just so happened that there was an explanation of the cold fire array. If Master of Flames asked about other things, Fong Chun wouldn't be able to answer. I'll stay here for a while. Fong Chun thought to himself. The atmosphere for cultivating array formations here was very good. Fong Chun wanted to raise the level of his array formations. The more he came into contact with the Tao of array formations, the more Fong Chun realized that arrays played an important role in battle. Chapter 472. Learning array formations in the Flame Master's mansion was very comfortable, and almost no one came to disturb him. The Flame Master would look for Fong Chun to discuss array formations. Fong Chun would vaguely explain to the Flame Master some of the information he had gained from understanding array formations. As for the Flame Master, after listening to Fong Chun's explanation, he would immediately enter a state of enlightenment. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. During this 1 month, Fong Chun's understanding of the array Tao had improved tremendously. Because of the Almighty's array formation comprehension, Fong Chun's array formation had improved very quickly. Now, Fong Chun had changed from an array formation apprentice to a true array formation master. To be called an array formation master meant that he could set up mortal array formations. Although he could only set up mortal array formations, Fong Chun was already very satisfied. One day, the Flame Master came to Fong Chun's courtyard. Brother Fong, there's a small auction in a restaurant in Sky Array City today. Do you want to go take a look? The Flame Master asked directly. A small auction? Fong Chun was puzzled. Why would a small auction be held in a restaurant? That's right, it's a small auction. This kind of auction isn't something that can be attended with money alone, the Flame Master said. The Flame Master said, this auction is led by Jiu Su. It's a small auction where many second-tier geniuses of a younger generation in Sky Array City will participate. The martialists who will participate in the auction are second-tier geniuses. The others won't be able to enter the restaurant, the Flame Master said. What's being auctioned? Fong Chun was a little curious and asked. It's nothing more than some useless items obtained by various geniuses. They'll be auctioned off. Basically, it's an exchange between the second-tier young geniuses, the Flame Master said. Flame Grandmaster said, if you want to go, I can send you there. I believe they will give me some face. Fong Chun nodded and said, Flame Master, I can go there myself. After coming out of the Flame Master's mansion, Fong Chun followed the map provided by the Flame Master and soon arrived in front of the restaurant. This restaurant was called Nature Restaurant. Normally, it was open to the public, but today it was closed to the public. The Nature Pavilion? Fong Chun looked at the Nature Pavilion and grinned. Even though they were all second-tier geniuses, but he couldn't guarantee that they didn't have what he wanted. Therefore, Fong Chun decided to come and take a look. Then, Fong Chun walked straight to the nature building, but he was stopped by the guards. Fong Chun activated his majestic aura and instantly intimidated the guard. The latter's face was filled with terror as he directly let them pass. After entering the nature building, Fong Chun went straight to the 4th floor. There were no rooms on the entire 4th floor. It was like a pavilion, and there were about 20 young warriors here. They were chatting with each other when they suddenly realized that a strange man had arrived. "Brat, did you come to the wrong place?" Someone suddenly shouted. Fong Chun looked around and said, "I didn't come to the wrong place. This is the place." "Brat, hurry up and leave, or you'll never be able to leave," said a warrior coldly. At this moment, Jiu-Su and Immortal Mo saw Fong Chun. A trace of ridicule appeared on their faces. "Brat, you really have guts. You actually dared to come here." Jiu-Su grinned. His words were filled with threat. "Why wouldn't I dare?" asked Fong Chun. "Brat, with your strength, I'm afraid you don't have the qualifications to come here. Are you here to humiliate yourself?" Immortal Mo laughed sinisterly. "I'm here to participate in the auction," said Fong Chun seriously. When they heard Fong Chun's words, the surrounding warriors all looked at Fong Chun curiously. They didn't understand where this brat had come from to actually dare to participate in their auction. "Scram!" roared Immortal Mo furiously. Fong Chun narrowed his eyes and looked at Jiu-Su. "Isn't this so-called auction just a gathering for the second-tier geniuses of the younger generation? As long as you're strong enough, you can participate." Jiu-Su nodded when he heard Fong Chun's words. "That's right. As long as you're strong enough and have obtained the approval of the second-tier geniuses, you can participate. However, if some people try to sneak in here, the consequences will be very severe." Crash! All of a sudden, Fong Chun unleashed a ferocious aura that swept across the entire 4th floor, causing the surrounding geniuses to be astounded. Those warriors sensed that Fong Chun's aura contained boundless danger. They were actually a bit speechless. "Is this enough?" asked Fong Chun. Jiu-Su narrowed his eyes and carefully examined Fong Chun. At this moment, he realized that he was unable to see through Fong Chun. Putting on an act," Jiu-Su said coldly. "Brother Jiu-Su, this kid's strength has reached the 5th level of the condensing reality realm. He's qualified to participate. That's right. This kid has some skills. We can let him stay. If there's nothing else, the auction can begin." The warriors spoke one after another. Hearing this, Jiu-Su turned his head and no longer looked at Fong Chun. "Wait until the auction ends. You'll suffer," Jiu-Su said in his heart. Then, Jiu-Su walked back to his original position and sat cross-legged on the ground. He said, "Since everyone is here, the auction will officially begin. This auction will be the same as before. Everyone can take out their own items to auction. You'll exchange your money with your goods. If you discover any false bids, everyone will attack together." As he spoke, Jiu-Su deliberately glanced at Fong Chun. Fong Chun found a place and sat cross-legged, waiting for the auction to begin. At this moment, a warrior took out a pitch-black flute and said, "I obtained this flute by accident. This flute is a supreme-grade spiritual weapon. It's very useful for cultivators who cultivate sound wave attacks." Hearing this warrior's words, everyone was shocked. One of the girls in white said with an excited smile, "Brother Liu, I want this flute. The starting bid is 1 million upper-grade spiritual stones." Lu Ran said, "I bid 2 million upper-grade spiritual stones." The woman in white smiled. "This disciple with a supreme-grade spiritual weapon is most suitable for Miss by Yin Ran," the other warriors said. Lu Ran looked around and found that no one was bidding. In the end, the flute was won by Yin Ran at the price of 2 million upper-grade spiritual stones. Next, someone took out a few more treasures. These treasures were not very attractive to Fong Chun. However, during this time, Fang Chun got to know many young second-tier warriors. Lu Ran was a disciple of the Heavenly Armament Tower, and the Woman in White, by Yin Ran, was a disciple of the Sound Pavilion. The strength of these two people was second only to Immortal Mo and Jiusu. Time passed by slowly. In the blink of an eye, an hour had passed. After an hour, someone took out a treasure that instantly attracted Fang Chen's attention. This item was obtained by me in a certain ruin. It's useless to me. Furthermore, this item itself is broken, so I might as well sell it. A tall and sturdy man held a jade pendant in his hand. This jade pendant contains a broken array formation. If this array formation was complete, it would be at least a black great array formation. However, because it's broken, its power must have decreased. The warrior explained. After listening to the warrior's introduction, Fang Chun was suddenly tempted. The jade pendant contained a broken array formation. When one was in danger, one could crush the jade pendant and the array formation would appear instantly. This was definitely a life-saving treasure. Moreover, if the array formation was complete, it would be at least a black great array formation. One had to know that an array master who could set up a black great array formation was at least an array grandmaster. There were only a few of such experts in the entire Nanling land. Most importantly, the broken array formation in the jade pendant could be repaired. Once it was repaired, its power would be unimaginable. A broken array formation. Seeing the jade pendant in the burly man's hand, Jiusu's eyes were filled with passion. No one knew the value of this jade pendant better than him. I must get this jade pendant at all costs, Jiusu said to himself. The starting bid is 1 million upper-grade spirit stones. The burly man said. Then Jiusu directly bid 2 million upper-grade spirit stones, 3 million upper-grade spirit stones, 5 million upper-grade spirit stones. In the blink of an eye, the price of the jade pendant had risen to 10 million upper-grade spirit stones. However, when the jade pendant's price rose to 10 million upper-grade spirit stones, most of the geniuses stopped bidding. They weren't array masters, so even if they could get the jade pendant at a high price, they might not be able to repair it. So after weighing the pros and cons, they felt that it wasn't worth it. 12 million upper-grade spirit stones. Jiusu's eyes were bloodshot. Everyone, Brother Jiu-Su really wants this item. Why don't we give him some face? At this moment, Immortal Mo spoke up. He had a good relationship with Jiu-Su, so seeing Jiu-Su like this, he naturally had to speak up for him. Hearing Immortal Mo's words, everyone fell silent and stopped bidding. His meaning couldn't be more obvious. But at this moment, Fang Chun spoke up. 13 million upper-grade spirit stones. Immortal Mo and Jiusu's eyes were cold when they heard Fang Chun's bid. They turned to look at Fang Chun. Kid, you'll be punished if you don't bid. Immortal Mo said in a low voice. A mere 13 million upper-grade spirit stones is nothing. Fang Chun said. 14 million upper spiritual stones. Jiusu was enraged as he enunciated each word. 15 million upper-grade spirit stones. Fang Chun continued to bid. Jiusu had the urge to kill someone. The jade pendant was right in front of him, so no one dared to bid against him. Who would have thought that someone would come out of nowhere? Chapter 473. Jiusu's face was filled with malevolence. His hatred for Fang Chun had reached its peak. So you're the only one allowed to compete, and I'm not? Fang Chun retorted. Good, very good. Jiusu suppressed the anger in his heart and said coldly. 17 million. Jiusu continued to bid. 18 million. Fang Chun said. Close to 20 million upper-grade spirit stones. Even for Jiusu, it was a huge sum. Jiusu was powerless to raise the price to such an extent. 20 million upper-grade spirit stones. When Fang Chun called out a bid of 20 million high-grade spirit stones, Jiusu finally gave up. However, he glared at Fang Chun with a murderous glint in his eyes. Kid, this jade pendant will be mine sooner or later, Jiusu said to himself. Then, Fang Chun paid the 20 million upper-grade spirit stones and received the jade pendant. He then put it into his space ring. In the following period of time, everyone took out their treasures. Almost none of them attracted Fang Chun's attention. After half a day, the auction finally ended. After the auction ended, Fang Chun prepared to leave. At that moment, a warrior blocked Fang Chen's path and said, "Kid, I want to challenge you." "Why should I accept your challenge?" Fang Chen asked. "Kid, this is an unwritten rule here. As long as someone challenges you, you have to accept the challenge." The person who spoke was Jiu Su. The warrior who challenged Fang Chun was called Ning Xuehan. He was Jiu Su's lackey. Since Jiu Su was humiliated, he naturally wanted to help Jiu Su get back at him. Therefore, as soon as the auction ended, he could not wait to challenge Fang Chun. Ning Xuehan's strength was not considered strong among the second-tier geniuses. He was only at the early stage of the fifth condensing reality realm. However, because of Jiu Su's protection, he had always been in the second-tier geniuses. This time, when Ning Xuehan challenged Fang Chun, many warriors watched curiously. When Fang Chun heard Jiu Su's words, he understood that if he didn't show off his skills today, he wouldn't be able to leave this place safely. Thinking of this, Fang Chun said, "When I make a move, there will definitely be blood." "What a coincidence! When I attack, there must be blood." Ning Xuehan sneered. Rumble suddenly, a wild aura emanated from Ning Xuehan's body. The next moment, a wild light flickered on Ning Xuehan's finger. Finger of wind and cloud. Ning Xuehan bellowed. She gathered all the strength in her body on her finger and pointed it out, wanting to kill Fang Chun. Courting death. Seeing this, Fang Chun snorted coldly. In the next moment, he performed the phantom sword technique. The wild, illusory aura combined with the sword intent instantly surrounded his body. Then, Fang Chen's star-hidden sword was violently brandished. Poochie, what everyone expected didn't happen. After Fang Chen's star-hidden sword was brandished, a miserable shriek was heard. Everyone turned around and saw that Ning Xuehan's finger had been cut off by Fang Chen's star-hidden sword. Her finger fell to the ground. I'm going to kill you." Ning Xuehan roared furiously. How is that possible? Seeing this scene, even Jiu Su and Immortal Zhongxian were stunned. Could it be that this kid had been hiding his strength all this time? At this moment, Immortal Zhongxian noticed the weapon in Fang Chen's hand. His eyes lit up as he exclaimed, "This kid is holding a dark weapon." As soon as Immortal Zhongxian said this, all the geniuses looked at the star-hidden sword in Fang Chen's hand. When they saw it, a trace of greed appeared in their eyes. Go to hell. At this moment, Ning Xuehan pounced on Fang Chun again. She wanted to kill Fang Chun. Poochie, but this time, after her body came out, she couldn't move at all. Fang Chen's star-hidden sword was stabbed into her chest. Bang! Fang Chun pulled out the star-hidden sword. Ning Xuehan's body fell to the ground, lifeless. Fallen. The genius Ning Xuehan died at the hands of Fang Chun, just like that. Many geniuses were shocked. A dark weapon. As expected of a dark weapon. Although Fang Chun killed Ning Xuehan swiftly and decisively, many geniuses believe that it was all because of the dark weapon. If not for the dark weapon, Fang Chun wouldn't have been able to kill Ning Xuehan. After Fang Chun killed Ning Xuehan, he turned around and left. When Jiu Su saw this, he was furious. He wanted to attack, but was stopped by Immortal Zhongxian in the end. "Why did you stop me?" Jiu Su shouted angrily. "This kid's strength is strange. Moreover, he has a dark weapon. We can't fight him head-on. Moreover," Immortal Zhongxian said in a low voice, "I won't rest until I kill him." Jiu Su roared furiously. News of Fang Chun possessing a dark weapon instantly spread throughout Sky Array City. Whether it was the younger generation or the older generation, they all asked about Fang Chun. Of course, Jiu Su had purposely released this news to give Fang Chun some pressure. After returning to the Flame Grandmaster's residence, the Flame Grandmaster also heard this news. He was a bit worried about Fang Chun. "Brother Fang, are you all right?" asked the Flame Grandmaster. "I'm fine," said Fang Chun. "Fang Chun, you killed Ning Xuehan. The Ning family won't let this matter rest. You should leave Sky Array City and hide for a while," said the Flame Grandmaster. Fang Chun thought for a moment, then nodded. That night, Fang Chun disguised himself and left Sky Array City. However, No matter how well Fong Chun disguised himself, he was still discovered by warriors in the dark. Soon after, the news of Fong Chun leaving Sky Array City spread to the geniuses of the second tier. Let's go. We must kill this kid at all costs. With Jiu-Su as the leader, the geniuses all left Sky Array City to chase after Fong Chun. When Fong Chun arrived at a mountain range outside Sky Array City, the younger generation finally caught up to him. "Kid, you will die today," Jiu-Su roared angrily. Then, he waved his hand and prepared to set up a formation. Fong Chun was already on guard against Jiu-Su. The moment he saw Jiu-Su set up the formation, his figure flashed, and he immediately escaped. You can't escape. With Jiu-Su as the leader, the geniuses began to chase after Fong Chun. Damn it! Fong Chun's eyes were cold and filled with murderous intent. At this moment, his heart was filled with killing intent. He wanted to kill everyone who was chasing after him. In the darkness, Fong Chun kept running. If it were just ordinary warriors chasing after him, he would definitely not run away. However, among these geniuses, there was a formation master, Jiu-Su. Once he set up a formation, it would be too dangerous for him to fall into it. I must kill this person first, Fong Chun thought to himself. At a certain moment, Fong Chun hid in a towering ancient tree. Below him, Jiu-Su and the others advanced quickly. When they arrived in front of the towering ancient tree, they stopped and looked around. Jiu-Su said coldly, "He was here just now? He must not have run far." "Brother Jiu-Su, what should we do now?" Immortal Mo asked. "Chase," Jiu-Su said. Many geniuses were at the front, while Jiu-Su was at the back. They moved forward quickly. However, at this moment, Fong Chun's figure descended from the towering ancient tree like a ghost and appeared behind Jiu-Su. Illusion God Sword Art. Fong Chun displayed the first level of the Phantom God Sword technique. The hidden star sword fiercely pierced towards Jiu-Su. Jiu-Su sensed the wild aura behind him and was suddenly startled. Soon after, he became a little dazed. However, while Jiu-Su was dazed, he was still able to set up a top-grade, origin-grade formation. Fong Chun's hidden star sword was about to pierce Jiu-Su's body when he suddenly fell into a formation. Damn it! Fong Chun was furious that Jiu-Su was still able to set up a formation even when he was dazed. "He's here!" Jiu-Su shouted when he saw Fong Chun fall into a formation. The geniuses immediately returned. "Attack the formation together!" Jiu-Su roared. "All right." Immortal Mo and the others joined forces to unleash their strongest attacks, which directly bombarded the formation. The powerful attacks passed through the formation and directly bombarded Fong Chun's body. Bang! Although Fong Chun had activated the sword body, he was still hit by the powerful attack. His body flew out and fell to the ground, spitting out blood. Puffed. Fong Chun was a bit pale. These people's combined attacks had actually managed to heavily injure him. Damn it! Fong Chun took out the jade pendant and prepared to crush it to use this trump card. However, at this moment, Fong Chun noticed that there was a hole in the formation. It must be caused by Jiu-Su's dazed state. Fong Chun found this loophole and used it to quickly disappear into the array formation. But Jiu-Su and the others were completely oblivious to this. They continued to attack the formation. After a long while, they were exhausted and finally stopped. Brother Jiu-Su, even if that brat had 3 heads and 6 arms, I'm afraid he would have died in the formation. Immortal Mo smiled. He's just trash. He only relied on his profound weapon to kill Ning Xuahan. Jiu-Su wiped the sweat from his forehead and sneered. Brother Jiu-Su, we've mobilized so many people. If we can't even deal with a minor character like this, then we'll be a joke, said Lu Ran. Beside Lu Ran, Bai Yin also smiled. With so many of us attacking together, no matter how strong that brat is, he'll definitely die. But how should we split his things? Asked one of the geniuses. Jiu-Su pondered for a moment and said, I've contributed the most in killing this brat. I only want the jade pendant. As for the profound weapon, you can all split it equally. How about it? After thinking about it, Jiu-Su decided to take the jade pendant. Once the formation in the jade pendant was completed, its power would not be inferior to the profound weapon. He wanted to take the profound weapon as well, but the other geniuses definitely wouldn't agree. So he might as well give it up. All right, then it's decided. The geniuses all agreed. Crash. Chapter 474. Their faces were full of smiles. They had thought that they would be able to obtain a dark weapon, but when the array disappeared, there was no one inside. He's gone. Lu Ran rubbed her eyes in disbelief, afraid that she had seen wrongly. Brother Jiusu, where did he go? Bai Yanran asked. Even the immortal among demons looked at Jiusu, his face full of astonishment. He was trapped in Brother Jiusu's array. It's impossible for him to escape. How is that possible? Jiusu's face was full of shock. He carefully sized up the empty ground in the array, unable to understand. What's going on? Jiusu's heart was full of doubts. At this moment, his face was full of anger. Damn it, this kid is too tough. The immortal among demons said in a low voice. If I see him again, I'll definitely kill him. Lu Ran said angrily. The many second-tier young geniuses of Sky Array City had joined forces to encircle Fong Chun, but the latter had escaped. This made everyone furious, but there was nothing they could do. In the end, everyone returned to Sky Array City in low spirits. Fong Chun, who was covered in blood, hid in a secluded place in the mountain range, healing his injuries. 3 days later, Fong Chun slowly opened his eyes. At this moment, the aura around his body had obviously increased by a lot, and his temperament had also undergone a great change. I didn't expect to profit from a disaster and reach the second level of the condensing reality realm. Fong Chen's face revealed a cold smile. He had been encircled by so many geniuses and had almost died. Now, he had profited from a disaster and reached the second level of the condensing reality realm. His overall strength had increased. After adjusting his body slightly, Fong Chun turned and left. When Fong Chun left the mountain peak, a martialist suddenly appeared behind him. It seems that we are fated to meet. The martialist grinned. Fong Chun turned around and saw that the person who had come was the white-haired old man who had saved him in the Heavenly Ghost Forest. Kid, I didn't expect to meet you here. The white-haired old man grinned. Fong Chun cupped his hands at the white-haired elder. The latter asked, Have you thought about what I told you? Senior, may I ask how strong you are? Fong Chun suddenly had a flash of inspiration. My strength. The white-haired elder laughed loudly and said, You wouldn't know even if I told you the details. Anyway, let's compare it to Sky Array City. No one in Sky Array City is my match. Fong Chen's eyes lit up when he heard this. Senior, I have a few enemies. They're all outstanding figures of the younger generation from the major powers of Heaven Array City. If I take you as my master, I wonder if I can take revenge. Upon hearing Fong Chen's words, the white-haired elder knew that Fong Chun was worried about the revenge of those large factions. Don't worry. With me around, no one in Sky Array City will dare touch you. The white-haired elder guaranteed. Is that true? Asked Fong Chun. The white-haired elder smiled, and a wild aura enveloped Fong Chun. In that instant, Fong Chun felt like he was about to suffocate. Crash! The white-haired elder withdrew his aura. Fong Chun felt his chi and blood roil. He looked at the white-haired elder in shock. Now you should believe me, right? Asked the white-haired elder. Fong Chun nodded and didn't say anything else. Fong Chun once more appeared in Sky Array City. This time, he appeared openly. Accompanying Fong Chun was the white-haired elder. With the latter's support, Fong Chun could boldly slaughter as he pleased within Sky Array City. His heart was filled with killing intent for Jiusu and the others. If he didn't kill them, he wouldn't be at ease. The news of Fong Chen's return to Sky Array City spread like wildfire. Countless martial artists gathered at the city gates. Fong Chen stood at the city gates. There was a lot of space here, enough for him to kill. Beside Fong Chun stood the white-haired elder. 1 spread to 10, 10 spread to 100. Immediately, countless martial artists who were greedy for Fong Chen's profound weapon rushed over. Of course, even Jiu Su and the others came. Kid, you're really lucky. I let you escape last time. This time, you'll stay here, said Jiusu coldly. As soon as Jiusu finished speaking, a fifth-level condensing reality realm martial artist quickly attacked Fang Chun. This martial artist was a middle-aged man, also a rogue martial artist. Pucci. When Fang Chun saw this person attack, he waved the hidden star sword in his hand. He used a phantom sword art and directly pierced through the martial artist's chest, killing the enemy with one sword. Fang Chun's strength shocked many martial artists. Stop putting on an act. Let me take you on. An outstanding martial artist of Mount Dazzling Gold's younger generation attacked. He had comprehended the concept of gold and was very strong. Phantom sword art. Fang Chun used the phantom sword art again. With one sword, Jin Xing died. Many martial artists of Mount Dazzling Gold were furious that Jin Xing had been killed by Fang Chun in one sword. Quickly informed his sect's higher-ups. A martial artist of Mount Dazzling Gold roared. 2 swords killed 2 people. This scene made countless martial artists retreat, not daring to step forward. Let me. Lu Ran attacked. His strength was much stronger than Jin Xing's. He attacked like lightning, wanted to kill Fang Chun. Pucci. A cold light flashed. Fang Chun used the phantom sword art once more. The hidden star sword was like a life reaper, instantly killing Lu Ran. What? Even Lu Ran is dead. Lu Ran's death made many martial artists cry out. Lu Ran was a peak expert of the second tier of the younger generation. They hadn't expected that even he would die at the hands of this martial artist. It must be his profound weapon. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to kill Lu Ran. Damn it, kill him and take his profound weapon. Fang Chun's actions had completely infuriated Heavenly Array City's younger generation. After a short while, the higher-ups of Mount Dazzling Gold and the Pavilion Cloud Pavilion all arrived. Bastard, you dare kill my Mount Dazzling Gold's Jin Xing? You're courting death. The higher-ups of Mount Dazzling Gold were infuriated. The outstanding martial artist of the younger generation that they had nurtured with great difficulty had actually been killed in one sword strike. When they heard this news, they were infuriated. It wasn't just Mount Dazzling Gold. The Pavilion Cloud Pavilion's higher-ups were also infuriated. Lu Ran was an outstanding disciple of their Pavilion Cloud Pavilion, but he had died here. They wanted justice. A bunch of trash. You think you have the qualifications to be called outstanding? I'll help you clean up your sect so they don't occupy our resources. Fang Chun was incomparably arrogant. He wasn't the slightest bit afraid of them. Just at this moment, the Maqian Palace and the 9 Formation Pavilion's people also arrived. They had also heard what had happened at Heavenly Array City's gates. They were afraid that something had happened to their disciples. Who is it that dares cause trouble in Heavenly Array City? Berated the 9 Formation Pavilion's expert. A mere rogue cultivator dares to provoke our Heavenly Array City's various powers? He's truly courting death, said the Maqian Palace's expert sinisterly. For a moment, the various sects experts were all trying to suppress Fang Chun. However, Fang Chun wasn't the slightest bit afraid. He glanced at the white-haired elder behind him, and then turned to look at the other sect's experts. Your sect's disciples wanted to steal my priceless treasure and almost killed me. As for me, I've come back for revenge. Fang Chun's voice was very loud. Jiusu's expression had completely sunk. Brat, you're courting death. Jiusu was about to attack, but he was stopped by Fang Chun. The 3 of you can come together, sneered Fang Chun. The 3 people Fang Chun was referring to were Jiusu, Mo Zhongxian, and Bai Yanran. Of the second-tier geniuses present, only those 3 remained after Fang Chun killed them. Brother Jiusu, let's attack together and kill him, roared Mo Zhongxian. Just at this moment, one of the 9 Formation Pavilion's higher-ups spoke up. Jiusu, since that's the case, the 3 of you can attack together and kill this person. Jiusu nodded. With a flick of his wrist, a top-grade Yuan tier formation appeared, and Fang Chun was trapped within it. Attack! Shouted Jiusu. The 3 of them joined hands and unleashed a fierce attack to kill Fang Chun. The white-haired elder smiled faintly when he saw this. His eyes flickered, and a trace of fluctuation appeared within the top-grade Yuan tier formation. In the next moment, Fang Chun sensed that there was a loophole in the formation. After discovering the loophole, Fang Chun sneered. Using the loophole, he charged out of the supreme grade origin rank formation and performed the Phantom Godsword technique. Swish. Chapter 475. The three geniuses were fighting Fang Chun, but Wang Yinran had been instantly killed by Fang Chun. This was a disgrace. Die. When Fang Chun killed Wang Yinran, Jiu Su and Immortal Mo Jiu roared furiously. Their bodies emitted a wild aura. Joint attack formation, the two of them used a combination formation, which increased their offensive power several times over. Jiu Su's hands were constantly forming hand seals. He was setting up a formation, while Immortal Mo Jiu Su's body was filled with a wild, bloody aura as he launched a fierce attack on Fang Chun. As time passed, countless cultivators gathered at the city gates. Even some small sex cultivators had arrived. At this moment, the upper echelons of the various powers were all paying attention to this battle, especially Skyscraping Palace and 9 Formation Pavilion. As long as there was the slightest sign of trouble, they wouldn't hesitate to attack. This kid was too big of a threat. He had to be eliminated. Crash! In the blink of an eye, Jiu Su had set up a formation that trapped Fang Chun. Jiu Su exchanged a glance with Immortal Mo Jiu Su, and Immortal Mo Jiu Su once more used a combination formation. Seeing Jiu Su set up a formation, the white-haired elder smiled faintly. A hole instantly appeared in the formation. Bullying with numbers and setting up a formation, muttered the white-haired elder. At that moment, no one paid any attention to the white-haired elder. Everyone thought that the white-haired elder was just an ordinary warrior. No one would have thought that the white-haired elder was Fang Chun's backer. Puffed. Fang Chun held the hidden star sword and pierced through the formation. He instantly came out of the formation and used the illusion god sword art once more. A wild, illusory aura enveloped Immortal Mo Jiu Su. No! The hidden star sword carried a valiant sword intent and directly pierced into the chest of the Immortal of Devils. The latter let out a miserable scream. Crack! Fang Chun's wrist twisted, and the hidden star sword rotated 180 degrees inside Immortal Mo Jiu Su's body. Immortal Mo Jiu Su's body instantly fell to the ground. This sudden scene infuriated the Skyscraping Palace's cultivators. Brat, you're dead. No one can save you. The Skyscraping Palace's experts instantly unleashed their wild auras and joined the battle. However, at that moment, an even wilder aura stopped the Sky Matian Palace's powerhouse. This is a battle between the younger generation. Don't you think it's shameful for the older generation to interfere? An indifferent voice rang out. The Matian Palace's experts were horrified to find that they were unable to move. Who is it? The Matian Palace's experts were all terrified. They looked around and shouted, "Which expert is it?" The Skyscraping Palace's experts' words were blocked. They didn't dare to be careless. Too strong. He can easily stop us from the shadows, the many upper echelons of the Matian Palace said with lingering fear. Puffed. At that moment, Fang Chun wielded his long sword and took a step forward. He used the Phantom Sword technique. He pushed his sword to the extreme and stabbed out. Jiu Su wanted to escape, but it was too late. The sword pierced through his head. Bang! Jiu Su's body fell to the ground. Without the protection of the formation, he was unable to block Fang Chun's attack. The strongest second-tier genius of the younger generation, Jiu Su, had died. Following Jiu Su's death, the 9 Formation Pavilion's experts were all infuriated. They wanted to personally kill Fang Chun. At this moment, Fang Chun was standing on the ground with a longsword in his hand. His eyes were flickering, and he was emitting a terrifying aura. Are you satisfied? The white-haired old man leisurely walked in front of Fang Chun and asked. I'm very satisfied, said Fang Chun. The white-haired elder nodded and didn't say anything else. He turned his gaze to the 9 Formation Pavilion's experts. Crash! Suddenly, a wild aura appeared around the white-haired elder. Heaven and earth changed color. The 9 Formation Pavilion's experts were all shocked. The white-haired elder's aura was too powerful. It had definitely surpassed the condensing reality realm. When did such a grand existence appear in Heavenly Array City? Cried the 9 Formation Pavilion's experts in horror. Now, do you still want to kill him? Asked the white-haired elder. The upper echelons of the various factions lowered their heads as they pondered. After a long while, a helpless expression appeared on their faces. With the white-haired elder present, how could they dare attack Fong Chun? Senior, my 9 Formation Pavilion gives up, said the 9 Formation Pavilion's leader. My Mount Dazzling Gold gives up. My Machian Palace also gives up. The many factions that were furious and wanted to avenge the death of their outstanding disciples lowered their heads at this moment. The white-haired elder was too powerful, and they did not dare to attack rashly. The white-haired elder nodded. He turned to Fong Chun and asked, "Are you satisfied now?" Fong Chun didn't say anything. The white-haired elder continued, "Let's go. I'll take you to a place." After saying that, the white-haired elder brought Fong Chun into the depths of Heavenly Array City. Seeing Fong Chun leave with the white-haired elder, the various experts shook their heads. "Pavilion Master, could it be that Jiu Su died for nothing?" asked an elder. The 9 Formation Pavilion's Pavilion Master pondered for a moment. "With that mysterious expert present, what can we do?" "Pavilion Master, Jiu Su is one of the peak experts of our 9 Formation Pavilion's younger generation. We must take revenge for him," said an elder. The 9 Formation Pavilion's Pavilion Master looked around. Then he said to the various experts, "Everyone, I'm sure you all feel a trace of unwillingness in your hearts. Why don't you come to my 9 Formation Pavilion, and we can discuss this?" "All right, let's discuss this." "Jin Kong cannot die for nothing," said a Mount Dazzling Gold's expert. "That's right. An immortal amongst demons cannot die for nothing. He must pay the price," said a Machian Palace's expert. For a moment, the entire Heavenly Array City was filled with news of Fong Chun killing geniuses with his sword. He had killed several second-tier geniuses by himself. This matter shocked the entire Heavenly Array City. Of course, the most shocking thing was the mysterious elder behind Fong Chun. He had actually made the 9 Formation Pavilion and the other powers lower their heads. That was enough to show how powerful that mysterious elder was. Although everyone in Heavenly Array City was talking about Fong Chun, he had already followed the white-haired elder to the #1 power in Heavenly Array City, the Ling Formation Mountain. The Ling Formation Mountain was the #1 power in Heavenly Array City. It was an extremely large sect. All the disciples in the sect were formation geniuses. "Master, why did you bring me here?" asked Fong Chun curiously. "To borrow this place," said the white-haired elder as he brought Fong Chun into the range of the Ling Formation Mountain. In the next instant, the white-haired elder and Fong Chun silently appeared in a study room. At this moment, a middle-aged man was reading in a certain study room of the Ling Formation Mountain. Suddenly, he sensed a fluctuation in the air. His expression changed slightly, and he instantly raised his head. He saw Fong Chun and the mysterious elder. "Who are you?" asked the middle-aged man coldly. "Mountain Master, I've come here to borrow a courtyard of your Ling Formation Mountain. Is that possible?" asked the white-haired elder with a smile. "Humph. Where do you think our Ling Formation Mountain is? You think you can come and go as you please? You even want to borrow our treasured land," said the leader of the Ling Formation Mountain coldly. The white-haired elder didn't say anything. He only erupted with a powerful aura that instantly swept through the entire study room. The leader of the Ling Formation Mountain was stunned, and his expression changed. This aura. The leader of the Ling Formation Mountain was naturally experienced and knowledgeable. He could clearly feel that this aura definitely surpassed the condensing reality realm. "Senior, why do you want to borrow my Ling Formation Mountain's treasured land?" The leader of the Ling Formation Mountain instantly revealed a trace of a smile as he asked. "I want to teach my disciple," said the white-haired elder as he pointed at Fong Chun. "All right, not to mention 1 courtyard. Even 10 courtyards are fine," said the leader of the Ling Formation Mountain with a smile. Soon after, the leader of the Ling Formation Mountain arranged an independent courtyard for Fong Chun and the white-haired elder to live in. At this moment, the leader of the Ling Formation Mountain also received the news. Today, at the entrance of the Sky Array City, a youth wielding a sword had killed geniuses. He had killed many geniuses of the second tier in one breath, causing the various large forces to be furious. However, when the white-haired elder appeared in the end, all the forces lowered their heads and didn't dare to say anything. Could it be them? The leader of the Ling Formation Mountain thought inwardly. If that's the case, then this kid's strength is also very strong. He fought against the geniuses of the second tier in the Sky Array City alone, said the leader of the Ling Formation Mountain thoughtfully. Soon after, the leader of the Ling Formation Mountain made a decision, and that was to befriend the white-haired elder. The white-haired elder's strength had definitely surpassed the condensing reality realm. He wasn't someone he could compare to. How could he let go of such a good opportunity? In one of the courtyards of the Ling Formation Mountain, Fang Chun and the white-haired elder sat on a stone bench. Fang Chun, you're still too weak, said the white-haired elder. Fang Chun nodded. If he was strong enough, then he wouldn't need the support of the white-haired elder today. He could intimidate all the large forces by himself. I can't stay in the southern mountain land for long. So, I'll borrow your Ling Formation Mountain's place to teach you arrays for a few months. You have to learn well, said the white-haired elder. I will, said Fang Chun. If he could raise the level of his arrays, then he would be able to easily deal with those who were stronger than him. However, at this moment, Fang Chun took out the jade pendant and asked, Master, can you repair the arrays in this jade pendant? The white-haired elder took the jade pendant and carefully observed it. Then he said, Kid, you have quite a lot of good stuff. This jade pendant contains a profound level array. Once it's activated, it's very powerful. However, this array is incomplete. Crash! The white-haired elder's wrist shook. Suddenly, a grayish aura entered the jade pendant. Then, the white-haired elder handed the jade pendant to Fang Chun and said, It's already repaired. Hearing this, Fang Chun was shocked. He looked at the white-haired elder with a complicated expression. He couldn't believe it. Chapter 476. Don't use this jade pendant carelessly. It can be considered as your trump card. It can save your life if you encounter danger. The white-haired old man said. Fang Chun had once asked the white-haired old man for his name, but the old man did not tell Fang Chun. He said that Fang Chun would know in the future. Array Grandmaster. Fang Chun's heart was filled with shock. To think that his master was an Array Grandmaster. That was way too amazing. In the following time, Fang Chun wholeheartedly followed the white-haired old man to learn about arrays. Ever since the white-haired old man arrived, the Mountain Lord of the Spiritual Array Mountain specially issued an order. That was, all the disciples were not to go near the courtyard, and they were not to disturb the warriors in the courtyard. This order puzzled many of the disciples. Some of them even raised their doubts, but they did not get an answer. Of course, there were also some disciples who were observing. What kind of warriors lived in this courtyard? Why did the Mountain Lord value them so much? Despite the chaos in the outside world, Fang Chun quietly studied the Tao of array formations. After a month, Fang Chun was able to easily arrange a superior grade mortal level array. This made the white-haired old man very happy. Fang Chun's talent in arrays was much stronger than his talent in martial arts. Not bad. Now that you can arrange a superior grade mortal level array, it won't be long before you can arrange an origin grade array. The white-haired old man nodded in satisfaction. Because of the white-haired old man's guidance and his understanding of arrays, Fang Chun learned very quickly. Some arrays were often strange and could be arranged with a different method. Even the white-haired old man could not help but praise Fang Chun. Just like this, half a year passed in the blink of an eye. In half a year, Fang Chun did not take a step out of the spiritual array mountain. He had been learning arrays from the white-haired old man. In this half a year, he had also gained a lot. While learning arrays, his cultivation had also broken through to the peak of the third level of the condensing reality realm. Moreover, his state of mind had also improved greatly. As for array formations, Fang Chun could already easily set up a supreme grade origin array formation. Compared to a flame grandmaster, there was not much of a difference. The current Fang Chun was already a true array grandmaster. Furthermore, The supreme grade origin rank array formations that Fong Chun had set up were comparable to spirit rank array formations. Fong Chun, your potential is much greater than I imagined. I'm very satisfied with the past half year. The white-haired elder said with satisfaction when he saw Fong Chun set up a formation. It was all taught by Master, Fong Chun said with a smile. Although he hadn't fought anyone in the past 6 months, he felt that his strength had increased a lot. Fong Chun, you'll have to walk the rest of the path on your own. I have some matters to attend to, so I have to leave. Originally, I wanted to bring you with me. However, after thinking about it carefully, experts are forged through the tempering of life and death. Thus, I will not bring you with me, said the white-haired old man. Master, will we meet again? Fong Chun asked. We definitely will, said the white-haired old man. The white-haired old man left, leaving Fong Chun alone. This was the first time Fong Chun had left the courtyard in the past 6 months. He had only just left the courtyard when he was discovered by the disciples of Spirit Array Mountain. Many disciples instantly gathered here. Brat, you're the one who lived here and didn't let us approach, directly questioned a disciple when he saw Fong Chun. That's right, said Fong Chun. Brat, you're quite capable. You actually have such special privileges in my Spirit Array Mountain. I just don't know if your strength matches your special privileges, sneered the burly disciple. Won't you know if you try, said Fong Chun. You're courting death, snorted the disciple. With a wave of his hand, a formation was set up, and Fong Chun was caught within it. You still want to escape after being caught in my formation? Seeing Fong Chun fall into his formation, the burly man sneered and prepared to attack Fong Chun. However, the formation he had set up suddenly shattered, and Fong Chun appeared in front of him. This kind of trashy formation? Fong Chun smiled indifferently. The formation the burly man had set up was a Yuan tier formation. However, it was the lowest level of Yuan tier formation. In Fong Chun's eyes, it was indeed a trashy formation. Furthermore, the Yuan tier formation the burly man had set up had several loopholes. Fong Chun took advantage of the loopholes and instantly broke the formation. Seeing this, the burly man's expression changed. He angrily roared, "Without this formation, I'll still defeat you." Bang! Following the burly man's roar, a loud sound suddenly rang out. Everyone looked over and saw that Fong Chun was quietly standing in his original spot, not moving at all. As for the burly man's body, he was sent flying. He fell to the ground, causing the floor to crack. Heavens! He defeated Wang Ling with one strike. That's too powerful. In an instant, the news of Fong Chun defeating Wang Ling spread throughout the entire Spiritual Array Mountain. Many powerful disciples were in the process of rushing over. Fong Chun did not leave. He wanted to test the results of his half a year of hard work. Soon, the top 10 disciples of the younger generation of the Spiritual Array Mountain had all arrived. They glared at Fong Chun like a tiger eyeing its prey. Kid, you dare to cause trouble in the Spiritual Array Mountain? A disciple questioned in a deep voice. Fong Chun looked around at the crowd. The Spiritual Array Mountain was comparable to the barren sect in the water-leaning city. The top 10 disciples of the Spiritual Array Mountain were equivalent to the core disciples of the barren sect. If it was before, Fong Chun would naturally not be their opponent. However, with his current strength combined with the formation, he was not even afraid of a 6-stage condensing reality realm martial artist. It seems like he was the one who came looking for trouble with me first. Fong Chun said, "Senior brother Wu, he's too arrogant. He doesn't put us, the disciples of the Spiritual Array Mountain, in his eyes. You have to help us." A disciple shouted. Wu Ling's face was gloomy. As one of the top 10 disciples of the Spiritual Array Mountain, he naturally had to take action when a disciple of the sect was hurt. Moreover, for the past half a year, the Mountain Master of the Spiritual Array Mountain had ordered that no one was allowed to go near the courtyard. This caused many disciples to be dissatisfied. Now that Fong Chun had come out, they naturally had to make things difficult for him. At this moment, in a hidden place, the Mountain Master of the Spiritual Array Mountain was watching everything. It seems like that almighty person did not appear. Let's just leave the duel between the younger generation to them. The mountain master of the spiritual array mountain said with a smile. At this moment, Fang Chun and Wu Ling had already started their battle. Wu Ling and Fang Chun set up a formation at the same time. Although Fang Chun's formation was a top-grade Yuan level formation, its power was comparable to a spirit level formation. Wu Ling's formation was clearly weaker than Fang Chun's. Crack! Wu Ling's formation was the first to break. It immediately shattered, and Wu Ling was trapped in Fang Chun's formation. Damn it! Wu Ling roared. Immediately, a wild aura burst out from his body. He wanted to block Fang Chun's attack. The third level of the Phantom Sword Art. In the past half a year, Fang Chun had trained the Phantom Sword Art to the third level. Coupled with his peak third condensing reality realm cultivation. Even if Wu Ling was an early sixth condensing reality realm warrior, Fang Chun was not afraid at all. Swoosh! The Phantom Sword Art created countless illusory swords. These illusory swords were extremely powerful. When they hit Wu Ling's body, Wu Ling instantly lost his ability to fight. Bang! Wu Ling's body fell to the ground, and he fainted. Senior brother Wu Ling. Many disciples hurriedly helped Wu Ling up and shouted. Seeing Wu Ling fall into a coma, the top 10 disciples finally started to take Fang Chun seriously. Being able to defeat Wu Ling means that your strength is enough to be ranked first among the younger generation of the Sky Array City. Ding Chuan squinted his eyes and said, Ding Chuan was the strongest among the younger generation of the spiritual Array Mountain. His cultivation was at the peak of the sixth condensing reality realm. He was only one step away from the seventh condensing reality realm. So what? Fang Chun said. If you can withstand 10 moves from me, I won't make it difficult for you. Ding Chuan said. Fang Chun thought for a moment, then said, 10 moves? That's too troublesome. How about this? If I can't defeat you in 10 moves, then I lose. Fang Chun said. Hearing Fang Chun's words, the crowd went into an uproar. Countless warriors looked at Fang Chun in shock. They thought that Fang Chun was too arrogant. Kid, you are too arrogant. You will regret what you said. How dare you talk to our senior apprentice brother Ding Chuan like that? Are you looking for death? Senior apprentice brother Ding Chuan is the strongest among the younger generation of the Sky Array City. No one in the younger generation dares to challenge senior apprentice brother Ding Chuan. How dare you say that you can defeat him in 10 moves? Arrogant, too arrogant. Many disciples sneered. The faces of the top 10 disciples changed slightly. There was a hint of displeasure between their brows. Originally, they saw that Fang Chun's strength was not bad and wanted to befriend him. However, Fang Chun actually said that he would defeat Ding Chuan within 10 moves. Even a seventh condensing reality realm warrior wouldn't dare to say that to Ding Chuan. Ding Chuan sneered and said, You are stupid. Do you know that? Stupid or not, it's not up to you to decide. Fang Chun said. His cultivation was at the third condensing reality realm, and his Phantom Sword Art was at the third level. He was invincible among the sixth condensing reality realm warriors. At this moment, the leader of the spiritual Array Mountain, who was hiding in the dark, squinted his eyes and laughed. This kid was interesting. Is he talking nonsense? Or can he really do it? The leader of the spiritual Array Mountain said faintly. Thinking about the mysterious old man behind him, the leader of the spiritual Array Mountain, he felt that this kid was not talking nonsense. He was even a little curious about whether this kid could defeat Ding Chuan in 10 moves. If you can really defeat Ding Chuan in 10 moves, I will definitely find a way to take you into the spiritual Array Mountain. The leader of the spiritual Array Mountain said to himself. At this moment, the top 10 disciples were staring at Fang Chun furiously. Kid, you are looking for death. You can't blame others. That's right. Only you would dare to say that you can defeat senior apprentice brother Ding Chuan in 10 moves. Chapter 477. At this moment, Ding Chuan stood in the crowd with an indifferent smile on his face. He was laughing at Fang Chun for being too arrogant and also laughing at Fang Chun for being too weak. Reading novels, the top 10 disciples had disdainful smiles on their faces. They thought that Fang Chun was hitting a rock with an egg. Ding Chuan was the strongest among the younger generation of the spiritual Array Mountain. Not to mention that his cultivation had reached the peak of the 6th level of condensing reality realm. He had also become an array grandmaster at a young age. That's right, you didn't see wrong. He was an array grandmaster. Although Ding Chuan was a newly promoted array grandmaster, no one dared to underestimate his strength. Even the mountain lord of the spiritual array mountain had high hopes for Ding Chuan. 10 moves. The indifferent smile on Ding Chuan's face finally disappeared. This was a blatant provocation. An unknown little guy actually dared to provoke him. Ding Chuan, if I can't defeat you in 10 moves, I will never find trouble with you again. Ding Chuan said in a deep voice. All right, Fang Chen nodded. The hidden star sword in his hand let out a sword cry. In the next moment, Fang Chen's wrist shook and instantly set up an origin-level array. Seeing Fang Chen set up an origin-level array, Ding Chuan was not moved at all. He even revealed a wild smile on his face. Origin-level array? Ding Chuan muttered to himself. I'll let you see what a real array is. As soon as Ding Chuan finished speaking, he suddenly shook his wrist. Suddenly, countless spiritual stones appeared in the sky. These spiritual stones contained boundless spiritual energy. Crash! Like a goddess scattering flowers, Ding Chuan controlled these spiritual stones and used them as the base of the array. In an instant, he set up a majestic array. After the array was set up, it instantly rushed out with an extremely wild aura. The most shocking thing was that when Ding Chuan set up the array, Fang Chen's origin-level array actually broke by itself. This situation caused Fang Chen to be startled. An array grandmaster? Fang Chen looked around. He had fallen into a terrifying array formation. This array formation was even stronger than the fog array formation he had encountered before. This array formation was obviously a spirit-grade array formation. Although it wasn't considered powerful among spirit-grade array formations, it was considered very powerful for Fang Chen, an array formation master. Fang Chen carefully looked at this spirit-grade array formation, and some memories of the array formation's comprehension appeared in his mind. At this moment, Ding Chuan's voice was transmitted into the array formation. Kid, if you admit defeat now, you can still lose with dignity, Ding Chuan said in a low voice. Ding Chuan believed that Fang Chen would not be able to withstand a single blow from his spirit-restricting array. At that moment, the mountain master of spiritual array mountain, who was hiding in the dark, smiled when he saw Ding Chuan setting up the ceiling spirit array. This kid, Ding Chuan, has not wasted my efforts in nurturing him. He has just advanced to an array formation grandmaster, yet he can actually set up a ceiling spirit array. The mountain master of spiritual array mountain was very happy. The ceiling spirit array was a beginner spirit grade array formation. It had a special characteristic, which was that martialists who fell into the ceiling spirit array would not be able to use the spirit chi within their bodies. The most important thing for a martialist was spirit chi. Once one was unable to use spirit chi, one would be at the mercy of others. Therefore, many array formation grandmasters or array formation grandmasters like to use ceiling spirit arrays for this reason. Of course, the ceiling spirit array set up by an array formation grandmaster was even more powerful. It was simply not something Ding Chuan could compare to. Fang Chen did not respond to Ding Chuan's words. At the moment, his mind was filled with the memories of the array formation comprehension book. Fang Chen had been studying array formation with a white-haired old man for half a year. He had already thoroughly familiarized himself with the array formation comprehension book that he had obtained back then. This book had recorded a lot of the Almighty's array formation comprehension book when he had been young. Among these comprehensions, there was a description of the ceiling spirit array. The ceiling spirit array, set up by ordinary people, has a certain loophole. As long as the loophole is exploited, the ceiling spirit array is no longer scary. This was what was recorded in the array formation comprehension book. In the beginning, Fang Chen was a little panicked when he was trapped in the ceiling spirit array and realized that he was unable to use spirit chi. However, when he learned that this was a ceiling spirit array, he instantly relaxed. At the moment, his mind was filled with memories. After a long time, Fang Chen began to search for the loophole in the ceiling spirit array. After a while, Fang Chun found a loophole in the sealing spirit array according to the records in the Array Formation Comprehension book. Fang Chen's wrist shook, and the hidden star sword directly pierced the loophole in the sealing spirit array. Suddenly, a dark aura appeared within the sealing spirit array. Immediately after, the sealing spirit array's effect disappeared. As expected, Fang Chen's face was full of smiles when he saw this. It was also at this moment that Ding Chuan entered the sealing spirit array. He did not even notice the changes in the sealing spirit array. Holding the war saber in his hand, he directly launched a fierce attack on Fang Chun. Limitless saber. Ding Chuan growled, and the war saber in his hand drew a strange trajectory. In an instant, it turned into countless saber lights and slashed on Fang Chen's body. The third level of the Phantom Sword Technique. Naturally, Fang Chen would not sit still and wait for his death. He instantly displayed the third level of the Phantom Sword Technique to block the attack. Resistance is meaningless within the sealing spirit array. Ding Chuan growled and controlled the war saber to slash at Fang Chun. Bang! Fang Chen's hidden star sword heavily collided with Ding Chuan's war saber. With a cracking sound, Ding Chuan's war saber actually broke in an instant during the fierce collision. Ding Chuan felt a gravitational force coming from the broken war saber, causing his body to fly out uncontrollably. How is this possible? At this moment, Ding Chuan did not even care about the broken war saber. Instead, he was shocked that Fang Chun could use spirit chi within the sealing spirit array. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ding Chuan's body flew out, and he yelled in disbelief. However, this could not cover up what happened just now. When his body fell to the ground, the sealing spirit array instantly disappeared, and Fang Chun quietly stood on the ground. Many disciples originally thought that Fang Chun would definitely lose after being trapped in the sealing spirit array. However, the result was out of their expectations. Senior brother Ding Chuan was sent flying, and his war saber was also broken. How is this possible? How is this kid so strong? Being trapped in the sealing spirit array and unable to use spirit chi, how is he a match for senior brother Ding Chuan? Could it be that the sealing spirit array is immune to him? At this moment, the entire square was in an uproar. Countless disciples were shocked, and even the top 10 disciples were looking at each other. The spiritual Array Mountain's mountain lord, who was hiding in the dark, was also shocked for a long time. After a long time, the spiritual Array Mountain's mountain lord's eyes flickered, and he said, "This kid's potential is too strong. We must keep him here." Ding Chuan slowly crawled up from the ground. He glanced at his broken saber, and then looked at Fang Chun with a complicated expression. "Do you still want to fight?" asked Fang Chun. Ding Chuan thought for a moment before shaking his head. A bitter smile appeared on his face. He threw away his broken saber and cupped his hands to Fang Chun. "From today onwards, I, Ding Chuan, will no longer make things difficult for you." Ding Chuan was someone who could afford to lose and let go of things. He would naturally honor his words. However, there was one thing he didn't understand. Furthermore, he couldn't figure it out no matter how much he thought about it. "Can you tell me how you were able to use spirit chi within the sealing spirit array?" Ding Chuan humbly asked for guidance. Fang Chun nodded slightly. This wasn't a secret, so he directly told Ding Chuan, "The sealing spirit array you set up had a bit of a loophole, and I just happened to use that loophole to make it ineffective against me. So that's what it was." Ding Chuan nodded. Although he didn't know what loophole there was in the sealing spirit array, at least he knew the reason for his failure. At this moment, Ding Chuan was filled with admiration for Fang Chun. Even without the sealing spirit array, he still wouldn't be Fang Chen's match in a one-on-one fight. If his guess wasn't wrong, the weapon in Fang Chen's hand should be a profound armament. Otherwise, it wouldn't have been able to break his top-grade spirit artifact saber in one strike. Thinking of that, Ding Chuan nodded heavily at Fang Chun. "Thank you for showing mercy." Fang Chun grinned. He didn't say anything and prepared to leave. At this moment, not a single person dared to stop Fang Chun. His strength had been acknowledged by all the disciples. Even the publicly acknowledged strongest disciple of spiritual Array Mountain, Ding Chuan, wasn't his match. Could anyone else stop Fang Chen? Seeing that Fang Chen was about to leave, the disciples in the plaza all opened up a path for Fang Chen. However, at this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. Fang Chen, why are you in such a hurry to leave? The Mountain Lord of Spiritual Array Mountain appeared with a smile on his face. Many disciples cupped their hands and greeted the Mountain Lord of Spiritual Array Mountain. Fang Chen also turned around and looked at the Mountain Lord of Spiritual Array Mountain. Oh, I don't know what the Mountain Lord wants. To be able to call out his name, it seemed that the Mountain Lord of Spiritual Array Mountain had investigated him. Fang Chen, half a year ago, you killed many second-tier geniuses. They hate you to the core. If you go out like this, you will definitely be surrounded by them. With your strength alone, I'm afraid that you won't be a match for those great sects, the Mountain Lord of Spiritual Array Mountain said thoughtfully. Although I'm not a match for them, they might not be able to stop me. Fang Chen's eyes flickered as he said, Fang Chen, I hope that you can join the Spiritual Array Mountain. You are a genius in the Tao of Arrays. If you can join the Spiritual Array Mountain, I will spare no effort to nurture you. The Mountain Lord of Spiritual Array Mountain said bluntly. Fang Chen was stunned when he heard this. Soon after, he shook his head and said, half a year ago, I left the barren sect. Many disciples sucked in a breath of cold air when they heard Fang Chen's words. They never thought that Fang Chen had already become a disciple of the barren sect half a year ago. The barren sect was a sect on the same level as the Spiritual Array Mountain. They were both peak 2-star sects. Yet, Fang Chen had actually taken the initiative to leave the barren sect. Even the Mountain Lord of Spiritual Array Mountain was stunned. However, he immediately smiled and said, Fang Chen, when I said that you would join the Spiritual Array Mountain, it's not for a long time. It's only for a short period of time. In a month, the Spiritual Array Mountain will represent the Sky Array City and have an exchange with the younger generation of the nearby Tianshui City. This exchange is to compete for a spot in the mysterious yellow immortal pond. If you can represent our Spiritual Array Mountain to participate, I can give you a spot in the mysterious yellow immortal pond. Chapter 478. The Mysterious Yellow Immortal Pond. When Fang Chen heard those words, his heart skipped a beat. Seeing that Fang Chen was interested in the mysterious yellow immortal pond, the Spirit Array Mountain's Mountain Lord grinned and said, Fang Chen, in a strange realm not far from our Sky Array City and Sky Water City, there's an immortal pond called the Mysterious Yellow Immortal Pond. Within the Mysterious Yellow Immortal Pond, there's mysterious yellow water. This mysterious yellow water is produced by the will of the earth, and it's extremely useful to cultivators. Ever since we found a mysterious yellow immortal pond, Sky Water City and Sky Array City have been fighting over it. Because of the mysterious yellow immortal pond, there's been a lot of fighting between the two cities. In the end, we've come to an agreement that the younger generation will compete to determine the quota for the mysterious yellow immortal pond, said the Spirit Array Mountain's Mountain Lord. In another month, it'll be the annual mysterious yellow immortal pond battle. Last year, because Ding Chuan was in seclusion, our Sky Array City lost the battle. In the end, the quota for the mysterious yellow immortal pond was obtained by Sky Water City. Our Sky Array City only has a few spots. This year, we don't want to repeat the same mistake, continued the Spirit Array Mountain's Mountain Lord. After listening to the Spirit Array Mountain's Mountain Lord's explanation, Fang Chen understood that the mysterious yellow immortal pond was a holy land for cultivation. The two cities were fighting over the right to control the mysterious yellow immortal pond, as well as the quota. Seeing Fang Chen's expression, the Spirit Array Mountain's Mountain Lord had a bad feeling. He continued, Of course, the mysterious yellow immortal pond isn't just a holy land for cultivation. Oh, what's so special about it? Asked Fang Chen. Fang Chen, I don't know if you've heard of it. In the ancient era, when a Yellow Spring sect didn't even exist, an overlord force appeared in the southern mountain range. No, to be exact, it was just a small branch of an overlord force, said the Spirit Array Mountain's Mountain Lord with a solemn expression. You're talking about the heaven-raising gate? Fang Chen's face was filled with shock as he hurriedly asked. The spirit array mountain lord nodded heavily and said, Heaven-raising sect. At that time, a branch of the heaven-raising sect appeared in the southern mountain range. As for what kind of existence the heaven-raising sect was, I'm sure you know. At this moment, Fong heaven-raising sect was heaven-raising sect. Could it be that the mysterious yellow immortal pond was the heaven-raising heaven sect? In ancient times, the heaven-raising sect was an extremely powerful sect. It was said that a branch of the heaven-raising sect easily became an overlord in the southern mountain land. A sect was a sect. Sect. Ping. Sect. In any case, there were countless legends regarding the heaven-raising gate. As for which one was true, Fong Chen wasn't sure. However, there was one thing that could not be denied. The terrifying thing about the heaven-raising gate was that they could nurture Dharma idols. That's right, nurturing the Dharma idol. Imagine if a condensing reality realm cultivator could nurture their own Dharma idol and make it stronger. How terrifying would that be? You're saying that the mysterious yellow immortal pond is related to the heaven-raising sect? Fong Chun asked hurriedly. The spirit array mountain lord nodded and said, The reason why our two cities are fighting for control of the mysterious yellow immortal pond is to explore the secrets of the heaven-raising sect. It's said that the mysterious yellow immortal pond contains some secrets about the heaven-raising sect's branch sect. If we can obtain it, we might be able to find the old site of the heaven-raising sect. However, after so many years, our two cities still have no clue, said the spirit array mountain lord. Fong Chan tried his best to calm the excitement in his heart and said, Okay, I promise you. He was just representing the spirit array mountain to participate in the mysterious yellow immortal pond battle. This was nothing to Fong Chun. What really attracted Fong Chun was that the mysterious yellow immortal pond might contain the secrets of the heaven-raising sect. That was a fatal attraction. Seeing that Fong Chun had agreed, the spirit array mountain lord revealed a smile. All right, with you around, our chances of winning this time will greatly increase. The mountain lord of Ling Array Mountain grinned. When the news that Fong Chun had temporarily become a disciple of the Spirit Array Mountain spread throughout the entire Sky Array city, the various forces led by the 9 Array Pavilion were furious. However, with the Spirit Array Mountain backing Fong Chun, they didn't dare to voice their anger. Although they didn't dare to voice their anger, they continued to spread rumors behind their backs. They said that Fong Chun had only become a disciple of the Spirit Array Mountain through the back door and even had to participate in the annual mysterious yellow immortal pond battle. At first, this news only spread within a small area. However, in less than 3 days, the entire Sky Array city was discussing this matter. All the martialists were berating Fong Chun, believing that Fong Chun didn't have the qualifications to represent the Sky Array City in the mysterious yellow immortal pond battle. At first, the Spirit Array Mountain didn't pay any attention to this matter. However, as the matter intensified, the various large sects actually joined forces to protest against the Spirit Array Mountain. At this time, the Spirit Array Mountain couldn't sit still any longer. They immediately called for a grand competition among the younger generation of the Sky Array City. Of course, the purpose of this disciple competition was to let everyone witness Fong Chen's true strength. The grand competition would be held today. At a certain large square in the Sky Array City, the disciples of the Spirit Array Mountain had already arrived. They were resting in the resting area of the Spirit Array Mountain. Many martialists had come early in the morning to watch. The entire square was filled with people. At this moment, the upper echelons of the Mount Dazzling Gold arrived. When they saw Fong Chun, their faces were filled with anger. However, because of the Spirit Array Mountain, they didn't dare fly into a rage. Fong Chun, just you wait. You will die miserably, the upper echelons of the Mount Dazzling Gold said coldly. Machin Palace was the next to arrive, followed by 9 Matrix Pavilion. Many cultivators from Luyun Pavilion also arrived. They all had a common enemy, and that was Fong Chun. Since everyone is here, let's begin the Disciples' Grand Competition. The Mountain Master of Ling Array Mountain grinned. Among the various factions present, the Spirit Array Mountain was the strongest. However, there were many other factions in the Sky Array City. The Spirit Array Mountain couldn't be the absolute overlord. As the Mountain Master of the Spirit Array Mountain spoke, Fong Chun was the first to step onto the stage. He looked around at the various large sects and said, "The Spirit Array Mountain has only sent me. If you think that I don't have the qualifications to participate in the mysterious Yellow Immortal Pond battle, then feel free to send someone up." The various factions became even more furious when they heard Fong Chen's words. The first to be unable to hold back were the upper echelons of the Mount Dazzling Gold. "Jinlan, you go," said the Mountain Master icily. As soon as he finished speaking, a lady in golden clothes ascended the stage. There was a murderous look in her eyes. Although she hid it well, Fong Chun still managed to catch it. Jinlan was a disciple of the Mount Dazzling Gold's younger generation who was second only to Jin Hong. In the past, she had always been suppressed by Jin Hong. However, half a year ago, after Jin Heng's death, the Mount Dazzling Gold had gone all out to nurture Jinlan. In this short period of time, Jinlan's strength had surpassed Jin Heng's, and she had become a new expert of the Mount Dazzling Gold's younger generation. "Spirit Mountain Master, should we restrict the use of formations in this competition?" asked the Mount Dazzling Gold's Mountain Master suddenly. The Spirit Array Mountain's Mountain Master pondered for a moment before nodding. Yes. The upper echelons of the Mount Dazzling Gold were all smiles when they heard the Spirit Array Mountain's Mountain Master agree. At the same time, they were even more certain that Jinlan would definitely be able to kill Fong Chun. "Mountain Master, may I ask if we can kill people in this competition?" asked Fong Chun suddenly. "There are no restrictions in this competition. If you're not as strong as others and get killed, you can't blame anyone. Don't you all agree?" asked the Spirit Array Mountain's Mountain Master as he looked at the leaders of the other sects. Those leaders all nodded. With the Spirit Array Mountain's Mountain Master's words, they weren't afraid of the Spirit Array Mountain's retaliation if they killed Fong Chun. Fong Chun nodded. He looked at Jinlan and said, "You're not my match. I don't want to attack a girl. You should step down. Let another man come up." Jinlan sneered when she heard Fong Chen's words. "Fong Chun, you are my Mount Dazzling Gold's enemy. Today I, Jinlan, will personally kill my enemy." Since that's the case, Fong Chun shook his head and said softly, "Watch this." Jinlan shouted in a low voice. Golden light instantly appeared around her body. The dense golden light made Jinlan's aura become incomparably wild. The second minor realm of the concept of metal. The concept of metal was known for its toughness. Using the concept of metal could instantly increase a martial artist's combat power. Even Jin Kongming hadn't been able to cultivate the concept of metal to such a high level in the past. It seemed Mount Dazzling Gold had really invested a lot. But wasn't this more interesting? Killing their so-called genius would make them feel heartache. Illusion God Sword Art. Fong Chun used the third level of the Illusion God Sword Art. A wild sword intent instantly poured into the Hidden Star Sword. In the next moment, the Hidden Star Sword erupted with a wild aura. Whoosh! Under Fong Chen's control, the Hidden Star Sword directly smashed into Jinlan's palm. The golden light was crazily absorbed by the Hidden Star Sword. Jinlan's expression changed. She felt the concept of metal within her body crazily pour into her opponent's sword. "What's going on?" Jinlan was shocked. She was actually unable to control the concept of metal. "Break!" Jinlan shouted and clenched her hand into a fist. The concept of metal forcefully condensed in her fist. She then sent a punch at Fong Chun. "I've been waiting for you." When Fong Chun saw Jinlan attacking him, he instantly raised the Hidden Star Sword and pierced it towards Jinlan's fist. At this moment, an extremely dense concept of metal appeared on the tip of the Hidden Star Sword. "How is this possible?" Jinlan cried out involuntarily. At this moment, Fong Chen's Hidden Star Sword cut through Jinlan's fist like cutting through tofu. Then, the Hidden Star Sword pierced into Jinlan's body like a spear. Pucci Jinlan's delicate body trembled. Her eyes were filled with terror as she vomited blood. No! On the martial stage, This sudden scene caused the experts of Mount Dazzling Gold to be stunned. Soon after, they let out furious roars. Bang! Jean Lan's body softly fell to the ground. Although the opponent was a woman, Fang Chun would never be lenient to those who wanted to kill him. Chapter 479. The number one expert of Mount Dazzling Gold's younger generation, an elite that the entire sect had nurtured, had fallen at the hands of Fang Chun just like that. The upper echelons of Mount Dazzling Gold could no longer sit still. "Brat, you're courting death." The Mount Dazzling Gold's mountain master roared furiously. The other elders also stood up, preparing to attack Fang Chun. However, how could the mountain master of the spiritual array mountain sit by and watch? Everyone, I've already said this before. There are no restrictions in this battle. It's a competition between disciples. Could it be that you, the older generation, want to take action as well? Said the mountain master of the spiritual array mountain. Mountain master, don't be rash. Some elders of Mount Dazzling Gold stopped the mountain master. After a long while, the experts of Mount Dazzling Gold finally calmed down. Their eyes were filled with fury, but they didn't dare to act blindly without thinking because the mountain master of the spiritual array mountain was present. "Is there anyone else who wants to challenge?" asked Fang Chun as he glanced at the Cloud Pavilion, Nine Formation Pavilion, and Machin Palace. In an instant, everyone's gaze was focused on the few great sections. "My Cloud Pavilion doesn't believe that you're that strong." Lu Hong, the strongest expert of a younger generation that the Cloud Pavilion had nurtured, said coldly, "The three of you come at me together." His tone was the same as half a year ago. However, those words had successfully angered the three of them. "Brat, you're courting death." In the past 6 months, the major sects have been doing their best to nurture the best of the younger generation. Although Dazzling Gold's Jean Lan had fallen, the younger generation of Luyin Pavilion, Nine Array Pavilion, and Machin Palace believed that Fang Chen's strength was only slightly stronger than Jean Lan's. Lu Hong, Jiu Wu, and Mo Wanqing were furious when they heard Fang Chen's words. They instantly stepped onto the martial stage. The eyes of many cultivators lit up when they saw this scene. Half a year ago, Fang Chun had used his sword to kill geniuses. He had single-handedly suppressed all the second-tier geniuses. Today, half a year later, he once again fought 1 against 3 and prepared to fight against the 3 geniuses. This Fang Chun is really courageous. He actually dares to challenge all 3 of them at the same time. Many disciples on the square were discussing spiritedly. The Mountain Lord of the Spirit Array Mountain had never expected that the grand competition between the disciples of Sky Array City would end up like this. However, since Fang Chun had done this, he might as well let him do as he pleased. Lu Hong's face was cold as he looked at Fang Chun and said, "Brat, half a year ago, Senior Lu Ran died in your hands. Today, I will avenge him. Lad, even though you were able to kill Senior Brother Jiu Su, my strength has long surpassed Senior Brother Jiu Su in this half a year's time. Today, only death awaits you." Jiu Wu sneered. Monster of Devils had a sinister smile on his face. He didn't say anything, but his expression told everyone that he wanted Fang Chun dead. The 3 second-ranked geniuses had joined hands to fight Fang Chun, yet the latter didn't seem to be afraid at all. "Are you all done?" Fang Chun looked at the 3 of them and asked. Boom! As soon as Fang Chun finished speaking, a wild aura suddenly burst out. In this half a year, Fang Chun's cultivation had reached the peak of level 3 condensing reality realm. His phantom sword art had also reached the 3rd level. At this moment, he directly released his golden giant Dharma idol. The moment the golden giant Dharma idol appeared, the entire martial arts arena was instantly enveloped by a wild sword intent. Even a mountain lord of the Spirit Array Mountain was a little shocked when he saw the golden giant Dharma idol. This Dharma idol, the mountain lord of the Spirit Array Mountain, actually felt a dangerous aura from the golden giant Dharma idol. Seeing Fang Chun release his Dharma idol, Lu Hong and the other 2 also released their own Dharma idols. The Dharma idols appeared above their heads, and suddenly, a wild aura soared into the sky. "Lad, go to hell." Lu Hong was the first to attack. He was very eager to kill Fang Chun. Jiao Wu and Monster of Devils attacked Fang Chun from the left and right. Phantom Sword Art, 3rd level. Fang Chun displayed the 3rd level of the Phantom Sword Art. A wild aura burst out from the golden giant Dharma idol and instantly rushed into the hidden star sword. Crack! The hidden star sword fiercely collided with Lu Hong's long spear. With a crack, the long spear broke. Lu Hong did not have time to dodge and was directly pierced by Fang Chen's sword. Lu Hong, the leader of the younger generation of Lu Yun Pavilion, had fallen. Lu Hong had fallen in a single blow, which shocked countless warriors. How is it possible? How can he be so strong? His Dharma idol made my heart palpitate. In the arena, many warriors exclaimed. Seeing Lu Hong die, Monster of Devils and Jiao Wu's faces were also filled with shock. Then, the two of them attacked Fang Chun from the left and right. At this moment, Fang Chen's sword body was pushed to the extreme. He used the golden giant Dharma idol to display the 3rd level of the Phantom Sword Art. At this moment, Fang Chen's battle power had reached its peak. Even if Fang Chun was facing a 7th condensing reality realm warrior, he could still fight with them, let alone Monster of Devils and Jiao Wu. You're courting death. Seeing Jiao Wu and Monster of Devils attacking from the left and right, Fang Chun growled and turned to look at Monster of Devils. Then, he displayed the Phantom Sword Art with the hidden star sword and stabbed towards Monster of Devils. When the hidden star sword stabbed towards Monster of Devils, Fang Chen's back was exposed in front of Jiao Wu. Seeing this, Jiao Wu revealed a sinister smile. Then, he clenched his fist and punched Fang Chen's back. Bang! Fang Chen's back was hit by Jiao Wu's punch. Fang Chun endured the pain and stabbed his sword into Monster of Devils' body. Skyscraping Palace's Monster of Devils had fallen. The 3 of them had joined forces to fight Fang Chun. In the blink of an eye, 2 of them had fallen. This scene shocked all the upper echelons of the various forces. However, when Jiao Wu's fist hit Fang Chun, Fang Chen's body trembled. After Fang Chun killed Monster of Devils, he tried to stabilize himself. His back was in pain, but fortunately, he had a strong sword body, which helped him block most of the force. His eyes were cold as he looked at Jiao Wu and said, "Now, it's your turn." When Jiao Wu saw Fang Chen's eyes, a trace of fear appeared in his heart. However, it was too late. Fang Chun had already displayed the 3rd level of the Phantom Sword Art. I refuse to believe that you're still capable of unleashing such a powerful attack after being struck by my fist. Seeing this, Jiao Wu snorted coldly and unleashed another powerful attack. However, before he could even finish speaking, an expert from the 9 Formation Pavilion shouted, "Jiao Wu, be careful." Upon hearing this sound, Jiao Wu cursed silently. He tried his best to control his body to dodge, but suddenly there was a sound. Jiao Wu felt a sharp pain in his chest. When he looked down, he realized that a sword had pierced his chest. No! Jiao Wu's life force rapidly dissipated. He extended his hand, wanting to attack Fang Chun, but in the end, he wasn't able to endure. Puffed! Fang Chun pulled back his hidden star sword, and Jiao Wu collapsed to the ground. 4 corpses were lying on the martial stage. They were all 2nd-tier geniuses of Heavenly Array City. Half a year ago, Fang Chun had killed many 2nd-tier geniuses. Half a year later, he had killed 4 more geniuses. Damnable brat, you mercilessly killed your disciples. You deserve death. The 9 Formation Pavilion's upper echelon was infuriated. We have to kill him. The Skyscraping Palace's upper echelon was also infuriated. The upper echelon of several large sects' upper echelon were denouncing Fang Chun. Fang Chun narrowed his eyes and looked at the crowd in a domineering manner. He had an incomparable temperament. Everyone, I've already said that there are no restrictions in this competition. If he dies, it means his strength isn't enough. Fang Chun is a disciple of my Spirit Formation Mountain. If anyone dares to attack Fang Chun, they will be my Spirit Formation Mountain's enemy, said the Spirit Formation Mountain's Mountain Master. His words were filled with threat. Hearing the words of the Mountain Master of the Lingjin Mountain, the leaders of the various sects tried their best to suppress their anger. However, if the Lingjin Mountain wanted to protect Fang Chun, there was nothing they could do. Right now, they were all pondering how to kill Fang Chun. Who else is there? asked Fong Chen loudly. Suddenly, the entire square fell silent. All the martial artists unconsciously retreated, not daring to speak. Seeing this, the Spirit Formation Mountain's mountain master smiled. Now, do you have any objections to Fong Chen representing Heavenly Array City in this competition for the Xianhuang Immortal Pond? The upper echelon fell silent. They didn't say anything else. If my Heavenly Array City obtains the Xianhuang Immortal Pond, we will compensate your sect, said the Spirit Formation Mountain's Mountain Master when he saw that the various leaders were filled with resentment. Chapter 480. Fong Chen had killed the top second-tier geniuses of the younger generation in Sky Array City, which had infuriated many forces. If it hadn't been for the protection of a big shot like the Spiritual Array Mountain Master, he would have died many times over. However, when they heard the Spiritual Array Mountain Master say that if they could obtain the right to control the mysterious yellow immortal pond, they would be given a few spots in the sect as compensation. After hearing this, the expressions of the upper echelons of the various forces eased a little. No matter what, the mysterious yellow immortal pond was still very important to them. Of course, what puzzled the upper echelons of the various forces was why there were only second-tier geniuses fighting Fong Chen in this disciples' grand competition. None of the first-tier geniuses had appeared. Fong Chen's massacre on the martial arts stage had intimidated countless martialists. At this moment, not a single martialist dared to step onto the martial arts stage to challenge Fong Chen. Many people's gazes were focused on Ding Chuan. Fong Chen was too arrogant. He had killed people as soon as he made a move, which made them feel disgusted. They had pinned their hopes on Ding Chuan and wanted him to teach Fong Chen a lesson. However, Ding Chuan acted as if this matter had nothing to do with him. He had no intention of making a move. Of course, if everyone knew that not long ago, Ding Chuan had been defeated by Fong Chen, and within 10 moves at that, who knew what they would think? Is there anyone else who wants to challenge me? Fong Chen asked in a deep voice. His voice reverberated throughout the entire square. Although this was a disciples' grand competition of a younger generation in Sky Array City, Fong Chen had taken advantage of this opportunity to kill many of the younger sect's disciples once again. At this moment, Mount Dazzling Gold, Lu Yunj Matian Palace, 9 Array Pavilion, and the other sects didn't say anything. They didn't want the disciples they had painstakingly nurtured to be killed by Fong Chen. Fong Chen was brimming with fighting spirit. He was waiting for the disciples of the sect to challenge him, but nothing happened even after a long time had passed. Finally, the mountain master of Ling Zhun Mountain slowly stood up and surveyed his surroundings. After which, he smiled and said, "Since no one wants to challenge Fong Chen, this year's disciple competition will end here." As soon as the Spiritual Array Mountain Lord spoke, the Sky Array City disciple competition ended. From that day onwards, Fong Chen's name would spread throughout Sky Array City. Within Sky Array City, the streets and alleys were all talking about Fong Chen. He had even become an unavoidable topic of conversation. After the disciples' tournament ended, Fong Chen followed the crowd of Spiritual Array Mountain and returned to Spiritual Array Mountain. He had killed many second-ranked geniuses, and the sect would surely regard him as a thorn in their side. This was why the Spiritual Formation Mountain was the safest place for him. There is only 1 month left before the mysterious yellow immortal pond competition. Fong Chen wanted to use this 1 month to try his best to break through to the 4th level of the condensing reality realm. In this way, he would be able to easily kill a 7th level condensing reality realm disciple. He would even be able to challenge an 8th level condensing reality realm martial artist. After returning to Spiritual Array Mountain, Fong Chen immediately went into seclusion to cultivate. As for Ding Chuan and the others, they also began to cultivate. The mysterious yellow celestial pond battle in a month's time would affect the entire Sky Array City. They cannot be careless. At this moment, in the garden of a mansion in Sky Array City, the leaders of the 4 great sect were gathered together. They were discussing how to kill Fong Chen. This kid's improvement is too great. In just half a year, he has actually grown to this extent. If we let him continue to grow, he will become a threat to us. Lord Dazzling Gold said coldly. No, Lord Dazzling Gold is right. We must find a way to kill this kid and avenge our dead disciples. Pavilion Master Lu Yun said eerily. Beside him, Towering Sky Palace Master also nodded heavily and said coldly, "This kid must be killed. Otherwise, I will not be able to eat or sleep in peace." The 9-array Pavilion Master nodded slightly. He was the core of the 4, and his words carried weight. He looked around at the other 3 and slowly said, "Now that this kid is in the spiritual array mountain, we can't deal with him. However, he will definitely leave the spiritual array mountain in a month's time for the mysterious yellow immortal pawn battle." Pavilion Master, you mean? Lord Dazzling Gold's eyes lit up as he asked, "Should we kill this kid on the way to the mysterious yellow celestial pond?" Towering Sky Palace Master asked. 9 Formation Pavilion Master shook his head and said, "This kid is very powerful. There are few among the younger generation who can match him. This time, he might be able to contribute greatly to the mysterious yellow celestial pawn battle. Therefore, we should wait until the mysterious yellow celestial pawn battle is over before taking action." Hearing 9 Formation Pavilion Master's words, Pavilion Master Lu Yun revealed a sinister smile and said, "Wonderful, truly wonderful. Pavilion Master's thoughts coincide with mine. Wait until the mysterious yellow celestial pawn battle is over. After our 4 sect have received the compensation we deserve, we will kill this kid. Even a mountain master of spiritual array mountain will have nothing to say." "Ah, good. It's settled then." The leaders of the 4 sect had already discussed a strategy to deal with Fong Chun. However, Fong Chun, who was in spiritual array mountain, had no idea. Time passed in the blink of an eye. On the 25th day of Fong Chen's closed-door cultivation, he successfully broke through to the 4th level of the condensing reality realm. Although it was only the early level of the 4th level, it still made Fong Chun extremely excited. After reaching the 4th level of the condensing reality realm, Fong Chen's strength had increased once again. Now, he even dared to challenge a level 8 condensing reality realm martial artist. After breaking through, Fong Chun successfully exited his closed-door cultivation. At this time, there were only 5 days left until the mysterious yellow celestial pawn battle. "Fong Chun, you've exited your closed-door cultivation." The mountain master of spiritual array mountain laughed when he saw Fong Chun. "Thank you for your concern, mountain master." Fong Chun cupped his hands and said, "Since you've exited your closed-door cultivation, let's set off today." The mountain master of spiritual array mountain said. This time, the mysterious yellow celestial pawn battle would be held in Tinshui City. Although Tinshui City wasn't too far from Tinshui City, it still required 3 days of walking. When they arrived at Tinshui City, everyone still needed to recover their strength. Therefore, it was better to head to Tinshui City as soon as possible. Previously, Fong Chun had been in closed-door cultivation. Today, he had finally exited his closed-door cultivation. Therefore, the mountain master of spiritual array mountain gathered all the participating disciples at the plaza. In this mysterious yellow celestial pawn battle, the 10 of you will represent the entire Tinshui City. I hope that you will do your best to defeat your opponents." The mountain master of spiritual array mountain said loudly. On the plaza, the disciples all nodded. After exchanging a few words, the mountain master of spiritual array mountain led the 10 disciples and left spiritual array mountain in a grandiose manner. They appeared on the streets of Tinshui City. Seeing the disciples of spiritual array mountain leave, many cultivators on the streets of Tinshui City began to discuss. A short while later, Fong Chun and the others left Tinshui City. At this moment, in a hidden area of Tinshui City, the leaders of the 4 great sect revealed sinister smiles. "Let him live for a few more days," said the Lord of Dazzling Gold coldly. "Is everything ready?" asked the 9 Formation Pavilion Master. "Everything is ready. As long as this brat finishes participating in the mysterious yellow celestial pawn battle, we will immediately take action." "He will definitely die," said the Pavilion Master. "Even if the mountain master of spiritual array mountain wants to save him, it's impossible." "This plan is foolproof," said the skyscraping palace master. After leaving Tinshui City, Fong Chun and the others entered a vast plain. Between Tinshui City and Tinshui City, there was a vast plain. As long as they crossed this plain, they would reach Tinshui City. On this plain, there were often bandits roaming about. However, Fong Chun and the others were not worried at all. Their team was very strong. It was not something that ordinary bandits could compare to. However, there were still bandits who were not afraid of death. They blocked the path of Fong Chun and the others and were prepared to rob them. "Let me do it," said Ding Chuan coldly as he looked at the bandits in front of him. 3 minutes later, Ding Chuan returned to the team. The plain was in a mess. All the bandits were dead. Not a single one was left alive. In the following period of time, as long as bandits appeared, the disciples would fight to be the first to deal with them. In the end, everyone came to a consensus. Each disciple could only take action once. 2 days later, they had already killed 7 groups of bandits. It was bad luck for the bandits to encounter them. This was also because the mountain master of spiritual array mountain did not take action. Once he took action, the bandits would not even have a chance to resist. "There's still one more day before we reach Tinshui City," said the mountain master of spiritual array mountain. The bandits that appeared on the plain were just training for the disciples. Just as the mountain master of spiritual array mountain finished speaking, a group of bandits suddenly appeared in front of them. This group of bandits was not very strong. "Let me do it," a burly disciple sneered. His figure flashed as he directly entered the group of bandits and started a massacre. However, at this moment, the expression of one of the members of the bandit group changed slightly. A faint evil aura appeared around his body. Fong Chun noticed this, and his face changed. His figure flashed as he took out the hidden star sword and displayed the phantom god sword art. "Fong Chun, this is my dish," the burly disciple shouted when he saw Fong Chun take action. His voice was filled with displeasure. Whoosh! Just as Fong Chun took action, the bandit's aura suddenly became stronger. A powerful black light appeared on his palm. With a flick of his wrist, the black light flew towards the burly disciple. Not good. At this moment, Ding Chuan and the others also noticed that something was wrong and shouted. Whoosh! Fong Chun displayed the 3rd level of the phantom god sword art. Countless illusory swords instantly pierced the black light, causing it to explode. Because the burly disciple was closer, he was sent flying by the explosion and fell to the ground. In a flash, Fong Chun once again displayed the phantom god sword art. With a whoosh, the hidden star sword pierced the body of the bandit. The bandit's face was filled with unwillingness as he slowly fell to the ground. "Fatty Li, are you all right?" After killing the bandit, Ding Chuan and the others came to Fatty Li's side and asked. "I won't die." Fatty Li was clearly injured. This made him feel a little embarrassed. He had been injured before even reaching Tinshui City. However, he still looked at Fong Chun gratefully. If it wasn't for Fong Chun, perhaps he wouldn't have just been injured. At this moment, the mountain master of spiritual array mountain slowly walked over. His face was grave as he said, "You found out." Chapter 481. Hearing about the remaining members of the Yellow Spring sect, the faces of the disciples changed as they looked at the mountain master of Ling Array Mountain. "Let's go." After a thorough check, Fatty Li was fine. The most important thing now was the mysterious yellow celestial pool battle. Hence, even if the mountain master wanted to follow the clues, he could not find any clues. Hence, he gave up. The group quickly left the plain and hurried. After a day, they finally arrived at Tinshui City. Tinshui City is right in front. The mountain master smiled. Then, the group of 11 entered Tinshui City. As soon as they entered Tinshui City, someone came to welcome them. "Mountain Lord Lingjun, you've come quite early this time around." A burly middle-aged man with a sinister smile on his face asked. "Not bad." The mountain master nodded slightly as he replied. The burly middle-aged man was the palace master of the Tinshui City's overlord, the Tinshui Palace. He was also the main opponent of Ling Array Mountain in the mysterious yellow celestial pool battle. "Your accommodations have already been arranged. Follow me." The Heaven River Temple Master smiled. Then, he led the group of people from spiritual Array Mountain to a quiet mansion. "This mansion will be your accommodation." The mysterious yellow celestial pool battle will begin the day after tomorrow. You can rest well during this period. The Tianshui Palace Master said. After exchanging a few pleasantries, the Tianshui Palace Master left. The numerous disciples of the spiritual Array Mountain began to rest. After traveling at full speed for 3 days, their bodies were exhausted. Therefore, they needed to adjust their bodies to their best condition. 2 days later, the mysterious yellow celestial pool battle began. Mountain Lord Ling Zhan brought Fang Chun and the others to a public square in Tianshui City. There was a sea of people outside the public square. They were all ordinary warriors of Tianshui City. The square was divided into 2 areas. One area was filled with warriors. They were the disciples of the Tianshui Palace. The other area was reserved for the disciples of Ling Array Mountain. Let's go over. The Spirit Array Mountain Master was the first to arrive at his area and sat down. The other 10 disciples also sat down one after another. Seeing the arrival of the people from Ling Array Mountain, an old man stood in the middle of the martial arts practice stage and said slowly, "Everyone, I believe you are clear about the rules of the mysterious yellow celestial pool battle." The Tianshui Palace Master and the Mountain Master nodded. Since that's the case, this old man won't say anything more. For this battle for the profound yellow immortal pond, each side will send out 10 disciples. They will take turns to fight. Whichever side loses, all their disciples will be eliminated. The rules are very simple, said the old man. With the old man's command, the battle for the mysterious yellow immortal pond officially began. Lingjin Mountain Lord, I'm afraid that Tianshui City will still be victorious in this battle for the mysterious yellow immortal pond. Tianshui Palace Lord looked at Lingjin Mountain Lord and said with a sinister smile, "Last year, during the battle for the mysterious yellow immortal pond, their Sky Water City suppressed Sky Array City and seized control of the mysterious yellow immortal pond. In the past year, the Celestial River Palace had sent many disciples into the Xianwang Celestial Pond to cultivate. The strength of the disciples had generally increased. The Celestial River Palace Master believed that they would win again this time. Moreover, they still had a trump card. We still don't know who will emerge victorious." Mountain Lord Ling Zhan sneered. As the 2 leaders faced off, the disciples behind them were also filled with anger. The first to go up was a disciple from the Celestial River Palace. "I alone can defeat all your Sky Array City's disciples." That disciple was extremely arrogant as he stood on the martial stage. "Let me have a go at you." Li He of Spirit Array Mountain went up. Seeing the Celestial River Palace's disciple act so arrogantly, he was infuriated. "Who is this brat?" asked Fang Chun of Spirit Array Mountain. "This disciple is an elite disciple of the Celestial River Palace. His name is Shui Ge. He specializes in the concept of water," explained Ding Chuan. As they spoke, Li He and Shui Ge began fighting. Li He had immediately set up a formation, but because of Shui Ge's powerful attacks, there were holes in his formation, and he wasn't able to trap Shui Ge. "Trash! You want to trap me with this kind of formation?" sneered Shui Ge. He instantly released his concept of water. Ripples appeared around his body. Then, the concept of water gathered in his palm, and he threw out a punch. Bang! With a loud bang, the array was shattered. Li's body flew out and fell below the martial arts stage. "Shui Ge wins," announced the judge. At this moment, Fang Chun narrowed his eyes as he looked at the concept of water around Shui Ge. His eyes flickered. After a long time, he said, "His concept of water has reached the peak of the 2nd minor realm. He's only 1 step away from the 3rd minor realm." Shui Ge's cultivation was at the 7th stage of the condensing reality realm. He could be considered one of the top disciples in the Celestial River Palace. With the concept of water at the 2nd minor realm, his strength completely suppressed Li He. After Li He was helped away, Shui Ge arrogantly yelled again, "Next!" The 2nd disciple went up and fought fiercely with Shui Ge, but he still wasn't Shui Ge's match and was defeated. In the blink of an eye, 2 disciples of Spirit Array Mountain had been defeated. This made the Spirit Array Mountain's leader's face darken. "Spirit Array Mountain's leader, can your disciples break through Shui Ge's seal?" sneered the Celestial River Palace's leader. Time passed bit by bit. In the blink of an eye, 2 hours had passed. In these 2 hours, all the disciples of Spirit Array Mountain had been defeated by Shui Ge. 8 disciples. A total of 8 disciples had been defeated by Shui Ge, especially Fatty Li, who had been injured before. After being hit by Shui Ge, he had almost died. Fortunately, the Spirit Array Mountain's leader had saved him in time. On the other hand, Shui Ge became more and more courageous as he fought. His body was filled with an unparalleled battle intent. Are all the disciples of Spirit Array Mountain so weak? Shui Ge roared. His voice was filled with disdain. In the Celestial River Palace's area, many of the Celestial River Palace's disciples had cold smiles on their faces. They were all mocking Spirit Array Mountain. Let me. Ding Chuan, who had been suppressing his anger, finally went up the stage. Shui Ge, let me end you. Ding Chuan said coldly. You can't. Shui Ge said arrogantly. Crash. Without another word, Ding Chuan immediately set up a supreme-grade Yuan rank array. Wild spiritual energy instantly filled the entire martial arts arena, trapping Shui Ge within the supreme-grade Yuan rank array. Below, in the Celestial River Palace's area, some disciples couldn't help cursing, "What an idiot." He clearly knows that the opponent is Ding Chuan, but he's still so careless. On the martial arts stage, Shui Ge was trapped in the formation set up by Ding Chuan. He roared angrily, and at the same time, unleashed a wild attack. Bang! Bang! However, no matter how powerful his attacks were, they were unable to break Ding Chuan's formation. Clearly, Ding Chuan's formation had been set up perfectly. I don't believe that a broken formation can trap me, Shui Ge. Shui Ge roared furiously. The second minor level of the concept of water was unleashed. He had used his strongest attack in an attempt to break the formation. But in the end, he failed. Let's end this. Seeing Shui Ge struggling in the formation, Ding Chuan sneered. He clenched his fist and punched the formation. Bang! Shui Ge's body was sent flying. At the same time, Ding Chuan made fun of the formation. Ding Chuan wins, announced the referee. Shui Ge was incomparably furious. He crawled up from the ground and bared his fangs, wanting to attack Ding Chuan. However, he was stopped by the Celestial River Palace Master. Haven't you lost enough face? Hearing the Celestial River Palace Master's words, Shui Ge's face was filled with helplessness. He lowered his head and returned to the Celestial River Palace's area. We only lost one match. Let me go. A disciple volunteered to fight Ding Chuan on the stage. However, Ding Chuan was stronger than the Celestial River Palace's disciples had imagined. Ding Chuan was able to instantly set up a perfect top-grade Yuan formation. This gave the Celestial River Palace's disciples a headache. Bang! After an intense battle, Ding Chuan sent the Celestial River Palace's disciple flying with a punch. This was already the 5th Celestial River Palace's disciple that Ding Chuan had defeated. Without exception, he had used a top-grade Yuan formation to defeat his opponent. When the 6th disciple went on stage, he loudly cursed, Ding Chuan, you bastard! Do you dare not use a formation and fight me head-on? Ding Chuan looked at the disciple as if he was an idiot. He sneered, My Spirit Array Mountain cultivates formations. You want me to give up my formation and fight you head-on? How can you be so stupid? Upon hearing Ding Chuan's words, the disciple was infuriated and launched a wild attack. Crash! Ding Chuan once again set up a perfect top-grade Yuan formation, trapping the Celestial River Palace's disciple. At this moment, many disciples in the Celestial River Palace's area were ashen. Ding Chuan's formation is very powerful. Once he sets it up, our side will basically be at a disadvantage, said a disciple. Let me fight the next match. The person who spoke was a young, bewitching man. Seeing him speak, many disciples were delighted. Bang! On the martial stage, Ding Chuan defeated the 6th disciple of the Celestial River Palace. He was full of smiles. At this moment, the bewitching man slowly walked onto the martial stage in the Celestial River Palace's area. Ding Chuan, your winning streak ends here, said the bewitching man. His voice was filled with bewitchment. Ding Chuan stared at the bewitching man and frowned. He actually felt a trace of danger from this man. Just as Ding Chuan was about to speak, he suddenly fell into a trance and fell into an illusion. Seeing Ding Chuan's body sway on the martial stage and the bewitching man's eyes glowing, Fong Chen knew that things weren't going well. Proficient in illusions, Fong Chen looked at the bewitching man with a grave expression. This bewitching man's illusions were actually able to make Ding Chuan fall into an illusion. It was too terrifying. Ding Chuan, go down. The bewitching man's eyes flickered as he said softly. As soon as he said that, Ding Chuan actually walked down the martial stage. Seeing this scene, the entire square was in an uproar. Countless martialists were shouting crazily. Someone as strong as Ding Chuan had actually lost a match like this. After walking down the martial stage, Ding Chuan instantly woke up. He turned his head to look at the bewitching man. He was furious and wanted to attack. Ding Chuan, you have already lost. You don't have the right to attack me, mocked the bewitching man. Chapter 482. Ha ha! The first disciple of the spiritual array mountain, Ding Chuan, actually lost just like that. What a disgrace. The disciples of the spiritual array mountain are just SOSO. Is there no one left in the spiritual array mountain? Ding Chuan doesn't even have the courage to fight. He just walked off the stage himself. Trash from the spiritual array mountain. Many of the martialists shouted in succession. They were all mocking Ding Chuan. At this moment, Ding Chuan's heart was burning with anger. However, due to the rules, he could only dejectedly return to the spiritual array mountain region. Mountain Master, I'm sorry, Ding Chuan said softly. His illusion technique is very strong. It's normal that you fell for it. The spiritual array mountain master said softly. At this point, the spiritual array mountain master could only place all his hopes on Fong Chen. If Fong Chen lost, the sky array city would be completely finished. Fong Chen, you're up. The spiritual array mountain master glanced at Fong Chen and said. Fong Chen nodded. Before he left, he patted Ding Chuan's body gently, indicating that the latter didn't need to worry too much. When he saw Fong Chen walk up the stage, the demonic man's face was filled with mockery. Last one. As the demonic man spoke, he secretly cast an illusion technique. His eyes flickered and a formless aura appeared on the stage, wrapping around Fong Chen. In an instant, Fong Chen fell into a daze and his entire body swayed. Go down. When the demonic man saw that Fong Chen had fallen into an illusion, his face was filled with disdain. Below the stage, the spiritual array mountain master squinted his eyes. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. In the Heaven River Temple region, a few disciples were smiling. I thought that this lad was the trump card of the spiritual array mountain. I didn't expect him to fall into an illusion, a disciple said disdainfully. This time, it's really not challenging at all. We can control the mysterious yellow immortal pond for another year. In the future, the gap between the spiritual array mountain and us will only grow bigger. As the disciples were talking, Fong Chen's eyes were dull as he staggered towards the demonic man. The demonic man's expression changed when he saw this, but he instantly understood. Fong Chen had fallen into an illusion and was in a delirious state. It seemed that he wanted to leave the martial stage from his side. You may leave. The demonic man's voice was like a lullaby that drilled into Fong Chen's ears. The latter moved forward in a daze. When Fong Chen's figure was 1 meter away from the demonic man, Fong Chen's dull eyes suddenly disappeared and were replaced by a strong fighting spirit. Walla the Hidden Star sword appeared in Fong Chen's hand. In the next moment, he displayed the Phantom God Sword technique without hesitation. The wild sword intent carried an illusory aura and directly enveloped the bewitching man. How is this possible? The demonic man originally thought that Fong Chen had fallen into his illusion and was very pleased. However, the sudden change made the demonic man panic, especially when Fong Chen's sword intent enveloped him. He felt his mind tremble. Illusory aura. The demonic man cried out. At this moment, he finally understood why Fong Chen did not fall into his illusion. Everything is an illusion. The demonic man shouted angrily. He used all his strength to activate his illusion to resist Fang Chen's sword intent. The scene on the martial stage changed too quickly. Even the spiritual array mountain master was stunned. Soon after, a bright smile appeared on his face. In the Heaven River Temple area, the Heaven River Temple master narrowed his eyes as he looked at Fang Chun. He muttered to himself, "I didn't expect the spiritual array mountain to have an illusory sword principal martialist." In the beginning, Fang Chun pretended to fall into the demonic man's illusion. He took the opportunity to get close to the demonic man. Then, he took the opportunity to display the Phantom God Sword technique. It should be known that Fang Chen's illusory sword principle was very powerful. It was not inferior to the demonic man's. Under the attack of Fang Chen's illusory sword principle, the demonic man finally could not resist and fell into the illusion. In the next moment, Fang Chen's hidden star sword pierced the demonic man's arm. With a bang, the demonic man was kicked off the martial stage by Fang Chun. When the demonic man woke up, he realized that he had been blasted off the martial stage. He was furious, but it was too late. Next, after Fang Chun defeated the demonic man, he said calmly, "The demonic man was able to defeat Ding Chuan because his illusion was very powerful." However, Fang Chun was a cultivator of the illusory sword principle. Naturally, he was not afraid of the demonic man's illusion. Moreover, Fang Chun's cultivation base had reached the fourth condensing reality realm. It was too easy for him to defeat a seventh condensing reality realm martial artist. Hearing Fang Chen's words, a martial artist in the Heaven River Temple area stepped onto the stage. However, before he could speak, he was hit by Fang Chen's sword and blasted off the martial stage. Too weak. Fang Chen shook his head and said, Fang Chen's words made many disciples of the Heaven River Temple furious. However, they could not do anything. After Fang Chen defeated 2 people, only 2 disciples of the Heaven River Temple were left. "Shuai-zhan, you go," the Heaven River Temple master said coldly. Shuai-zhan was the top expert of the younger generation of the Heaven River Temple. His cultivation base had reached the 7th condensing reality realm. He was much stronger than Shuai-ge. When Shuai-zhan stepped onto the stage, the Heaven River Temple master glanced at the black-clothed martial artist beside him and nodded. This black-clothed martial artist was the Heaven River Temple's trump card. Even if Shuai-zhan failed, they still had this martial artist. The Heaven River Temple still had a chance. After Shuai-zhan stepped onto the stage, he looked at Fang Chun and narrowed his eyes. A sinister smile appeared on his face. "Kid, your illusory sword principle is not bad. However, it is not worth mentioning in front of me," Shuai-zhan said sinisterly. "Get lost." Fang Chun did not want to waste any more time. With a low roar, his figure flashed. He instantly performed the 3rd level of the illusory sword principle. A wild sword intent immediately enveloped Shuai-zhan. Seeing this, Shuai-zhan's expression changed slightly. He performed the concept of water. Splash! The concept of water wrapped around Shuai-zhan's body, forming a strong defense. The concept of water? Fang Chun sneered. In the next moment, he also urged his own concept of water. Although it was not as strong as Shuai-zhan's, it was enough to deal with Shuai-zhan. Splash! The concept of water formed ripples in the void. In the next moment, a wild water aura instantly filled the entire martial arts stage. Bang! When Fang Chen's water concept came into contact with a water concept defense around drenched, a wild sound instantly erupted. How is this possible? Shuai-zhan did not expect that Fang Chun could actually comprehend the concept of water. Moreover, it was the 2nd minor level of the concept of water. Damn it! Fang Chen's concept of water corroded Shuai-zhan's concept of water, weakening his defense. Despite Shuai-zhu's desperate defense, he still couldn't stop his defense from weakening. When his defense weakened to a certain extent, Fang Chen's Phantom Sword technique was instantly used. The low-level dark weapon, Star Hidden Sword, pierced Shuai-zhu's defense and blasted him away. No! When Shuai-zhan's body flew out uncontrollably, he roared loudly. Seeing this scene, the Heaven River Temple Master suddenly stood up with a slight change in his expression. He immediately said, the second minor level of the concept of water. Furthermore, he specializes in the illusory sword principle and possesses a primary dark weapon. The Spirit Array Mountain really hit it well. Hearing the Heaven River Temple Master's words, many disciples were shocked. A dark weapon was too precious for many disciples. Even Shui Zhen of the Heaven River Temple was only using a supreme-grade spiritual weapon. Although there was only a small difference between a supreme-grade spiritual weapon and a primary dark weapon, the difference was too big. Fang Chun possessed a primary dark weapon, which gave him a huge advantage in terms of weapons. Furthermore, he also possessed the second minor level of the concept of water. This made the Heaven River Temple disciples lose their advantage in front of him. Damn it! The Heaven River Temple Master squinted his eyes and stared at Fang Chun as he cursed. At this moment, in the Spirit Array Mountain region, the Spirit Array Mountain Master's eyes lit up. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. As expected of that Almighty's disciple, he can casually use a dark weapon. Of course, the Spirit Array Mountain Master didn't know that Fang Chun's spiritual weapon wasn't given to him by a Spirit Array Master. It was refined with the help of Grandmaster Ku Fa. At this moment, Fang Chun held the hidden star sword in his hand as he stood on the martial stage. He looked like a god of war, his body filled with battle intent. Spirit Array Mountain Master, in order to win this competition, you've put in a lot of effort. You even took out a dark weapon, said the Heaven River Temple Master coldly. This weapon was obtained by this disciple. It doesn't belong to my Spirit Array Mountain. I have no right to question it, said the Spirit Array Mountain Master. Spirit Array Mountain Master, your Spirit Array Mountain's preparations have truly shocked me. However, I want to say that even so, your Spirit Array Mountain is useless, said the Heaven River Temple Master sinisterly. Just as the Heaven River Temple Master finished speaking, the black-robed man stood up and walked onto the martial stage. His eyes were filled with battle intent as he looked at Fang Chun and said, I originally thought that I wouldn't have to make a move in this competition. However, I never imagined that the Spirit Array Mountain would actually have such a powerful disciple. My blood is already boiling. I hope that you won't disappoint me. The black-robed man's words were filled with arrogance. He even believed that Fang Chun only had the qualifications to make him make a move. When he saw the black-robed man walk onto the stage, the Heaven River Temple Master glanced at the Spirit Array Mountain and sneered, Spirit Array Mountain Master, your Spirit Array Mountain isn't the only one who has made preparations. The Heaven River Temple is also prepared. This kid is our Heaven River Temple's trump card. With him making a move, even if your Spirit Array Mountain's disciple possesses a low-grade dark weapon, what can he do? The Spirit Array Mountain Master stared at the black-robed man. He was shocked to discover that he couldn't see through the black-robed man. However, he still chose to believe in Fang Chun. Fang Chun, be careful, warned the Spirit Array Mountain Master. On the martial stage, the black-robed man's battle intent was overflowing. He stared at Fang Chun with a strange glint in his eyes. Opposite the black-robed man, Fang Chun held the hidden star sword. There wasn't a trace of nervousness on his face. Chapter 483. When Chun Dao said those words, his body was like an unsheathed saber, extremely sharp. Fang Chun narrowed his eyes and looked at Chun Dao. His intuition told him that Chun Dao was extremely powerful. Moreover, Chun Dao gave him a very heavy feeling as he stood on the martial arts stage. Chun Dao. Fang Chun softly said Chun Dao's name. Crash. In the next moment, Chun Dao exploded with an extremely wild aura. His saber intent soared into the sky and instantly filled the entire martial arts stage. On the square, in the Spiritual Array Mountain, many disciples saw this scene and could not help but be speechless. Too powerful. Chun Dao's strength was actually to such an extent. Peak of the seventh condensing reality realm. The Mountain Lord of the Spiritual Array Mountain saw through Chun Dao's cultivation. Peak of the seventh condensing reality realm. With this kind of strength, even in the entire southern mountain land, he could be considered as a top genius. Where did this Chen Dao come from? How could he possess such a powerful strength at such a young age? Whoosh! Extremely powerful saber intent surrounded his body. In the next moment, his palm suddenly slashed towards Fang Chun. Using his palm as a saber, a powerful saber light instantly appeared in front of him. This saber light was like a peerless saber as it directly pierced towards Fang Chun. Phantom Sword Art. Fang Chun displayed the third level of the Phantom Sword Art. The Wild Phantom Sword principle aura instantly filled the entire Hidden Star Sword and then blasted towards the saber light. Crack! After the saber light collided with Fang Chen's Hidden Star Sword, it was not as powerful as expected. Instead, it directly shattered with a cracking sound. Seeing this scene, Chen Dao's face revealed a trace of a smile. He said in a deep voice, "You are qualified for me to use my saber." As he spoke, a pitch-black battle saber appeared in Chen Dao's hand. As soon as the battle saber appeared, a strong pressure instantly appeared. Rumble. The saber seemed to have a mind of its own as it let out a wild saber cry. Saber intent soared into the sky and gathered within the saber. "You're not the only one who has a dark weapon," Chen Dao said in a low voice while holding his saber. Even without Chen Dao's explanation, Fang Chun could tell that the saber was definitely not an ordinary saber to be able to emit such a wild saber intent. It was a profound weapon. So what if it was a dark weapon? At this moment, Fang Chen's heart was filled with an invincible belief. He held the Hidden Star Sword in his hand and performed the Phantom God Sword art again. His previous opponents were not qualified to make him use his full strength, but Chen Dao was. "I'll use you to test my true strength," Fang Chun thought to himself. Seeing that Fang Chun had executed the Phantom Sword art, Chen Dao didn't dare to be careless. The corners of his mouth curled up. In the next moment, he gripped his battle saber and slashed towards Fang Chun. Disillusionment Blade. Chen Dao had also sensed Fang Chen's strength. Thus he executed his strongest saber art, the Disillusionment Saber Art. As soon as the Disillusionment Saber Art was executed, an extremely wild saber intent instantly filled the entire arena. Following that, countless saber rays flickered continuously, carrying a powerful force as they pierced towards Fang Chun. Bang, 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 the illusory sword and the saber rays clashed fiercely, producing a deafening sound. Fang Chun and Chen Dao were both forced to take a few steps back. At this moment, in the entire arena, everyone's eyes were wide open. They couldn't believe that such a powerful force could be unleashed in a battle between the younger generation. It was too unbelievable. What an interesting guy. Chen Dao licked his dry lips and smiled eerily. In the next moment, the battle saber in Chen Dao's hand started to spin. The wild saber intent around Chen Dao all flowed into the battle saber. Disillusionment Saber Art. Ultimate Saber Art. Chen Dao roared as he slashed out with his battle saber. This saber attack contained Chen Dao's strongest attack. He didn't want to waste any more time. Initially, Chen Dao thought that he could easily defeat Fang Chun. However, after exchanging blows, Chen Dao realized that Fang Chen's strength was much stronger than he had imagined. Therefore, at this moment, he didn't hesitate to use his strongest attack to suppress Fang Chun. Let's give it our all. At this moment, Fang Chen's heart was filled with an unprecedented obsession. His body was surrounded by a wild sword intent. The spiritual Array Mountain Lord and the Heaven River Palace Lord were stunned. What third minor realm of sword intent? When the Heaven River Palace Lord and the spiritual Array Mountain Lord discovered Fang Chen's sword intent, they were shocked. At such a young age, he was able to comprehend his sword intent to the third minor realm. This Fang Chun was truly a genius in the Sword Dao. Genius. He is definitely a genius in the Sword Dao. His sword intent has reached the third minor realm. With such talent, no one in the entire southern mountain land can match him. The spiritual Array Mountain Lord said excitedly. If Fang Chun had impressed him before, then now, Fang Chun had shocked him. It was an unparalleled shock. So what if he had a dark weapon? So what if he was strong? The most important thing was his sword intent, the the third minor realm of sword intent. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that if Fang Qian was given more time to cultivate his sword intent to the great perfection realm, his sword cultivation would increase at a terrifying speed. Genius in the Sword Tao. This was the spiritual Array Mountain Lord and the Heaven River Palace Lord's evaluation of Fang Qian. On the martial arts arena, Chen Dao also discovered Fang Qian's sword intent, the third minor realm of sword intent. Chen Dao's eyes flashed with surprise. However, after a slight struggle, he continued to attack Fang Qian with all his might. So what if it's the third minor realm of sword intent? I will defeat you today. Chen Dao believed that he was invincible. The fact that his sword intent had reached the third minor realm only meant that Fang Qian was talented in the Sword Tao. It didn't mean that he was strong now. No matter what happens in the future, I will defeat you today. This was Chen Dao's thought. The more he thought about it, the faster the war blade in his hand spun. The power of the disillusionment blade, art's ultimate blade, grew stronger. When the war blade in Chen Dao's hand was about to come into contact with Fang Qian, the latter suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, Fang Qian exploded with all his strength. The third minor realm of sword intent was fully released. The body-tempering sword body was fully activated, and the third level of the illusionary god sword art was displayed. Swoosh! An unparalleled sword light appeared in the sky. This sword light contained a destructive aura. While everyone was in shock, it merged with the hidden star sword. Boom! After the saber and the hidden star sword collided, the entire martial arts stage trembled. A wild aura instantly enveloped the entire martial arts stage. The martial artists on the square were forced to retreat by the impact of this powerful airflow. What's the result? Many martialists looked at the arena curiously. They want to know the outcome of this battle. The Spirit Array Mountain Master and the Sky River Temple Master also observed the arena nervously. At this moment, the gray fog on the martial arts stage slowly dissipated. Fang Qian and Chen Dao stood quietly on the martial arts stage. Both of them held their own weapons in their hands. The battle saber and the hidden star sword were still intertwined. The two of them stared at each other for a long time. Then, Chen Dao put away his war blade and said, "You are very strong. You are too." Fang Qian nodded as he put away his hidden star sword. Chen Dao shook his head and turned to leave the arena. As he watched Chen Dao leave, Fang Qian shook his head slightly. Powerhouses deserved respect, no matter where they were. Chen Dao was just like that. Although Chen Dao and Fang Qian were at odds, Chen Dao's strength had earned Fang Qian's recognition and respect. You have distracting thoughts. If you focus on the Saber Dao, your saber intent will definitely reach the third minor realm. Fang Qian said as he watched Chen Dao leave the arena. Chen Dao turned around and grinned. "Thank you. I hope we will meet again in the future." After saying that, Chen Dao ignored the Sky River Temple Master's question and turned to leave. "Chen Dao," the Sky River Temple Master asked anxiously. "Palace Master, I have lost." Chen Dao left these words and disappeared from everyone's sight. When Chen Dao walked to a secluded area, his throat moved and he spat out a mouthful of blood. He had been injured in the battle with Fang Qian, but he had been holding on. Fang Qian was too strong. Even if Chen Dao used his full strength, he was still no match for Fang Qian. What a terrifying opponent. Chen Dao recalled his battle with Fang Qian and felt a lingering fear. At this moment, Fang Qian stood quietly on the arena. He looked at the referee and said, "Can you announce the result now?" Many disciples of the Sky River Temple were unconvinced when they heard Fang Qian's words. However, the Sky River Temple Master stopped them. "Shut up. A loss is a loss," the Sky River Temple Master said in a low voice. Even an expert like Chen Dao had lost to Fang Qian. Even if all the disciples of the Sky River Temple joined forces, they would still be no match for Fang Qian. Mountain Master Ling Zhen, it is not an injustice for the Sky River Temple to lose to you this time. The Sky River Temple Master looked at Mountain Master Ling Zhen and said in a low voice. Mountain Master Ling Zhen laughed heartily when he heard this. Fang Qian had given him too many surprises. At first, he was worried that Fang Qian would not be a match for Chen Dao. However, now that he thought about it, his worries were unnecessary. With the referee's announcement, the battle between the Sky River Temple and Lingjin Mountain came to an end. The Sky River Temple had lost the battle. For the next year, the control of the mysterious yellow celestial pond would be in the hands of Lingjin Mountain. At this moment, everyone from Lingjin Mountain was full of smiles. Fangchun, it's all thanks to you this time. Otherwise, our Lingjin Mountain would have definitely lost. Ding Chuan was the first to come to Fangchun's side and said with a smile, "Yeah, that Chen Dao is too strong. I didn't expect Fangchun to be able to suppress him. Fangchun, you can be considered a top expert among the younger generation in the entire southern mountain land." The disciples of Lingjin Mountain said one after another. At this moment, many disciples in the Heaven River Temple's area were displeased. "Palace Master," Shuizhu said, "there's no need to say more. Even Chen Dao has lost. Which one of you could defeat Fangchun?" The Sky River Temple Master waved his hand and said, Chapter 484. This time, the mysterious yellow immortal pond contest had exceeded Mountain Lord Ling Zhan's expectations. The results were extremely gratifying. Of course, all of this was due to Fangchun's efforts. Fangchun had single-handedly defeated all the disciples of the Heaven River Temple. In the end, he had even defeated the blade maniac, Chen Dao. After this incident, the disciples of Lingjin Mountain had completely acknowledged Fangchun. Even the disciples who had previously complained about Fangchun had changed their views of Fangchun. After the contest ended, Lingjin Mountain hurriedly led the disciples back to Sky Array City. After returning to Sky Array City, Lingjin Mountain would arrange for his men to head to the mysterious yellow celestial pond and take control of it. Then, he would allocate the slots to enter the mysterious yellow celestial pond. In a secluded place, 5 martial artists with strong auras stood. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. "We must succeed this time," one of the martial artists said coldly. "Let's move. If the 5 of us work together, we can even trap Lingjin Mountain for a while, let alone a mere disciple." Another martial artist said, "Wait until they leave Sky Water City. The 3 of you will be in charge of restraining Lingjin Mountain. The 2 of us will attack together to kill Fangchun." The leader of the martial artists said, "Okay." The 5 of them disappeared from Sky Water City. The Spirit Array Mountain Lord led his 10 disciples and left Tianshui City. They moved forward quickly, and before they knew it, night had fallen. The night was pitch black. Mountain Lord Lingjun pondered for a moment before finding a plan. Then he stopped and said, "Everyone, let's take a rest here." Then everyone sat down cross-legged and started to rest. Time passed by slowly. In the middle of the night, all the disciples had fallen asleep. Suddenly, 5 figures appeared from the darkness. The moment they appeared, the Spirit Array Mountain Lord discovered them. "Who is it?" Lingjun Mountain roared. Instantly, the 10 disciples woke up and looked at the 5 people in front of them cautiously. The 5 of them saw that they had been exposed. The leader shouted, "Move according to the plan." Immediately, 3 figures pounced toward the Spirit Formation Sex Mountain Master. When the Spirit Formation Sex Mountain Master saw this, he was extremely furious. His entire body emitted an extremely wild aura as he instantly started fighting with the 3 figures. The 3 of them unleashed a combined attack array, trapping the Spirit Array Mountain Lord within it. Damn it! The Spirit Formation Mountain Lord was enraged and attacked. At the same time, the other 2 figures pounced towards Fangchun. Their bodies emitted an extremely wild aura. "Go to hell, brat!" The leader of the group shouted, and a saber appeared in his hand. Then, he thrust it at Fangchun. Too strong. Fangchun didn't dare to block the attack. His body flashed as he tried to dodge the attack. However, the attack speed of the Black Shadow was too fast. Fangchun couldn't dodge it in time. Fangchun shouted. If he was stabbed by this blade, even if he didn't die, he would be seriously injured. This wasn't something he wanted to see. In a panic, Fangchun took out a jade pendant. Then he gently pinched it. Instantly, the jade pendant shattered. A wild aura was emitted from Fangchun. In the next moment, the profound Great Array was successfully set up. The two cultivators encircling Fang Chun were instantly trapped in a profound great array and lost their way. Damn it, what kind of array is this? Although they were prepared from the start, they were still confused when they were trapped in the array. When the three people who were besieging Lingjun Mountain Master saw this scene, a look of shock appeared on their faces. Lingjun Mountain was originally worried about Fang Chun, but when he saw the array, a bright smile appeared on his face. You're all going to die. A profound great array was powerful. It wasn't something ordinary cultivators could break. When Lingjun Mountain saw the profound great array, he knew that Fang Chun was fine for the time being. Therefore, he was prepared to start a massacre. Lingjun Mountain was very strong. The reason why he was trapped by the three of them was because the three of them had used a combined array. Without Fang Chun to worry about, Lingjun Mountain quickly waved his hands and formed different seals with his palms. Immediately, a supreme-grade origin great array was set up. The three people surrounding him were all trapped in the array. However, the three of them were already prepared. This supreme-grade origin great array couldn't trap them at all. Let's end this quickly. The three of them seemed to have sensed the power of the profound great array. They were afraid that the situation would change if the battle dragged on. Therefore, they wanted to end this quickly. Courting death. Although the Spirit Array, Mountain Lord's supreme grade origin great array formation, was unable to trap the three of them, it had effectively disintegrated their combined offensive array. Without the combined offensive array, the three of them were no match for the Spirit Array Mountain Lord. Lingjun Mountain shouted angrily. He suddenly stretched out his palm. With a kacha sound, his palm pierced into the void. However, a black shadow suddenly appeared in the void. One of the martial artists who had surrounded him was hiding in the void, but he was still killed by Lingjun Mountain in one strike. After killing one of them, Lingjun Mountain felt less pressure. He used all his strength to attack the two of them. Kacha! 3 minutes later, the second martial artist died in the hands of Lingjun Mountain. The last remaining martial artist finally felt a trace of fear. He wanted to escape. Trying to escape? What a joke. How could he escape in front of Lingjun Mountain? Kacha! Lingjun Mountain clenched his fist and punched the martial artist's head. Blood spurted out, and the martial artist died instantly. After killing the three martial artists, Lingjun Mountain said, "All of you retreat." Ding Chuan and the others couldn't help at all. Therefore, Lingjun Mountain asked them to retreat. Then, Lingjun Mountain entered the profound great array. Fang Chun, I'll help you. Following Lingjun Mountain's arrival, Fang Chun's pressure was completely lifted. Because Fang Chun was controlling the array, the Spirit Array Mountain Lord could freely travel through the array. He found a martial artist, and after an intense battle, he killed him. Then, Lingjun Mountain found the last martial artist. He didn't kill him. Instead, he heavily injured him and captured him. Crash! At this time, the profound great array had no energy to support it. It instantly collapsed. Fang Chun was standing there unharmed. At Lingjun Mountain's feet was a martial artist in black clothes. His arm was broken, and he was lying on the ground on the verge of death. Speak. Who sent you? Lingjun Mountain asked coldly. This martial artist knew that their mission had failed. He bit his tongue and spat out a mouthful of black blood. Then he died. Yes, there's poison in his teeth. Lingjun Mountain whispered. Mountain Lord, who are they? Ding Chuan ran over and asked urgently. They're assassins. Their target should be Fang Chun. Lingjun Mountain's Mountain Lord analyzed. Fang Chun's expression changed slightly as he wondered who it was that sent the assassin to kill him. The assassin's true appearance this time was still very strong. If it weren't for Lingjun Mountain's Mountain Lord and the jade pendant he had obtained, he might have already died. Fortunately, I have a profound great array. Fang Chun thought to himself. At this moment, Fang Chun also realized the power of a mystic grade formation. How powerful were those formation grandmasters who could casually set up mystic grade formations? Fang Chun, who did you offend? Lingjun Mountain's Mountain Lord asked. Fang Chun shook his head. If you're talking about offending people, it's only the great sect of Heaven Array City. Speaking up to here, Fang Chun's eyes flashed with killing intent. If he had the chance, he wouldn't mind destroying those great sect. Of course, the prerequisite was that he was strong enough. Oomph. They're too much. Lingjin Mountain's mountain lord said coldly. With me here, they won't be able to hurt you. After this incident, Lingjin Mountain's mountain lord and the others didn't want to rest anymore. They hurried through the night. In the dark night, there were 5 corpses on the plains. Blood covered the ground. After an unknown amount of time, someone finally arrived. When they saw the 5 corpses, their expression changed. In the end, they sighed and said, "Mission failed." This person's expression was complicated. Not only did they fail the mission, they also lost 5 condensing reality realm experts. Chapter 485. After the group returned to Sky Array City, they quickly returned to Spirit Array Mountain. Lu won the news that Sky Array City had obtained control of the mysterious yellow celestial pond instantly spread throughout Spirit Array Mountain. All the disciples would respectfully greet Fong Chun as senior brother Fong when they saw him. All the disciples, including the elders, knew that Fong Chun had contributed the most in this battle for the mysterious yellow celestial pond. Without Fong Chun, their Spirit Array Mountain would not have been able to defeat the Heaven River Palace. As the news spread, all the warriors in Sky Array City were praising Fong Chun. At this moment, in the headquarters of the 9 Array Pavilion, the 9 Array Pavilion Master's face was extremely gloomy. Beside him sat the other 3 leaders. 5 8th-level condensing reality realm warriors were dispatched, but they still failed to kill Fong Chun. The atmosphere in the mansion was extremely tense. After a long time, the 9 Array Pavilion Master asked in a low voice. Dazzling Gold Mountain Lord's face was filled with a bitter smile. He then nodded and said, "That's right. 5 8th-level condensing reality realm warriors were all killed. This assassination attempt was a complete failure. Back then, I had already said that the Spirit Array Mountain Chieftain's strength is unfathomable. We cannot kill Fong Chun in front of him. You guys just wouldn't listen. Now, the Spirit Array Mountain Chieftain must have sensed that this matter is related to us." Pavilion Master Lu Yun said with dissatisfaction. Towering Sky Palace Lord also shook his head slightly. His face was solemn as he said, "News came from there. They paid a heavy price. Although they failed to complete the mission, they will not refund us the reward. At the same time, they also terminated their cooperation with us." Hearing Towering Sky Palace Lord's words, the 9 Array Pavilion Master fell silent. In order to kill Fong Chun, their 4 great sect had paid so much. In the end, it was all for naught. Forcefully suppressing the anger in his heart, the 9 Array Pavilion Master said coldly, "Right now, the most important thing is not Fong Chen's life or death, but the quota for the mysterious yellow celestial pond that belongs to our 4 great sect." The 3 of them nodded. Although they didn't kill Fong Chun, their 4 great sect still needed the quota for the mysterious yellow immortal pond. "There's no time to lose. Let's go to the Spirit Formation Mountain now and ask for a spot," the skyscraping palace lord said. Then, the 4 great leaders got up and left their mansions, heading towards the Spirit Array Mountain. When they arrived at the Spirit Array Mountain, the Spirit Array Mountain Lord seemed to have guessed that they were coming and specially sent a disciple to welcome them. For leaders, the Mountain Lord has been waiting for a long time. The disciple who came to greet them said with a smile. The 4 of them exchanged glances with one another as shock flashed across their eyes. Following which, the 4 of them quickly entered Ling Array Mountain under the accompaniment of the disciple. As they passed by the plaza, the 4 chiefs suddenly saw Fong Chen's figure. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. However, they knew that this was the Spiritual Array Mountain, so they suppressed their anger towards Fong Chun. Fong Chun was walking when he suddenly felt a strong, killing intent flash past. He was puzzled and turned his head to look. To his surprise, he discovered that the 4 leaders were right in front of him. Although their killing intent was hidden very deeply, it was still seen by Fong Chun. "One day, I will trample all of you under my feet," Fong Chun muttered to himself before turning to leave. The 4 great leaders watched Fong Chen's back as he left and became even more determined to kill Fong Chun. When they arrived in front of the hall, the disciple who came to greet them said softly, The Mountain Lord is inside. Please come in." After the four of them entered the hall, they saw the Spirit Array Mountain Lord sitting on the highest throne. When the Spirit Array Mountain Lord saw the four of them, a gentle look appeared on his face. However, the four of them felt a chill in their hearts. "The four of you have finally arrived." The Spirit Array Mountain Lord chuckled. "Congratulations, Spirit Array Mountain Lord. You have led the disciples of the Spirit Array Mountain to seize control of the mysterious yellow celestial pond for our sky Array City." The 9-Array Pavilion Master chuckled as he adjusted his state of mind. "Yes, it's all thanks to the Spirit Array Mountain this time. Otherwise, the mysterious yellow celestial pond would have been seized by the Sky River Palace." The other three laughed as well. The Spirit Array Mountain Lord nodded his head slightly before saying, "The four of you, I already know the purpose of your trip. Naturally, I will give you the quota that I promised you." When the four of them heard this, their faces lit up with joy. However, the quota for the mysterious yellow celestial pond is limited. Therefore, each of the four great sects can only get one quota. The Spirit Array Mountain Lord continued. When they heard the Spirit Array Mountain Lord's words, the four of them exchanged glances. The 9-Array Pavilion Master stepped forward and said, "Spirit Array Mountain Lord, aren't you being too disappointed by this? Although the Spirit Array Mountain is the overlord of our sky Array City, without the support of small factions like us, would the Spirit Array Mountain be able to develop to its current state?" The 9-Array Pavilion Master questioned. The Spirit Array Mountain Lord had already expected that the four of them would not be convinced. Therefore, he naturally had a countermeasure. "Oh, you think that there are too few quotas?" The Spirit Array Mountain Lord sneered. "That's right, it's too few. A sect should have at least 3 quotas." The Lord of Dazzling Gold said coldly. The Spirit Array Mountain Lord sneered. Soon after, an extremely wild aura exploded from his body. In the next moment, the wild aura enveloped the four of them. This is the peak of the 9th level condensing reality realm. When the four of them sensed the powerful aura, their faces changed drastically. Previously, they knew that the Spirit Array Mountain Lord was powerful. However, they did not expect his cultivation to have reached such a level. "Spirit Array Mountain Lord, do you want to start a war with the 4 great sect?" The Tower Cloud Pavilion Master glared at him as he questioned. "I'm only telling you that the Spirit Array Mountain is still the overlord of Sky Array City." As soon as the Spirit Array Mountain Master finished speaking, 2 white-haired elders appeared beside him, one on his left and one on his right. Their auras were exactly the same as the Spirit Array Mountain Lord. This scene caused the 4 leaders to be extremely shocked. There were actually 3 peak of the 9th level condensing reality realm experts in the Spirit Array Mountain. The auras of the 3 of them suppressed the 4 leaders, causing them to be extremely shocked. After a long while, the 9-Formation Pavilion Master spoke. "Spirit Array Mountain Lord, you've really hidden your strength well." The 9-Formation Pavilion Master said, word by word. "The 4 great sect belongs to Sky Array City. We belong to the same camp as the Spirit Array Mountain. Therefore, we cannot have internal strife. Since the Spirit Array Mountain Lord has given us a quota, we will naturally accept it." The 9-Formation Pavilion Master said unwillingly. The other 3 also nodded. If the Spirit Array Mountain Lord was the only expert in the Spirit Array Mountain, then the 4 great sect would have nothing to fear. However, the situation was different now. The Spirit Array Mountain actually had 3 such experts. Moreover, they could break through to the Spirit Whirlpool realm at any time. The Spirit Whirlpool realm was an expert that surpassed the condensing reality realm. That kind of expert could open up the Spirit Whirlpool in the Chi Sea. They were extremely powerful and could easily destroy a city. That would be for the best. The Spirit Array Mountain Lord said with a smile as he retracted his aura. "Spirit Array Mountain Lord, we came to the Spirit Array Mountain this time for the quota. Now that we have the quota, we will take our leave." With the 9-Formation Pavilion Master leading the way, the 4 leaders left one after another. After the 4 leaders left, the 2 elders instantly disappeared. At this moment, Fong Chun came in from the back door. Fong Chun, are you wondering why I did not attack them since we have already broken off our relationship? The Spirit Array Mountain Lord looked at Fong Chun and smiled. Fong Chun nodded, indicating that he did not understand. The Spirit Array Mountain Lord sighed and said, although our Spirit Array Mountain has an absolute advantage against the Four Great Sect, the Four Great Sect has a long history and a deep foundation. If we force a battle, even if we win, it will be a Pyrrhic victory. Before I have absolute confidence, I cannot take the risk. Hearing this, Fong Chun expressed that he understood the Spirit Array Mountain Lord. If he was alone, he would not have any worries. However, the Spirit Array Mountain Lord was different. He had the entire Spirit Array Mountain on his shoulders. He could not let his emotions affect his decisions. At this moment, below the Spirit Array Mountain, the four leaders' faces were ashen. I never thought that there would be 3 peerless experts in the Spirit Array Mountain. The dazzling Gold Mountain Lord said coldly, we cannot sit and wait. Once the 3 peerless experts in the Spirit Array Mountain break through to the Spirit Whirlpool Realm, our Four Great Sect will definitely be swallowed by the Spirit Array Mountain. The Cloud Pavilion Master said, that's right. We must be prepared and take the initiative to attack. The Skyscraping Palace Master said, this matter is a little complicated. Let's discuss it when we return. The 9 Array Pavilion Master pondered for a moment before speaking softly. With the deterrence of the Spirit Array Mountain, the Four Great Sect became much more well-behaved. At the very least, they did not dare to act against Fong Chun openly. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed since they returned to Sky Array City. During these 3 days, the Spirit Array Mountain Lord had more or less made arrangements. After the final quota was confirmed, they could head to the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond. During these few days, Fong Chun had been idling. His cultivation had reached a bottleneck, and he was temporarily unable to break through. Hence, he decided to stop cultivating. One day, Fong Chun was drinking tea. Suddenly, a disciple ran in front of Fong Chun, panting. Senior Brother Fong, someone asked me to pass a message to you. The disciple said, yes. Fong Chun put down his teacup and was a little puzzled. In Sky Array City, there's an array master called the Flame Grandmaster. He sent a warrior to the Spirit Array Mountain and said that he wanted to see you. However, he was stopped outside the mountain gate. Then he asked me to pass a message to you, saying that the Flame Grandmaster has something to ask of you. The disciple said. When Fong Chun heard this, he immediately stood up and asked, where is that warrior? He's still in front of the mountain gate. The disciple said. Fong Chun nodded. His figure flashed, and he instantly disappeared from the courtyard. After a while, Fong Chun appeared in front of the mountain gate. At this moment, there was a warrior in front of the mountain gate. He was peeking inside the Spirit Array Mountain. When he saw Fong Chun appear, the warrior's face was filled with joy. You were sent by the Flame Grandmaster? Fong Chun asked directly. Chapter 486. After Fong Chun understood the situation, he went to the residence of the Flame Master in Sky Array City. Usually, the residence of the Flame Master was very lively. However, it was very quiet today. After Fong Chun entered the residence, he looked around and realized that the Flame Master was in the garden. Flame Master. Fong Chun came to the garden and saw that the Flame Master was drinking alone. He didn't look too good. Fong Chun, you're here. The Flame Master's eyes lit up when he saw Fong Chun. Flame Master, what trouble have you encountered? Fong Chun asked directly. After he came to Sky Array City, he had a good relationship with the Flame Master. Although the Flame Master had been humiliated by him when he gave a public lecture, the Flame Master had invited him to stay in his residence. This time, when he heard that the Flame Master was in trouble, Fong Chun rushed over immediately. It's a long story. The Flame Master looked helpless. He shook his head and said, ever since you broke off relations with the Four Major Sect, they found out that I have a good relationship with you. They've been sending their disciples to harass my residents. In the past few days, they've even come to my shop to cause trouble. Hearing the Flame Master's words, Fong Chun was stunned. His heart was filled with anger. The Four Major Sect were too despicable. They didn't dare to deal with him, but they actually dared to deal with the Flame Master. Thinking of this, Fang Chun felt a little ashamed. He hadn't expected that the Flame Master's trouble was caused by him. As an array formation master, the Flame Grandmaster had a great reputation in Sky Array City. He had a huge shop in Sky Array City. The items sold in the shop were items that had been inlaid into weapons or props through the hands of Flame Masters. This way, even warriors who weren't array masters could buy them. All along, the Flame Master's shop had been doing very well. After a few days of torment, there were no longer any cultivators who dared to come to his store to buy things. This caused his store's business to plummet. Moreover, the 4 major sect's disciples would harass him from time to time. This made the Flame Master miserable. The Flame Grandmaster was just an insignificant array Grandmaster. His strength was limited, and he was no match for the 4 major sect. Therefore, he had no choice but to ask for Fang Chen's help. Fang Chen clenched his fists after listening to Flame Master's story. His heart was filled with hatred for the 4 great sect. The young disciples of the 4 great sect go to your store every day to cause trouble, Fang Chen asked. The Flame Grandmaster nodded, his face filled with helplessness. Array masters were a money-burning profession. They needed a large number of spirit stones to buy the materials needed to set up the array. Moreover, they also needed to buy the materials needed to experiment with the array. Therefore, the business of the Flame Grandmaster's shop plummeted. After he was unable to earn spirit stones, his capital chain was broken. This made the Flame Grandmaster feel helpless. "Let's go and have a look at your shop," Fang Chen said. With the deterrence of Mount Lingjun, the leaders of the 4 great sect would definitely not dare to openly attack him within Sky Array City. Apart from the 4 great sect leaders, none of the younger disciples of the 4 great sect would be a match for him. Under the Flame Grandmaster's lead, the 2 of them quickly arrived in front of his shop. This was the Flame Grandmaster's shop. This shop's location was extremely good. It was at the very center of Sky Array City. There was a huge flow of people here. Around the shop, there were streets that extended in all directions. When Fang Chun and the Flame Master arrived, they saw many martialists standing at the entrance of the shop. They were looking inside, but they didn't dare to enter. The Flame Grandmaster brought Fang Chun into the shop. At this time, other than a few staff members, there were also several martial artists. Looking at their robes, they should be disciples of the Cloud Pavilion. This thing isn't bad. A female disciple from the Cloud Pavilion saw a bracelet and carefully played with it as she laughed. Hearing that, a male disciple walked over to the female disciple and picked up the bracelet. He asked, "How much is this bracelet?" "Mister, this bracelet was personally made by the Flame Grandmaster. It's embedded with a peak grade Yuan tier formation. The price is a bit more expensive. It's 8 million high grade spirit stones." The male disciple sneered, "Humph, a mere broken bracelet dares to ask for such a high price? Is this a black shop?" "Mister," before the staff member could finish speaking, the male disciple slapped him across the face. He said icily, "It's your luck that my Cloud Pavilion's disciples are interested in your shop's items. My junior sister really likes this bracelet. I'll take it. If you don't like it, you can come to the Cloud Pavilion to find us." The male disciple took the bracelet and handed it to the female disciple. He smiled. "Junior sister, you're even more beautiful with this bracelet." After saying that, the Cloud Pavilion's disciples prepared to leave. They had received orders from the higher-ups to visit the array formation shop every day. They had to do their best to destroy the business of the array formation shop. Today, after their destruction, the outer sect's disciples didn't dare come in to buy anything. The disciples were all smiles. Just as the male disciple turned around to leave, he bumped into Fang Chun with a bang. Fang Chun couldn't help but take a few steps back. "Brat, do you not have eyes?" The male disciple steadied himself and cursed furiously. "Taking something and not paying for it? That's not good." Fang Chun grinned. The Flame Grandmaster didn't say anything. "Brat, who are you? How dare you meddle in our Cloud Pavilion's business?" icily asked the male disciple. He could only be considered an ordinary disciple in the Cloud Pavilion, so it was normal that he didn't recognize Fang Chun. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time. Put down the bracelet and scram, or pay 8 million high-grade spirit stones and then scram. Fong Chun didn't want to waste any more time. Brat, you're courting death. The Cloud Pavilion's disciples roared, wanting to attack. Bang! Bang! Fong Chun was the first to attack. With his current strength, dealing with these small fries was too easy. In the blink of an eye, the Cloud Pavilion's disciples were all lying on the ground, letting out miserable cries. Only that female disciple stood there stiffly, not moving at all. It wasn't until this moment that the disciples of Lu Yun Pavilion realized that they had kicked an iron plate. They kept begging for mercy. Sir, we failed to recognize Mount Tai. It's our fault. We shouldn't have taken the items and not paid. We'll put them back. After saying that, the disciple quickly put the bracelet back and prepared to leave. Leave behind 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones and scram, said Fong Chun. Although the disciples were furious, they still pooled together 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones and miserably fled. Fong Chun handed the 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones to the Flame Grandmaster. Consider this a bit of compensation. Then, Fong Chun walked out of the Array Formation item store and said loudly, Everyone, the Array Formation item store is officially open for business from today onwards. I hope everyone can come and visit. After dealing with the Cloud Pavilion's disciples, the Array Formation item store slowly regained its popularity. Seeing this scene, the Flame Grandmaster's face was full of smiles, but at the same time, he was also worried about the Cloud Pavilion's revenge. However, after seeing Fong Chun's confident smile, he didn't think too much about it. Inside the Cloud Pavilion, in a courtyard, the disciples who had been beaten up by Fong Chun hurriedly ran into the courtyard. Senior Brother Lu, you must avenge us, cried the male disciple from before. What happened? Senior Brother Lu looked around at the crowd and finally fixed his gaze on the female disciple. Senior Brother Lu, we went to the Array Formation item store as usual today to destroy it, but we didn't expect to meet an unfamiliar martial artist. He injured us and even threatened that there was no one in the younger generation of the Cloud Pavilion, said the male disciple painfully. Senior Brother Lu's face changed slightly when he heard that. Is that true? It's absolutely true, said the male disciple. A mere Array Formation item store. Senior Brother Lu sneered. The next day, Senior Brother Lu went to the Array Formation item store to avenge his disciples. However, when he saw Fong Chun, his entire body trembled. Why was this god a plague here? Fong Chun, why are you here? Senior Brother Lu's body trembled uncontrollably. His voice was filled with terror. If I didn't come, were you going to tear down the Array Formation item store? Asked Fong Chun. No, I wouldn't dare. I'll leave now. Senior Brother Lu turned and prepared to leave. No one would dare to provoke a god of plague like Fong Chun. He had killed 2 generations of the 4 great sect's disciples and was still able to live in heavenly Array City. Senior Brother Lu felt his scalp go numb when he thought of that. You come and go as you please, sneered Fong Chun. Crash! With a flick of his wrist, Fong Chun grabbed Senior Brother Lu. Leave behind 5,000,000 high-grade spirit stones and then scram. Also, if I discover any disciples of the Cloud Pavilion appearing here in the future, I definitely won't show any mercy. As he spoke, a wild killing intent emanated from Fong Chun's body, causing Senior Brother Lu to tremble uncontrollably. Senior Brother Lu didn't have 5,000,000 high-grade spirit stones on him. Helpless, he could only hand over 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones and leave behind an IOU for Fong Chun. Only then did he leave the Array Formation item store. Looking at the Array Formation item store in the distance, Senior Brother Lu was infuriated. It really is a nest of devils, said Senior Brother Lu gloomily. Following Senior Brother Lu's death, no one within the Cloud Pavilion dared to cause trouble in the Array Formation item store. When the Cloud Pavilion's higher-ups learned of this matter, they immediately gave the order to stop destroying the Array Formation item store. Chapter 487. In 3 consecutive days, the disciples of Mount Dazzling Gold lost 6 million to Fong Chun. The disciples of 9 Array Pavilion lost 8 million to Fong Chun, and the disciples of Matian Palace lost 10 million to Fong Chun. Music novel, however, the disciples of the 3 sect basically gave out some on the spot, and the rest were IOUs. In just 2 days, Fong Chun received IOUs worth 20 million. Of course, this did not include the spiritual stones given by the disciples on the spot. Fong Chun looked at the IOUs worth 20 million with satisfaction, and a smile appeared on his face. After 2 days of reorganization, the disciples of the fourth sect no longer dared to cause trouble in the array formation item shop. The array formation item shop gradually regained its former prosperity. For this, the Flame Master was very grateful to Fong Chun. One day, Fong Chun was chatting with the Flame Master in the array formation item shop when he suddenly received a message that they were ready to move. Then, Fong Chun quickly went to the square of Sky Array City. When Fong Chun arrived at the square, the disciples of Ling Array Mountain had already arrived. The disciples of the other sect had also arrived. When Ling Array Mountain Master saw Fong Chun, his face was full of smiles as he asked, "Fong Chun, where have you been these past few days?" "I want to visit my good friend," Fong Chun said. After a few days, Ling Array Mountain Master had finally finished distributing the slots. The four sect would each have a slot, while the other sect would either share a slot or not. The leaders of the four sects had personally brought their disciples over. When they saw Fong Chun, they were furious, but they suppressed it in the end. Everyone is almost ready. Today, I will lead everyone to the mysterious yellow, celestial pond," Ling Array Mountain Master said. The leaders of the various sects nodded, indicating that they were ready. However, at this moment, Fong Chun suddenly spoke. "Mountain Master, I still have some matters to attend to. Can I have some time?" Fong Chun asked with a smile. When Ling Array Mountain Master heard this, he nodded and said, "Of course." When Fong Chun heard this, he took a step forward and looked at the leaders of the four sects. Then he took out the 20 million IOUs and said, "These are the IOUs that the disciples of the four sects have given me. They hope that you can return these spiritual stones to me before I leave." Right after Fong Chun spoke, the entire plaza went into an uproar. Countless cultivators were startled. The faces of the leaders of the top four sects changed slightly. Their eyebrows were filled with displeasure. 9 Array Pavilion Master, 9 Array Pavilion Master, 9 Array Pavilion Master, 9 Array Pavilion Master. Nothing much. I just hope that the four great sects will return the spirit stones you owe me. Fong Chun grinned. As for the specifics, you should ask your disciples. The leaders of the four great sects questioned their own disciples. After a series of inquiries, they learned of the specific situation and were furious. "Fong Chun, are you courting death?" roared the 9 Array Pavilion Master furiously. A junior had actually dared to humiliate the leaders of the four sects over and over again. That infuriated them greatly. "No matter what, you are Sky Array City's older generation experts. How can you threaten a junior?" said Ling Array Mountain Master. Hearing Ling Zhun Mountain Lord's words, the leaders of the four great sects restrained themselves slightly. Fong Chun handed the IOUs to the four sect leaders. When the four of them saw it, their faces turned ashen. A bunch of trash. They had sent their disciples to destroy the formation store. But they hadn't expected that not only had they failed, but they had even been extorted by Fong Chun. Among them, the skyscraping palace master was the most helpless. Of the four sects, they had lost the most spiritual stones. "You four, pay up the spirit stones you owe Fong Chun. Then we'll go to the Xianwang Immortal Pond." Ling Array Mountain Master grinned. Although the four of them were infuriated, they wouldn't let the spirit stones affect their plan to go to the Xianwang Immortal Pond. In the end, the four of them reluctantly paid back all their spirit stones to Fong Chun. Then they angrily tore up the IOUs. Fong Chun smiled with satisfaction when he received 20 million high-grade spirit stones. Only after reaching the true condensation realm did Fong Chun realize that the amount of spirit stones in his pockets was becoming less and less. He only had 30 million spirit stones left. Adding on the 20 million, he had 50 million high-grade spirit stones. Although it wasn't a lot, it was still a good thing. Seeing the sullen faces of the leaders of the four sects, the Spirit Array Mountain Master's face was full of smiles as he led the crowd out of Sky Array City. The Xianwang Immortal Pond was located in a strange realm between Sky Array City and Sky Water City. This strange realm was heavily guarded. Under normal circumstances, ordinary warriors wouldn't be able to enter. Under Ling Array Mountain Master's lead, the group arrived in front of the strange realm and entered it. This strange realm was like a space of its own. Fangchen was a little surprised. After entering the strange realm, he realized that there were many elders of the Sky Water Palace here. They hadn't completely left the place. After Ling Array Mountain Master brought them here, he started to take over the Xianhuang Immortal Pond. However, during the process, something happened. The elders of the Sky Water Palace seemed a little reluctant and made things difficult for him. The most obvious thing was that, according to Ling Array Mountain Master's instructions, Fangchen was taking over the courtyard where the disciples lived. The elder in charge of these courtyards was at the 7th condensing reality realm. He wasn't very strong, but he had a cold personality. When he saw that Fangchen was a young disciple, he looked down on Fangchen and deliberately made things difficult for Fangchen. There are a total of 30 courtyards here, the Sky Water Palace elder said coldly. Fangchen nodded and began to check. After checking, Fangchen realized that there weren't 30 courtyards. This made Fangchen very confused. He asked, "There aren't 30 courtyards?" The Sky Water Palace elder sneered and didn't answer Fangchen. This made Fangchen realize that he had been played by the Sky Water Palace elder. He was furious. "You're playing with me," Fangchen said coldly. "Brat, if it weren't for Ling Array Mountain, I would have killed you with one slap if you dared to talk to me like that." The Sky Water Palace elder sneered. Fangchen narrowed his eyes and clenched his fists. In an instant, a wild aura erupted from his body. He punched the Sky Water Palace elder, sending him flying. "How is this possible?" The Sky Water Palace elder spat out a mouthful of blood. His heart was filled with shock. He couldn't believe that Fangchen was so strong. After being taught a lesson by Fangchen, the Sky Water Palace elder became much more obedient. In the end, Fangchen successfully took over the courtyard. In about a day's time, Ling Array Mountain had taken over everything in the wondrous realm. They even took over the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond. The next day, all the people in Sky Water City left. Sky Array City's martial artists entered the wondrous realm. For the next year, the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond will belong to my Sky Array City. I hope you'll be able to gain enough when you enter the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond, laughed Ling Array Mountain's master. At the very center of the wondrous realm was an extremely large pond. This pond was filled with yellow mist. Underneath the yellow mist was a large amount of pond water. Although the pond water looked clear, it was actually very turbid. "This is the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond?" asked Fangchen as he looked at the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond. "Correct. This is the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond." Ling Array Mountain's master gave everyone a detailed explanation of the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond. Because the water within the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond is too tyrannical, each time you enter it, you can only cultivate for 6 hours. You have to come out, or your life will be in danger. After Ling Array Mountain's master's explanation, everyone understood the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond. At this moment, Fangchen sensed the movements of the Banksian Shu and Little Mouse within the special spatial ring. The two of them seemed to be very interested in the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond. That wasn't all. Even Ancestor Bronze, who was in the Python sword form, was stirring restlessly. He told Fangchen that there was a special aura in the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond that could restore his remnant consciousness. After everything was settled, the first batch of cultivators began to enter the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond. Within the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond, Fangchen was floating 300 meters deep, absorbing the energy within the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond. This mysterious yellow Immortal Pond is really mysterious. After entering the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond, Fangchen discovered that not only could the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond temper a cultivator's physical body, but it could also temper a cultivator's soul. In short, the mysterious yellow Immortal Pond was a sacred cultivation ground. As for the Banksian Shu and Little Mouse, they had long since disappeared without a trace. Ancestor bronze within the python sword was also wildly absorbing the mysterious yellow immortal pawn's aura. Time slowly passed. In the blink of an eye, 6 hours had passed. During this time, more and more cultivators came out of the mysterious yellow immortal pawn. Only Ding Chuan managed to last for 6 hours. Once everyone came out, Ling Array Mountain's master did a head count and found that they were still missing one person. After checking, he found that Fong Chun still hadn't come out. Fong Chun still hasn't come out? Ling Array Mountain's master was shocked. Ding Chuan's eyes also flickered as he looked at the mysterious yellow immortal pond. As for the disciples of the four great sects disciples, they sneered inwardly. They felt that Fong Chun was too arrogant. If he didn't come out after 6 hours, he might die in the mysterious yellow immortal pond. At this time, within the mysterious yellow immortal pond, Fong Chen's sword body was being tempered by the water. After 6 hours of tempering, Fong Chun felt his sword body suddenly emit a buzzing sound. In the next moment, Fong Chun found that his sword body had broken through. The early stage of body refinement had broken through to the mid-stage of body refinement. The sword intent contained within his sword body had reached the peak, and his sword body's defense had also increased. The mid-stage of body refinement was equivalent to the 5 elements Tao body, but it was much stronger than the 5 elements Tao body. My sword body is broken through. Fong Chun was full of smiles. The further he advanced, the harder it was for his sword body to break through. Of course, the stronger his sword body, the deeper Fong Chen's comprehension of the sword Tao would be. Chapter 488. After 6 hours, Fong Chun successfully broke through to the body forging realm. After that, Fong Chen's speed of absorbing the mysterious yellow immortal pawn's aura became faster and faster. Musicals and novels, at this moment, outside of the mysterious yellow celestial pond, the disciples led by the Lingzhen Mountain Master were all shocked. Every disciple could only last for 3 days in the mysterious yellow celestial pond. Fong Chun had already lasted for more than 6 hours. Why hasn't he come out yet? The mountain lord muttered to himself. Ding Chuan's eyes flickered as he said, "There won't be any accidents, right?" In the past, some disciples had dived too deep into the mysterious yellow immortal pond, causing the pressure to be too great. As a result, their physical bodies collapsed. Probably not. Although there was danger in the mysterious yellow immortal pond, the mountain lord knew that Fong Chun wasn't a reckless person. Time passed bit by bit. After 10 hours, Fong Chun finally came out of the mysterious yellow immortal pond. Seeing Fong Chun appear, the mountain lord's face was filled with joy as he asked, "Fong Chun, are you all right?" Fong Chun shook his head slightly, indicating that he was fine. The disciples let out a sigh of relief. Right now, Fong Chun was the peak expert of their Sky Array City's younger generation. Even in the entire southern mountain region, he was considered an outstanding disciple. If anything happened to Fong Chun, it would be their Sky Array City's loss. Of course, the disciples of the four great sect couldn't wait for Fong Chun to die immediately. Unfortunately, they couldn't get their wish. Just like that, the disciples all stayed in the mysterious yellow immortal pond. Almost every day, they would enter the mysterious yellow immortal pond to cultivate. As for the mountain lord, after staying in the mysterious realm for a few days, he quietly left. This was because the Sky Array City's mountain lord still needed him to oversee it. During this period of time, Fong Chun had been cultivating in the mysterious yellow immortal pond. After his body forging realm reached the body forging realm, it stopped improving. Fong Chun began to refine his soul. After a round of refinement, Fong Chun's soul had reached the mid-orange grade. This made Fong Chun very happy. After his soul reached the mid-orange grade, Fong Chun's soul cultivation also reached the mid-second grade. His Daoyuo soul killer flame was also cultivated to the great circle. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. Within these 3 months, Fong Chun had successfully broken through to the 5th condensing reality realm. After reaching the 5th level of the condensing reality realm, Fong Chun's overall strength had increased. Combined with the 5th level of the Phantom Sword Art, Fong Chun's true strength could easily defeat a mid-8th level condensing reality realm warrior. He could even challenge a late 8th level condensing reality realm warrior, or even a peak 8th level condensing reality realm warrior. Fang Chun could be considered a top genius in the entire southern mountain land. During these 3 months, Fang Chun had been looking for clues about the heaven-raising gate. However, no matter how hard he tried, he still couldn't find any clues. During this time, the Bank Xianshu had also begun to transform because it had absorbed a large amount of water from the mysterious yellow immortal pond. The remnant consciousness of the bronze ancestor had also grown a lot stronger. Of course, the one who had transformed the most was the little mouse. Although he hadn't seen it cultivate, during this time in the mysterious yellow immortal pond, the little mouse's strength was actually on par with Fang Chun's. This made Fang Chun very shocked. What race is the little mouse? How did its strength increase so quickly? Until now, Fang Chun still didn't know what race the little mouse was. Even if he worked hard to cultivate, he still couldn't catch up with the little mouse who stayed in the special space ring every day. However, Fang Chun could only sigh. During this time, most of the disciples who had entered the mysterious yellow immortal pond had improved a lot. However, they still couldn't compare with Fang Chun. Today, Fang Chun entered the mysterious yellow immortal pond with ease. After this period of cultivation, Fang Chun could already dive to a depth of 1,000 meters in the mysterious yellow immortal pond. This depth was quite stressful for Fang Chun. However, the greater the pressure, the greater the motivation to cultivate. As usual, Fang Chun began to temper his body. After tempering for about an hour, Fang Chun suddenly felt that something was wrong. Down within the Xianhuang immortal pond, a series of obscure voices could be heard. Although these voices were obscure, Fang Chun still managed to catch them. What is this sound? Fang Chun suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the bottomless bottom of the mysterious yellow immortal pond in horror. These obscure sounds came from the bottom of the mysterious yellow immortal pond. Fang Chun was shocked. Just as he was shocked, Fang Chun suddenly saw a vortex. The vortex was very small at first, but in the blink of an eye, it became extremely huge. Immediately after, a wild suction force instantly spread out from the whirlpool. When Fang Chun sensed this terrifying suction force, his heart was filled with fear. He let out a low cry and instantly rushed out of the Xianhuang celestial pond. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. When Fang Chun made his move, some of the other disciples also sensed that something was wrong and kept running away. However, the vortex expanded very quickly, faster than the speed of everyone's escape. Some disciples couldn't escape in time and were instantly sucked in by the vortex. Then a scream was heard. Whoosh, whoosh. Fang Chun used his fastest speed to rush out of the mysterious yellow immortal pond. After stabilizing his body, he stood on the ground outside the mysterious yellow immortal pond. At this time, martial artists escaped from the mysterious yellow immortal pond one after another. They looked at the mysterious yellow immortal pond in horror. Their faces were full of shock. Fang Chun, what's going on? As soon as Ding Chuan escaped, he found Fang Chun and asked. Fang Chun shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. At this time, the elder stationed in the wondrous realm rushed over. As the vortex in the mysterious yellow immortal pond grew bigger, the water in the mysterious yellow immortal pond began to spin. The ground in the wondrous realm was constantly shaking, as if an earthquake was about to happen. What Fang Chun and the others didn't know was that the mysterious yellow immortal pond's shaking had attracted the attention of the entire southern mountain land. At this time, all the forces in the southern mountain land were looking in the direction of the mysterious yellow immortal pond. Their eyes were filled with passion. Sky Array City, Spiritual Array Mountain. The Spiritual Array Mountain Lord was presiding over the daily affairs of Spiritual Array Mountain. Suddenly, he felt the Sky Array City shaking. Immediately after, the Spirit Array Mountain Lord raised his head and looked up. To his surprise, he discovered that a strange phenomenon had appeared in the sky above the mysterious yellow celestial pond. Could it be? At this moment, the Spiritual Array Mountain Lord thought of something. It was about the heaven-raising gate. Thinking of this, the spiritual Array Mountain Lord put down what he was doing and disappeared from spiritual Array Mountain in a flash. At this moment, the mysterious yellow celestial pond in the Wonderland had already changed. The whirlpool within the mysterious yellow celestial pond had already been enlarged to its maximum size. Within the whirlpool, there was a wild attractive force that caused countless martial artists to retreat one after another, afraid that they would be sucked in by this wild attractive force. What's going on? Fang Chun thought to himself as he narrowed his eyes and looked at the huge vortex. At this time, Old Ancestor Bronze spoke. There seems to be something coming out from the vortex. Hearing Old Ancestor Bronze's words, Fang Chun was shocked. Then, he looked at the vortex and thought to himself. None of the people present realized that there was a little mouse and a Banksian shoe in the vortex. At this time, the Banksian shoe was trapped in the vortex and almost died. Its whole body was charred black and it was severely injured. If it wasn't for the blood that the little mouse gave it, it would have been sucked dry. Brother Mouse, can we get out? The Banksian shoe groaned in pain. Its whole body was wrapped around the little mouse's body. At this time, the little mouse's small body was floating in the vortex. Although the suction force of the vortex was strong, it had no effect on the little mouse. The little mouse opened its eyes wide and looked at the depths of the vortex, motionless. This situation lasted for about a quarter of an hour. Suddenly, the little mouse's body moved. Rays of black light rushed out from the depths of the vortex. Seeing this, the little mouse opened its small claws and rushed towards the rays of black light. In an instant, it grasped one of the rays of black light. At this time, the whole Namling land shook. Countless rays of black light shot out from the gigantic vortex. These rays of black light emitted a terrifying glow as they shot up into the sky and landed in every corner of the southern mountain land. Boom! When the black light rushed out of the vortex, the entire mysterious yellow, celestial pond boiled instantly. Endless amounts of water rushed out of the mysterious yellow celestial pond, causing countless martialists to retreat one after another. Even Fang Chun was unable to withstand this powerful force, and his body was continuously pushed back. Rumble! A deafening sound came out from the vortex. When the rays of black light disappeared into the sky, the water in the vortex slowly returned to normal. In the midst of everyone's shock, the vortex shattered and the water returned to the mysterious yellow immortal pond. In the blink of an eye, the mysterious yellow immortal pond returned to its original state. What were those rays of black light? Fang Chun was shocked and asked hurriedly. The mountain master is on his way. We are not sure. An elder said. The trembling of the mysterious yellow immortal pond attracted the attention of the entire Namling land. When the rays of black light rushed into the sky, the entire Namling land was in an uproar. Countless forces were fighting for the rays of black light. In just a day, a piece of news spread across the entire Namling land. The mysterious yellow immortal pond was in an uproar. The keys to the old site of the heaven-raising gate had appeared and were scattered in every corner of the Namling land. What kind of existence was the heaven-raising gate? Many forces in the Namling land were clear about it. When they found out that the rays of black light were the keys to the old site of the heaven-raising gate, they went crazy. The entire Namling land was in a frenzy. Countless forces were searching for the rays of black light that were scattered everywhere. In the Wonderland, Fang Chun was shocked when he heard the news. At the same time, he felt pity. He was the closest to the mysterious yellow immortal pond, but he didn't even get a single ray of black light. That's the key to the old site of the heaven-raising gate. Fang Chun's heart ached. The heaven-raising gate was a taboo for every warrior. If he could enter the old site of the heaven-raising gate, he might be able to get a fortuitous encounter and soar into the sky. Chapter 489. The key to the old site of the heaven-raising gate caused an uproar in the southern mountain land. Countless forces came out to search for the key. Even the older generation experts came out to search for the key. After 3 days and 3 nights of fighting, the key was basically in the hands of the various forces. Finally, the news of the key reached Fang Chun's ears. The key to the old site of the heaven-raising gate was divided into 8 parts. There were a total of 8 parts. The 3-star sect obtained 1 part each. The Qin family and the Wu family also obtained 1 part each. There was a mysterious force with many experts that obtained 2 parts. As for the last part, its whereabouts were unknown. When this news spread, the mysterious force that invaded the southern mountain land also gradually surfaced. Previously, this mysterious force was only known by the top forces in the southern mountain land. However, this time, everyone knew about it. Even the 3-star sect could only obtain 1 part of the key. This mysterious force actually obtained 2 parts of the key. However, this mysterious force was very powerful. No one dared to have any ideas about this mysterious force. In the beginning, some of the weaker warriors obtained the key. However, they were killed by the stronger warriors, and the key was snatched away. In these 3 days, there were many condensing reality realm warriors that died. Even some of the older generation condensing reality realm warriors lost their lives because of the key. However, as the key was in the hands of the top forces in the southern mountain land, the battles gradually disappeared. No matter how strong the warriors were, they did not dare to challenge these forces. And from the clues left behind by the key, these large powers obtained some clues regarding the heaven-raising gate. Originally, the top forces were prepared to exclude all the warriors and join forces to search for the old site of the heaven-raising gate. However, after searching for many days, they still could not find the whereabouts of the last part of the key. This made the leaders of the top sect feel helpless. In the end, they decided to announce the information they obtained from the key to the entire southern mountain land. When the approximate location of the old site of the heaven-raising gate was announced, countless warriors stood up and headed towards that area. Although they did not have the key, they still wanted to fish in troubled waters. Who knows? They might be able to obtain a fortuitous encounter. At the same time, the leaders of the top sect also arranged for the warriors to head towards the old site of the heaven-raising gate. At this moment, the Spirit Array Mountain Lord had arrived in the strange realm. He checked the mysterious yellow celestial pond, but did not discover anything. Mountain Master Ling Jun, are the rumors outside true or false? Ding Chuan's eyes blazed. The Spirit Array Mountain Master nodded and said, "The rumors outside are true. A few days ago, the mysterious yellow celestial pond went berserk, and 8 black rays of light shot into the sky. That was the key to opening the old site of the heaven-raising gate. It's a pity that our Spirit Array Mountain did not obtain it." The Spirit Array Mountain Master knew his own limits. Of the powers that had obtained the key, which one of them wasn't stronger than the Spirit Array Mountain? Since the Spirit Array Mountain hadn't obtained the key, the Spirit Array Mountain Master had directly ordered them not to participate in this operation. Mountain Master Ling Jun could imagine that a large number of martial artists would lose their lives when the heaven-raising gate appeared. "You guys can cultivate in the Xianhuang Celestial Pond with peace of mind," Mountain Master Ling Jun said in a low voice before turning around to leave. In a courtyard somewhere in the Wonderland, Fong Chun was sitting on a stone bench. He was thinking about what had happened over the past few days. Just then, the little mouse appeared in front of him with a big smile on his face. "Chirp!" The little mouse was chirping at Fong Chun. Suddenly, a triangular jade pendant appeared in his little paw. This jade pendant was completely black and faintly emitted a terrifying aura. This is when Fong Chun saw the triangular jade pendant. He took it and looked at it carefully. When Fong Chun saw that there was an incomplete heaven word on the triangular jade pendant, he was shocked. He then looked at the little mouse. At this moment, the little mouse nodded at Fong Chun. "This is the heaven-raising gate key." Fong Chun looked at the little mouse in disbelief and cried out involuntarily. Seeing the little mouse nod, Fong Chun was completely dumbfounded. The 8th key that the major powers in the outside world were desperately searching for was actually in the hands of the little mouse. "How did you get it?" After a long time, Fong Chun tried his best to calm his excitement and put away the triangular jade pendant. The little mouse chirped and gestured. In the end, Fong Chun found out that the little mouse had snatched it from the whirlpool. He sighed in his heart. Luckily, he had the little mouse. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gained anything from this trip to the heaven-raising gate. But it was different now. With the 8th key, Fang Chun had the qualifications to participate in the operations of the major powers. Fang Chun naturally knew the importance of the heaven-raising gate key. If others knew that the 8th key was in his hands, he would be killed by some experts before he could leave the wondrous realm. Therefore, for safety reasons, other than himself, he couldn't tell anyone else about this. After thinking for a while, Fang Chun thought of a plan. He then found Ding Chuan and told him that he had something to do and needed to return to Heaven Array City. Ding Chuan didn't think too much about it. He nodded and told Fang Chun to go back without worry. After Fang Chun left the wondrous realm, he immediately pushed his speed to the limit and headed towards the approximate location of the heaven-raising gate. Although the major powers had found some clues in the key, they didn't know the exact location of the heaven-raising gate. They could only deduce the approximate location. This location was in a famous danger zone in the southern mountain land. This danger zone was called the Godly Knife Mountain. The Godly Knife Mountain was a strange place in the southern mountain land. Every martialist who stepped on the Godly Knife Mountain would be seriously injured by the knife intent that came from all directions. Those who were weak would even be killed on the spot by the powerful knife intent. Only those who were extremely strong could climb the Godly Knife Mountain. Fang Chun's goal this time was the Godly Knife Mountain. Along the way, Fang Chun met many martialists who were walking in a hurry. Fang Chun guessed that these martialists were also heading towards the Godly Knife Mountain to try their luck. After walking for about 3 days, Fang Chun arrived at the Golden Mountain City. Let's go in and ask around. Fang Chun didn't want to walk around blindly. He needed to ask around. After arriving at the Golden Mountain City, Fang Chun found the most lively restaurant in the city. He drank while listening to the conversations of the many martialists in the restaurant. There was a table of martialists beside Fang Chun. These martialists looked like rogue cultivators. "Boss, is the old site of the heaven-raising gate really at the Godly Knife Mountain?" asked a martialist. "The whereabouts of the 8th key is still unknown. Since the major powers have spread the news, it means that they haven't found the 8th key. They want to track the owner of the 8th key. It's very likely that the old site of the heaven-raising gate is at the Godly Knife Mountain," whispered the martialist called Boss. "I wonder who obtained the 8th key." Another martialist was puzzled. Recently, there have been experts heading towards the Celestial Water City and the Celestial Array City. The locations of the keys in these 2 cities are the closest. Some experts suspect that the 8th key is in one of these 2 cities, said the boss after thinking for a moment. Yes, if the 8th key is in one of these 2 cities, it's bound to be obtained by the Celestial Water Temple or the Spirit Array Mountain. If the key really is in their hands, I'm afraid they won't be able to keep it, whispered several martialists. Just at this moment, a martialist's voice attracted Fang Chun's attention. "Let's not talk about the 8th key. Even if it's in one of these 2 cities, it has nothing to do with us," said the martialist. It said that the Qin family has already arrived at the Godly Knife Mountain. The Qin family has already arrived. I wonder if Qin Yao is gone. Qin Yao's strength has advanced by leaps and bounds. She has already become a peak expert of the Qin family's younger generation. It's said that during her seclusion, her cultivation base has advanced by leaps and bounds. Her strength is comparable to the top disciples of the 3-star sects. She is the future hope of the Qin family. Hearing Qin Yao's name, Fang Chun thought of the woman he had saved from the Qin family. He hadn't expected her to have grown to such a level after such a long time. "I wonder if I'll be able to meet my savior in the Godly Knife Mountain," muttered Fang Chun. Just as Fang Chun was thinking, a group of cultivators suddenly entered the restaurant. When they saw the plump man leading the group, the cultivators in the restaurant all left. "Young Master Jiang is here. Quickly leave," said one of the fat man's subordinates. In the blink of an eye, all the martialists in the restaurant had left. Young Master Jiang's background was too great. They couldn't afford to provoke him. "Brat, why aren't you leaving?" asked one of them icily when they saw that Fang Chun hadn't moved at all. Fang Chun glanced at young Master Jiang and snorted. He didn't say anything. His subordinate was about to berate him, but he was stopped by young Master Jiang. Young Master Jiang slowly walked in front of Fong Chen. One of his subordinates was about to attack him, but what young Master Jiang said next made everyone's jaws drop. "Young Master, my name is Jiang Tian. How about we be friends?" Smiled Jiang Tian. Chapter 490. I'm sorry, I don't want to be friends with fat people. Fong Chen glanced at the fat man, Jiang Tian, and said softly. Hearing Fong Chen's words, the fat man, Jiang Tian's face kept changing. The subordinates behind him were furious. They directly stepped forward and shouted at Fong Chen. "Kid, do you know who you're talking to? It's your fortune to be friends with our young Master Jiang. How dare you refuse? You're really looking for death. There's actually someone in the Gold Mountain City who dares to call our young Master Jiang a fat person. Kid, you're dead." The subordinates roared in anger. At this moment, there were many cultivators on the streets outside the restaurant. They were all peeking inside to watch. When they heard Fong Chen's words, their faces kept changing. They all shook their heads and felt sorry for Fong Chen. The Gold Mountain City was the world of the general family. The general family was the overlord of the Gold Mountain City. Although the general family's strength was not as strong as the spiritual array mountain, it was enough to make ordinary warriors look up to them. Usually, there were not many foreign warriors in the Gold Mountain City. Most of them were local warriors. These warriors also knew of the general family's reputation and did not dare to go against them. Jiang Tian was a younger generation disciple of the general family. It was said that Jiang Tian was the youngest son of the general family's head. His cultivation had also reached the 6th condensing reality realm. In the entire southern mountain land, Jiang Tian's strength was nothing in the younger generation. However, in the Gold Mountain City, Jiang Tian was a little overlord. Moreover, what Jiang Tian hated the most was people calling him a fat person. When Jiang Tian first entered the restaurant, he discovered that Fong Chen was not ordinary. He liked to make friends with young elites, so he took the initiative to make friends with Fong Chen. However, he did not expect that the latter would actually call him a fat person. This made Jiang Tian furious. A trace of killing intent flashed in his eyes. Say that again. Jiang Tian tried his best to calm the anger in his heart. He looked at Fong Chen and said with a smile, "I don't make friends with fat people." Fong Chen repeated when he heard that. With Fong Chen's eyesight, he was naturally able to tell that Jiang Tian did not intend to befriend him. Instead, he was unable to see through Fong Chen. Therefore, he purposely used the excuse of befriending Fong Chen to probe Fong Chen. If Fong Chen's strength was inferior to his, Jiang Tian would definitely attack him. How could Fong Chen befriend a cultivator with such a temperament? Therefore, Fong Chen rejected him on the spot. However, Fong Chen's rejection completely infuriated Jiang Tian. His expression was ashen as he glared at Fong Chen with a sharp gaze. If looks could kill, then Fong Chen would have been killed by Jiang Tian. After Fong Chen said this, he picked up the teacup and continued to drink his tea. His face was calm, without any fear. Seeing this scene, Jiang Tian turned his head to look at his subordinates, and then nodded slightly. When his subordinates saw this, they roared furiously and attacked together. They directly launched fierce attacks at Fong Chen. Bang, bang, bang. After several loud bangs, Jiang Tian discovered that his subordinates had all fallen to the ground and were letting out miserable cries. As for Fong Chen, he seemed to have not moved at all. He continued to sit on the stool and drink his tea. "Brat, just who are you?" At this moment, Jiang Tian finally realized Fong Chen's strength. He asked solemnly, "I'm just an ordinary cultivator," said Fong Chen. Jiang Tian's expression constantly changed. In the end, he clasped his hands at Fong Chen and turned to leave the restaurant. "Brat, offending my general family is not a wise choice." The insignificant Jiang Tian was unable to enter Fong Chen's discerning eyes. With Fong Chen's current strength, he did not fear the general family. His goal was the old site of the Divine Blade Mountain's heaven-raising gate. Not long after Jiang Tian left, he returned. This time, he appeared in the restaurant with a mysterious man. "Big brother, it's him. He's the one who bullied me." Jiang Tian pointed at Fong Chen. Beside Jiang Tian, Jiang Sheng smiled playfully. He looked at Fong Chen and asked, "Brat, You dare to offend the general family in Jinshan City? It seems you have something to rely on. Fang Chun drank his tea and directly ignored Jiang Sheng's words. Jiang Tian said, "Big brother, look at how arrogant this person is. He's even ignoring you." When Jiang Sheng saw Fang Chen's appearance, he was completely infuriated. In Jinshan City, there was no one who dared to ignore him like this. "Brat, you will pay the price for your actions." Jiang Sheng roared furiously. Immediately, a wild aura filled the restaurant. Just at this moment, Fang Chen stood up. He glanced at Jiang Sheng and said, "Do you really want to force me to take action? So what if I do? Unless you kneel and apologize to my brother, I'll make you wish you were dead," said Jiang Sheng coldly. Fang Chen shook his head slightly. "I won't easily take action. Once I do, you won't be able to bear the consequences." When he heard Fang Chen's words, Jiang Sheng laughed as if he had heard the funniest joke. In Jinshan City, there is no price that I, Jiang Sheng, cannot bear. Jiang Sheng thought that Fang Chen was deliberately putting on an act. He had already made up his mind to directly cripple Fang Chen when he took action. "All right, then let's go outside and fight," said Fang Chen. This was a restaurant, so he couldn't use his full strength. Jiang Sheng nodded and took the lead to leave the restaurant. He then went to the plaza. It was currently noon, and the plaza was packed with people. When Jiang Sheng arrived, many cultivators left the plaza. Jiang Sheng stood there, waiting for Fang Chen to arrive. "Big brother, will he take the opportunity to escape?" Jiang Tian asked worriedly when he saw that Fang Chen still hadn't arrived. "Where can he run to in Jinshan City?" Jiang Sheng grinned. Just as the two brothers were talking, Fang Chen suddenly appeared. There were no spiritual qi fluctuations coming from his body. He just floated to the plaza. "And here I thought you would be a coward," sneered Jiang Tian. "Idiot," said Fang Chen. "Brat, in this battle, I'll break your tendons and cripple your cultivation base. You won't even be able to be an ordinary person," said Jiang Sheng sinisterly. Fang Chen looked at Jiang Sheng and Jiang Tian. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration appeared in his mind, and he said, "A direct battle is a bit boring. Why don't we make some prizes?" Hearing Fang Chen's words, Jiang Sheng's eyes flickered and he asked, "What kind of bet do you want to make?" In Jiang Sheng's eyes, Fang Chen was just a small prey. No matter what bet he made, it would be given to him for free. "If you lose, give me all the information your family has on the Divine Blade Mountain." Fang Chen grinned. "Brat, your ambition isn't small. You actually want to obtain all the information about Godly Blade Mountain from our general family," sneered Jiang Sheng. "This time, there are many experts going to Godly Blade Mountain. Even I don't have any certainty. So what if you obtain it? Besides, it's in my hands. Do you agree or not?" Fang Chen continued to ask. "And if you lose?" Jiang Sheng didn't directly agree. "If I lose, I'll hand over 50 million high-grade spirit stones," said Fang Chen. Since he wanted information, he naturally had to make the bet more attractive. "Do you have 50 million high-grade spirit stones?" Jiang Sheng's eyes brightened when he heard Fang Chen's words. But after thinking for a moment, he coldly asked. Fang Chen's wrist shook. Immediately, all his spirit stones appeared on the square. Jiang Sheng's soul swept over them and instantly discovered that there were 50 million high-grade spirit stones. Before the surrounding cultivators could be shocked, Fang Chen had already stored the spirit stones into his spatial ring. "How about it? You're the #1 expert of the general family's younger generation. Don't tell me you don't dare to bet with me?" Fang Chen smiled. "Big brother, bet with him. That's 50 million high-grade spirit stones." Jiang Tian shouted from the side. Jiang Sheng pondered for a moment, then finally nodded his head. "If you're giving me 50 million high-grade spirit stones for free, I'll naturally accept it." Jiang Sheng sneered. In order to prevent Fang Chen from returning, he took out a scroll and said, "All the information our family has on the Divine Blade Mountain is on this scroll. If I lose, no, I definitely won't lose. Don't even think about getting this scroll." Fang Chen's eyes brightened when he saw the scroll. If he had this scroll, it would be much easier for him to enter the Divine Blade Mountain. At first, Fang Chen did not want to become friends with Jiang Tian. But later, Fong Chen suddenly thought of this. If he could take advantage of Jiang Sheng and obtain the information, then he could escape. Even if the general family was furious, they would not be able to find him. Moreover, with his strength, it would be easy for him to escape from the Golden Mountain City. At this moment, Fong Chen was secretly excited. Jiang Sheng's cultivation was only at the early stage of the 7th condensing reality realm. In his eyes, he would not be able to withstand a single blow. Kid, prepare to die. Rumble. Following Jiang Sheng's roar, a wild aura suddenly burst out from his body. In the next moment, Jiang Sheng exploded with a powerful battle strength and directly attacked Fong Chen. Child's play. Fong Chen sneered and used the phantom sword technique. Swoosh. With Fong Chen's current strength, dealing with the 8th condensing reality realm martial artist was a piece of cake. A mere 7th condensing reality realm martial artist was nothing. Kacha. Fong Chen's hidden star sword lightly collided with Jiang Sheng's fist. Jiang Sheng's body was immediately sent flying. In the eyes of outsiders, Fong Chen only lightly swung his sword, but Jiang Sheng was directly sent flying. What's going on? Jiang Tian was puzzled. Jiang Sheng did his best to stabilize himself. He roared ferociously and charged at Fong Chen again. This time, Fong Chen exploded with a wild power, completely suppressing Jiang Sheng, making it difficult for the latter to move. Only now did Jiang Sheng discover in horror that Fong Chen's strength was not something he could compare with. Damn it, you lied to me. Jiang Sheng roared angrily, but his body was unable to move. Fong Chen leisurely appeared in front of Jiang Sheng, stretched out his hand and said, "Give me the scroll. I haven't lost yet." Jiang Sheng roared, trying to break free from Fong Chen's suppression, but it was useless. Crack! Fong Chen used a little force and directly crushed a bone in Jiang Sheng's arm, causing Jiang Sheng to be in great pain. Chapter 491. Hand over the scroll. Fong Chen's voice entered Jiang Sheng's ears. At this moment, Jiang Sheng's whole body was in pain. His heart was filled with shock. How could this strange man be so strong? You lied to me, Jiang Sheng roared in anger. He thought that Fong Chen was lying to him. The latter's strength was at the top even in the entire southern mountain land. If you agree to a bet, you must accept your loss. I'll give you 3 seconds. Fong Chen said coldly. The general family probably already knew about what happened in the plaza. They must be on their way. He could not waste any more time. Once the old monsters of the general family arrived, he would be in danger. Jiang Sheng seemed to be stalling for time, but the pressure that Fong Chen gave him was too dangerous. In the end, Jiang Sheng had no choice but a hand over the scroll. Fong Chen's foot landed on Jiang Sheng's body, sending the latter flying out. When Jiang Sheng stood up, Fong Chen's figure flashed, preparing to leave the Gold Mountain City. Kid, you offended the general family. You can't escape from the Gold Mountain City. Jiang Sheng roared in anger. At this moment, the elders of the general family arrived. When the general family heard that someone bullied the Jiang brothers in the plaza, they immediately made a decision and sent 2 elders of the early stage of the condensing reality realm. Kid, where do you think you're going? As soon as the 2 elders appeared, they blocked Fong Chen's path. Kid, you stole something from the general family and still want to leave. The other elder said angrily. The 2 elders formed a pincer formation and blocked Fong Chen's path. They wanted to capture Fong Chen and bring him back. I beat up the young, and the old jumped out. The general family is just SOSO. Fong Chen sneered. Kid with a sharp tongue. One of the elders said coldly, let's attack together and suppress him. The 2 elders of the 8th stage of the condensing reality realm joined forces to attack Fong Chen. Their wild aura soared into the sky. These were the 2 strongest opponents Fong Chen had encountered since he came out of the mysterious yellow immortal pond. He pushed his sword body to the extreme and attacked with all his strength. A giant golden sword appeared above Fong Chen's head. He immediately released his Dharma idol and then used the phantom sword technique to attack the 2 elders. Bang, 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 the hidden star sword used its absolute power to force back one of the elders. Then, Fong Chen backhanded his sword and stabbed another elder. There's something strange about this kid. After stabilizing his body, the elder who was forced back had a slight change in expression as he roared loudly. However, it was too late. Another elder who was attacking Fang Chun was suddenly struck by Fang Chen's phantom sword technique, and his body was sent flying. Wush Fang Chun turned his head and glanced at Jiang Sheng. Then, his figure flashed and flew into the sky. He calmly left the Golden Mountain City. Seeing this kid escape, the two elders were furious and immediately chased after him. After half an hour, the two elders came back. Their faces were filled with anger. Two elders at the 8th level of the condensing reality realm were chasing a young warrior, but they lost him. This made them feel very helpless. "Elders, where's that kid?" Jiang Sheng asked hurriedly when he saw the two elders return. The two elders shook their heads slightly and did not speak. This matter instantly spread throughout the Golden Mountain City. Countless warriors were guessing Fang Chen's identity. Some even guessed that Fang Chen was the top disciple of one of the 3-star sect. At this moment, in the General Family Mansion, the current head of the General Family had a serious expression. After listening to Jiang Sheng and the two elders, he felt that this matter was a little strange. That kid could easily escape from the two of you. His strength is comparable to the top young geniuses of the Southern Mountain Land. The head of the General Family said, "If I catch this kid, I will definitely make him suffer a fate worse than death." One of the elders roared angrily. The head of the Jiang family pondered for a moment before saying, "If I'm not wrong, this kid shouldn't be a genius from one of those top factions. He only fought with Jiang Sheng to obtain a detailed report on the Godly Blade Mountain." "Head, what should we do now?" Jiang Sheng asked. "Our General Family is already prepared. Starting tomorrow, we will advance at full speed towards the Godly Blade Mountain. This will be the opportunity for our Godly Blade Mountain to rise." The eyes of the head of the General Family flashed with a trace of light. Outside the Golden Mountain City, on a plain 100 miles away, Fang Chun was advancing alone. It was naturally impossible for two 8th-stage condensing reality realm warriors to catch up to him. If not for the fact that he was worried about the older generation warriors of the General Family, Fang Chun would not have to be afraid of the two elders at all. Fang Chen's harvest from the trip to the Golden Mountain City was not small. He obtained detailed information about the Godly Blade Mountain, which made Fang Chun very happy. At this moment, Fang Chun was advancing at full speed while opening the scroll. As soon as he opened the scroll, Fang Chun was attracted by the detailed information. Within the scroll, there was a detailed introduction of the Godly Blade Mountain. After that, there was information about the method to enter the Godly Blade Mountain, as well as the path. The Godly Blade Mountain is indeed a dangerous place in the Southern Mountain Land. If there is no trick, ordinary warriors will not be able to enter at all. Fang Chun looked at the scroll and could not help but sigh. Within the scroll, there were several ways to enter the Godly Blade Mountain. These were methods that ordinary warriors would not be able to think of. After that, Fang Chun saw some information about the Godly Blade Mountain in the scroll. After a while, Fang Chun finished reading all the scrolls. Then he put the scrolls into his interspatial ring and rushed at full speed. The Godly Blade Mountain was at the edge of the Southern Mountain Land. It was desolate and uninhabited all year round. However, the plains near the Godly Blade Mountain were filled with warriors recently. These warriors were all here for the legend of the Gate of Heaven. At this moment, on the plains at the foot of the Godly Blade Mountain, the Qin family head and many Qin family disciples were standing quietly. "Family head, the Godly Blade Mountain is incomparably dangerous. Are we going in now?" Qin Yao asked in a delicate voice. At this moment, Qin Yao was wearing a tight red dress that outlined her perfect figure. On her charming face, there was a faint smile. As soon as she spoke, she attracted the attention of countless wandering warriors on the plains. They looked at Qin Yao with burning eyes. In the Southern Mountain Land, there were many powerful geniuses who were chasing after Qin Yao. Therefore, these wandering warriors knew their limits. Although they admired Qin Yao, they did not dare to get close to her. The number one beauty of a younger generation. This was the evaluation of Qin Yao by many warriors. Qin Yao was not only beautiful, but also extremely powerful. She was able to stand out in the huge Qin family and become the benchmark of the younger generation. One could imagine how powerful Qin Yao was. In the southern mountain land, there were rumors that Qin Yao's cultivation had already reached the 9th level of the condensing reality realm. However, this was only a rumor, and no one could verify it. Hearing Qin Yao's words, the Qin family head revealed a smile and said, "Our Qin family is closer to the godly Blade Mountain and came early. This is an advantage. We have to make use of this advantage and enter the godly Blade Mountain first to scout the situation." As soon as the Qin family head finished speaking, there were countless ear-piercing sounds on the plains. Subsequently, a black mass of martial artists appeared on the plains. When the Qin family saw the situation, their expressions changed slightly. "It's the Wu clan," Qin Yao whispered. Among the crowd, Qin Yao saw Wu and I who pursued her back then. "Qin family head, you are quite early." When the Wu clan arrived at the foot of the godly Blade Mountain, the old man of the Wu clan said with a smile, "Your Wu clan is not late either." The Qin family head said coldly. Originally, the Qin family and the Wu clan did not have a harmonious relationship. Ever since Wu and I pursued Qin Yao, the relationship between the Qin family and the Wu clan had completely deteriorated. "Sister Yao." Right at this moment, a martial artist beside Wu and I saw Qin Yao and called out with a smile. However, his words were ignored by Qin Yao. The Qin family head led the Qin family and entered the godly Blade Mountain. Looking at Qin Yao's enchanting figure, Wu Bing's eyes were filled with passion. "If there is an opportunity, I will help you capture Qin Yao." When Wu and I saw Wu Bing's eyes, he understood what Wu Bing was thinking and grinned. "Many thanks then," Wu Bing replied. Subsequently, the Wu clan also entered the godly Blade Mountain. As time elapsed, the other three-star sect had also entered the godly Blade Mountain. In the end, even the martial artists from the mysterious faction had also entered the godly Blade Mountain. These powerful sects had their own intelligence organization and could easily gather information about the godly Blade Mountain. The godly Blade Mountain might be abnormally dangerous, but they had already grasped the information about the godly Blade Mountain and had other methods to enter the godly Blade Mountain. As for the rogue martial artists, it was more troublesome. They didn't have any other methods and could only rely on their own efforts to barge in. As a result, many of them had lost their lives in the godly Blade Mountain. However, there were still many rogue martial artists who had successfully entered the godly Blade Mountain. After a few elite factions had entered the godly Blade Mountain, those weaker factions had also rushed to the godly Blade Mountain and entered the godly Blade Mountain. At this moment, Fang Chen was still on the road. He estimated that there was still a day's journey to the godly Blade Mountain. However, Fang Chen wasn't in a hurry. The 8th set of keys was in his hands. Without him, no one else would be able to open the old site of the Raising Heaven Gate. Half a day later, everyone from the General Clan had also entered the godly Blade Mountain. Half a day after the General Clan entered the godly Blade Mountain, Fang Chen arrived at the plains. There were still many rogue martial artists on the plains. They were all waiting for an opportunity. Fang Chen's appearance didn't attract the attention of the rogue martial artists. Their attention was all on the godly Blade Mountain. Fang Chen raised his head and looked at the front of the plains. There was a majestic mountain. This mountain seemed to be connected to the sky. From time to time, an extremely wild aura would be emitted from the mountain. It was extremely dangerous. As for this mountain, it looked like a saber from afar. It was stuck horizontally in the ground and seemed to have existed for a long time. Chapter 492. Brother, how about we form a group and enter the Divine Saber Mountain? Just as Fang Chen was observing the Divine Blade Mountain, a martialist beside him suddenly asked with a smile, "What is it? Form a group?" Fang Chen suspiciously glanced at this cultivator. "It's like this. The various large powers all have a way to enter the Divine Saber Mountain, but we rogue cultivators don't. Rather than randomly charging in, we might as well form a group. That way, we can look after each other," laughed the cultivator. At this moment, a cultivator in the distance shouted, "Tiger, you still haven't found any cannon fodder?" Hearing this warrior's shout, the warrior called Tiger's expression changed slightly. He immediately said, "I've already found one." When Fang Chun heard the conversation between the two of them, he found it funny. These people thought he was a newcomer and didn't know anything. They wanted to trick him into joining their group and acting as cannon fodder in the Divine Saber Mountain. If it was anyone else, they might have been tricked by them. But Fang Chun wasn't one of them. Fang Chun had a method to enter the Divine Saber Mountain, and it was extremely detailed. He had never thought of forming a group with them. "I'm sorry, but I want to enter the Divine Saber Mountain by myself." Fang Chun nodded to that cultivator and turned to leave. Tiger was a bit anxious when he saw Fang Chun leave. They had already waited here for 2 days and had found quite a few cannon fodder. They only needed one more before they could enter the Divine Saber Mountain. "Stop!" Seeing Fang Chun leave, the tiger roared in a deep voice. Fang Chun stopped in his tracks and looked at Hu Qianhu. An icy expression flashed across Hu Qianhu's face as he said, "Brat, you should be at ease and stay behind to be our cannon fodder." Since Fang Chun already knew, he didn't plan on letting Fang Chun leave. "Do you think you can keep me here?" asked Fang Chun. "Every new rogue cultivator is like you, but in the end, they all submit." Tiger pointed at the distant rogue cultivators that had been tamed by them. Fang Chun shook his head and turned to leave. Courting death. Seeing that Fang Chun was ignoring it, the tiger was furious. It directly attacked Fang Chun. Since threats didn't work, it had to use force. This was what Tiger thought. He wanted to use force to suppress Fang Chun. However, his idea was too naive. Before his body could touch Fang Chun, he was sent flying with a punch. A blood-curdling cry rang out as the tiger's body fell to the ground. Its aura was weak, and it was heavily injured. When the few warriors who were in the same team as Tiger saw this, they quickly rushed over and surrounded Fang Chun. "Brat, you dare touch a member of our team," the leader said in a low voice. "You're treating me like a fool and using me as cannon fodder. Are you not allowing me to resist?" Fang Chun felt that this person's words were laughable. "Since you've injured the tiger, you'll be our cannon fodder as compensation," the leader said in a low voice. At the same time, his eyes flickered as he exchanged glances with the others. Together, they moved to capture Fang Chun. "You brought this upon yourself," Fang Chun muttered to himself. In the next moment, he took out the hidden star sword and used the 5th level of the Phantom God Sword art. A wild sword light pierced through the leader's head like lightning. Pucci, the head of the leader, exploded in an instant. His body fell to the ground and lost all signs of life. This sudden turn of events shocked countless martialists on the plains. Even the few martialists who were attacking Fang Chun were scared silly. "Scram!" Fang Chun sneered. He put away the hidden star sword and turned to leave. After Fang Chun entered Divine Blade Mountain, the entire plains were in chaos. Seeing their leader killed, the warriors who had been forced to be cannon fodder did their best to resist. The entire plains fell into chaos. An hour later, the plains returned to normal. Tiger's team had all been killed. Never in their wildest dreams did they think that they would provoke an expert like Fang Chun when they were just looking for a new cannon fodder. At this moment, Fang Chun was exploring the Divine Blade Mountain. Although the Divine Blade Mountain was called a mountain, it was extremely huge. According to the information on the scroll, Fang Chun entered the Divine Blade Mountain from a certain path. According to the description on the scroll, Fang Chun easily entered the Divine Blade Mountain. During this period, Fang Chun did not encounter any danger. This information is very accurate. Fang Chun was a little puzzled. How could a small military family have such accurate information? According to the information, Fang Chun quickly arrived at the first checkpoint. There was a strong pressure around the Divine Blade Mountain. Unless one had a special method, it would be very difficult to enter the Divine Blade Mountain. However, having a special method to enter the Divine Blade Mountain was just the beginning. To truly reach the top of the Divine Blade Mountain, one had to pass through the 3 checkpoints within the Divine Blade Mountain. These 3 checkpoints were said to be formed naturally. Even the 3-star sect did not have any shortcuts. At this moment, Fang Chun was standing on a white mountainside. In front of him, there was a sky stairway. This sky stairway led to the next checkpoint of the Divine Blade Mountain. Is this the first checkpoint of the Divine Blade Mountain? Fang Chun narrowed his eyes as he looked at the sky stairway. The information on the scroll was very clear. The first checkpoint of the Divine Blade Mountain was here. Warriors had to reach the top of the sky stairway to pass the first checkpoint. Let's give it a try. Fang Chun activated his sword body. A wild sword intent surrounded his body. In the next moment, his feet stepped on the sky stairway. The moment Fang Chun stepped onto the staircase, an extremely wild saber intent came from all directions. That's right, it was saber intent. What a strong sword intent. Fang Chun sighed in his heart. This kind of sword intent was too tyrannical. An ordinary warrior's strength was too weak. Their physical body would not be able to withstand it. Because Fang Chun had the sword body, he could move forward slowly. After an hour, Fang Chun finally reached the center of the sky stairway. At this moment, he felt a great pressure. It was very difficult for him to walk. However, although it was difficult to walk, he could still move forward. Just as Fang Chun continued to walk, a warrior suddenly appeared in front of the sky stairway. This warrior glanced at Fang Chun and then directly stepped on the sky stairway. What shocked Fang Chun was that the speed at which this martial artist walked up the heaven stairway was much faster than his usual speed. It took him an hour to reach here, but this martial artist only used a few seconds to do so. Whoosh! This warrior passed Fang Chun in the blink of an eye. After a few more seconds, Fang Chun could no longer see this warrior. He had passed the test of the sky stairway and left. Fang Chun was stunned. Who was this strange man? How could he pass the sky stairway so quickly? After thinking about it carefully, Fang Chun was shocked to discover that when that cultivator passed by him, he could feel an extremely dense saber intent. This kind of sword intent was not something an ordinary warrior could release. Sword body. It must be his sword body. Fang Chun's eyes flickered as he said in a low voice. He did not expect to see his sword body here. However, after thinking for a while, Fang Chun felt relieved. Since he could have a sword body, others could naturally have a sword body. After all, there were many geniuses who were stronger than him on the ancient sword continent. However, seeing the sword body warrior pass through the checkpoint so quickly made Fang Chun speechless. This is simply cheating. Fang Chun could not help but sigh. It was difficult for other warriors to pass through the checkpoint, but the sword body warrior could pass through the checkpoint so easily as if he was walking on flat ground. Sure enough, comparisons were odious. Forget it. Let's continue moving forward. After thinking for a while, Fang Chun continued moving forward. He pushed his sword body to the extreme. Although it was not as good as the sword body on the sky stairway, his physical body was undoubtedly strong. After walking for about 4 hours, Fang Chun finally passed the first checkpoint. After passing this checkpoint, Fang Chun breathed a sigh of relief. His whole body relaxed a lot. He also left the sky stairway and continued moving forward. The Divine Sword Mountain was very mysterious. The entire Divine Sword Mountain was white as if it was covered by snow. However, if one looked carefully, they would find that the white on the Divine Sword Mountain was not snow at all, but the color of the Divine Sword Mountain soil. Walking on the white Divine Sword Mountain, Fang Chun could feel danger approaching from time to time. There were a few times when he even encountered a few powerful demonic beasts, but they were all killed by Fang Chun in the end. At this time, Fang Chun had already entered the hinterland of the Divine Sword Mountain. The information on the scroll was very clear about the periphery of the Divine Sword Mountain, but the information on the hinterland of the Divine Sword Mountain was still a little lacking. It was not the fault of these big forces. After all, no one would easily enter the Divine Sword Mountain for no reason. At a certain moment, Fang Chun encountered the sword body warrior. At this time, this warrior was fighting with a level 8 condensing reality realm demonic beast. In his hand, he waved the long sword. Suddenly, the sword light was like a rainbow, directly chopping at the level 8 condensing reality realm demonic beast. Crash! The demonic beast died. The warrior put away his battle sword, withdrew his sword intent, and continued to move forward. However, when he saw Fang Chun, there was a little surprise in his eyes. The fact that Fang Chun could reach here so quickly was beyond his expectations. The two of them looked at each other. The sword-body warrior's eyes flickered. He grinned and turned to leave. "What a strange guy," Fang Chun said. Arriving at the Divine Sword Mountain, Fang Chun vaguely felt a pressure. This pressure was very obscure, but it was still caught by Fang Chun. What is on this Divine Sword Mountain? Fang Chun thought to himself. Just as Fang Chun was thinking, there was a sudden change in the space ring. The triangular jade pendant suddenly emitted a scorching light and then began to tremble. Seeing this scene, Fang Chun was shocked. Could it be that the triangular jade pendant felt the existence of the Yangtian Gate? It must be so, Fang Chun said with certainty. To be able to cause the triangular jade pendant to tremble, it must be related to the Yangtian Gate. Chapter 493. The vibration of the triangular jade pendant made Fang Chun extremely excited. Then, he quickly moved forward according to the guidance of the triangular jade pendant. The Divine Blade Mountain was huge. Fang Chun moved forward quickly, and from time to time, he would see the corpses of some human martialists. Judging from the clothes of these martialists, they were basically disciples of some large sect. This Divine Blade Mountain is extremely dangerous, Fang Chun whispered as he walked. After walking for about an hour, Fang Chun arrived at the second checkpoint. This checkpoint was an array formation. At this moment, in front of Fang Chun, there was a large gray array formation. Waves of wild aura escaped from the array formation. Standing outside, Fang Chun could see that there was a figure in the array formation. He was trying his best to break the array formation, but he seemed to be trapped in the array formation. Saber-body martialist. Fang Chun recognized this martialist. He was the saber-body martialist that Fang Chun had met before. He had not expected that even he would be trapped in the array formation. I wonder how powerful the array formation is at the second checkpoint, Fang Chun muttered to himself. Then, he took a step forward and entered the array formation. The moment Fang Chun entered the formation, he suddenly discovered that his surroundings were in a state of confusion. A wild aura instantly pressed in from all directions. Fang Chun's heart was filled with shock. This was because he realized that this array formation was not an ordinary array formation, but a profound grade array formation. As an array master, Fang Chun naturally knew how powerful a profound grade array formation was. An array master who could set up a profound grade array formation was at least an array grandmaster. It's actually a profound grade array formation. Fang Chun was shocked. The tyranny of a profound grade array formation was not something that he could break. Fang Chun tried hard to calm his excitement. He saw the saber-body martialist in front of him, and the latter also noticed him. Although the saber-body martial artist's strength was tyrannical, he was still trapped in the array. It seemed that he did not know much about arrays. In any case, Fang Chun was also an array master. Furthermore, he had once read the Array Dao Foundation Scroll. Thus, he had a relatively good understanding of Array Dao. Therefore, Fang Chun recovered from his initial shock. He carefully observed the array formation and began to look for a way to break it. After observing for about a minute, Fang Chun was surprised to find that the structure of this array formation was very similar to a certain array formation that he had seen in a book about array formations. There's a gray aura within the formation that gives people a stifling feeling. The formation bases are exposed, and there are a total of 18 of them. But why do I feel like this formation is exactly the same as the Golden Light Formation? When Fang Chun thought of the Golden Light Formation, his heart was filled with shock. Then, he quickly recalled the introduction of the Great Golden Light Array that he had read in the Array Formation Comprehension book. After a long time, a wild smile appeared on Fang Chun's face. This mysterious level array formation before him was exactly the same as the Great Golden Light Array that he had read in the Array Formation Comprehension book. It's actually the Great Golden Light Array. Fang Chun's eyes flickered as he spoke excitedly. After learning that this was the Great Golden Light Array, Fang Chun was very excited. This was because the Array Formation Comprehension book contained a detailed introduction of the Great Golden Light Array. Most importantly, The Array Formation Comprehension book contained an introduction to the flaws and loopholes of the Great Golden Light Array. That powerhouse had been an almighty array master. He had practically stood at the pinnacle of array Tao. He had painstakingly written the Array Formation Comprehension book with his life's work. This book had recorded a series of experiences of this almighty array master before his death, as well as his understanding of various array formations and even the flaws of various array formations. There are two flaws in the Great Golden Light Array. Fang Chun searched for the flaws in the Great Golden Light Array according to the records in the Array Formation Comprehension book. It didn't take long for him to find one flaw. As for the other flaw mentioned in the book, Fang Chun didn't find it. However, even if he found a loophole, it was enough for Fang Chun to pass. It seems like those large factions still have some secrets about array formations in their hands, Fang Chun said softly as he surveyed his surroundings. Although there were many corpses in the Great Golden Light Array, there were no other martialists besides the saber-body martialists. This meant that although many disciples of the large factions had died, they had all left the Great Golden Light Array in the end. After finding the flaw in the Great Golden Light Array, Fang Chun quickly shuttled through the Great Golden Light Array. At the same time, Fang Chun's actions were seen by the saber-body martialist. When the saber-body martialist saw this scene, his eyes flickered and a trace of astonishment appeared on his face. Could he be an array formation master? The saber-body martialist muttered to himself. Then, a thought appeared in the saber-body martialist's mind. He took the initiative to approach Fang Chun. Before long, the saber-body martialist arrived at Fang Chun's side. This was the first time he had spoken to Fang Chun. "Brother, are you an array formation master?" When he heard the saber-body martialist's words, Fang Chun nodded his head. "That's right. If I'm not wrong, you must have found a way to break the array," the saber-body martialist said. Fang Chun glanced at the saber-body martialist and nodded his head. "I wonder if you could take me out?" The saber-body martialist's eyes flickered as he asked hurriedly. Fang Chun muttered to himself, but didn't say anything. The saber-body martialist was a little anxious as he said, "Brother, if you can take me out, Zhou Yin, will definitely reward you greatly." Zhou Yin was the name of the saber-body martialist. Fang Chun carefully thought about it. It seemed that there was no such person among the younger generation of the Nanling land. "I can take you out," Fang Chun said. "However, if I need your help in the Divine Saber Mountain, I hope you can help me." When Zhou Yin heard this, he nodded his head and said, "I, Zhou Yin, am a man of my word." When he heard this, Fang Chun nodded his head in satisfaction. This Zhou Yin didn't seem like a bad person. After that, Fang Chun led Zhou Yin forward quickly. Before long, Fang Chun used the loophole in the Great Golden Light Array and successfully came out of it. They had passed the second checkpoint. During this time, the way Zhou Yin looked at Fang Chun had changed greatly. When he had first met Fang Chun, Zhou Yin had thought that Fang Chun was just an ordinary martialist. However, he hadn't expected that Fang Chun was actually a powerful array formation master. Even he, Zhou Yin, couldn't break out of the array so easily. "Brother, what's your name?" Zhou Yin asked with a smile. "Fang Chun," Fang Chun said. "Fang Chun, I'll remember you. I'll definitely return this favor. I'll take my leave first." After Zhou Yin finished speaking, he laughed heartily and disappeared from Fang Chun's sight. Fang Chun was left alone and continued forward. "When I have time, I must thoroughly study the Array Formation Comprehension book and then raise my array formation cultivation," Fang Chun said to himself. If he could raise his array formation level to the Array Formation Grandmaster realm, he would be able to set up a spirit array formation unexpectedly during a battle. This way, it would be easy to deal with the enemy. Fang Chun looked around and continued forward. At this time, he had only passed 2 checkpoints. There was still one more checkpoint waiting for him. At this moment, on the majestic peak of the Divine Blade Mountain, cultivators from various major factions were standing quietly. Of course, there were also some loose cultivators among them. The major powers possess a total of 7 keys. We do not know where the 8th key is. If you all possess the 8th key, please take it out so that we can open the old site of the heaven-raising gate together, Suddenly, the master of the divine statue school loudly said. On the mountain peak, countless cultivators were discussing spiritedly. They were also curious as to who had obtained the eighth key. Just as everyone was discussing, a figure suddenly shot up from the bottom of the mountain peak. In a short while, the figure arrived at the top of the mountain. When she saw the figure, a girl in green cried out, "Zhou Yin, why are you only here now?" When Zhou Yin heard this, a trace of embarrassment appeared on his face. He immediately said, "I wasted some time in the great golden light array." Then, Zhou Yin walked to the top of the mountain peak. Among the various factions present, no one knew the origin of Zhou Yin except for the mysterious Black Devil Palace. As for the girl in green who had just spoken to Zhou Yin, she was a young disciple of the Black Devil Palace. Her name was Zhou Qingqing. Qingqing, has the eighth key appeared? After Zhou Yin greeted the upper echelon of the Black Devil Palace, he immediately asked Zhou Qingqing. Zhou Qingqing shook her head and said, "The eighth key still hasn't appeared. Without the eighth key, the old side of the Yangtian Gate cannot be opened," said Zhou Yin. Many of the factions present knew that Zhou Yin was a disciple of the Black Devil Palace. However, they didn't know that Zhou Yin was an outstanding figure of the Northern Ridge's younger generation. He was acquainted with the Black Devil Palace's Zhou Qingqing. This time, he had come to the Black Devil Palace as a guest after receiving news of the Yangtian Gate. On the mountain peak, the Lianyun Fort Master's eyes flickered as he looked at Zhou Yin and asked in a low voice, "Divine Statue Sect Master, do you know this child?" The Divine Statue Sect Master slightly shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Just at this time, the Qin family head suddenly said, "Zhou Yin? Could he be one of the peak geniuses of the Northern Ridge's younger generation? Zhou Yin?" Hearing the Qin family head's words, the upper echelons of the various large factions all looked at him questioningly. A few years ago, this old man went to the Northern Ridge once. At that time, I heard the name Zhou Yin. Now that I think about it, this Zhou Yin is most likely the outstanding member of the younger generation in the Northern Ridge. The Qin clan head carefully said. The various factions all stared at Zhou Yin. This was the Southern Ridge. It wouldn't be good for the Northern Ridge's people to interfere. Huanyo Mongols was a straightforward martial practitioner. After learning that Zhou Yin was a Northern Ridge martial practitioner, he directly questioned the Black Devil Palace. "Black Devil Palace, why did you bring a Northern Ridge martial practitioner here?" asked Huanyo Mongols coldly. Hearing that, the Black Devil Palace's people looked at the black-robed old man at the front. This black-robed old man was the leader of the Black Devil Palace. Although he was an old man, his strength was unrivaled in the entire Southern Ridge. "Who said that the Northern Ridge's people can't come here?" asked the black-robed old man indifferently. The Yangtian Gate's old site has appeared in the Southern Ridge. It's naturally a fight between the Southern Ridge's martial practitioners. How can we allow the Northern Ridge's martial practitioners to interfere? Said Huanyo Mongols. Chapter 494. The Black Devil Palace was a branch in the Southern Mountain Land. Even if it was a branch, it was still a 3-star peak force. It was much stronger than the Divine Statue Sect, Firebull Peak, and Lianyun Castle. The Black Devil Palace was the overlord force of the ancient Sword Continent. It was said that its headquarters was a 4-star sect. In the 5-element state, the Black Devil Palace had a branch, which was the Black Devil Palace branch in the Southern Mountain Land. Although the Black Devil Palace was very strong and was a 4-star sect, their control over the 5-element state was weak. Therefore, the Black Devil Palace wanted the branch to enter the 5-element state. With the Southern Mountain Land as the core, it would slowly spread to the entire 5-element state. When the Black Devil Palace branch entered the Southern Mountain Land, it was very high profile. They wanted to become the absolute overlord of the Southern Mountain Land and then control the other 3 mountains. Finally, they would completely control the 5-element state. And this time, the old site of the Heaven-Raising Gate was a very good opportunity. Therefore, when Zhou Yin said that he wanted to enter the old site of the Raising Heaven Gate, the old man in black immediately agreed. After all, Zhou Yin's strength was also very tyrannical. With him alone, the Black Devil Palace's strength would be even stronger. At this time, many forces were actually opposing Zhou in entering the old site of the heaven-raising gate. This made the old man in black very angry. After a dispute, the old man in black exploded with powerful strength, which directly shocked the various sects. After that, the various sects kept quiet about Zhou Yan. At this time, the owner of the 8th key, Fang Chun, was trying his best to break through the 3rd checkpoint. This 3rd checkpoint tested the strength of a martial artist's soul. Fang Chen's soul strength had reached the mid-orange level. Although it was so, his soul had been compressed by some almighty. His mid-orange level soul strength was comparable to a late orange level or even a peak orange level. Thus, to Fang Chun, the 3rd checkpoint was not difficult at all. Finally, Fang Chun successfully passed the 3rd checkpoint. At this time, he looked up and saw a sea of people on the mountain peak. The vibration of the triangular key is getting stronger and stronger. Fang Chun thought to himself. Then, he quickly rushed towards a mountain peak. At this moment, the leaders of the various forces were anxiously waiting for the appearance of the 8th key. Suddenly, Hunyao Mongol's expression changed. He realized that the key in his hand had started to shake. What's going on? Did the 8th key appear? Hunyao Mongols asked in a low voice. As soon as Hunyao Peak Master's words fell, the other owners of the keys felt their keys tremble one after another. Their eyes lit up as they looked down the mountain one after another. At this moment, Fang Chun was moving forward rapidly. Suddenly, he sensed countless gazes looking at him. His heart tightened. Have I been discovered? Fang Chun thought to himself. After thinking for a while, Fang Chun continued to climb the mountain. Even if he was discovered, there was nothing he could do. Fortunately, he had the 8th set of keys in his hand, so there was still room for negotiation. When Fang Chun reached the peak, all the cultivators focused their gazes on Fang Chun. Brat, the 8th key is on you? Asked Hunyao Mongols urgently. Fang Chun knew he couldn't hide it any longer. He nodded and said, yes, the 8th key is in my hand. The Lianyun Castle's master was just about to speak when the general family's people all became incomparably furious. Brat, you still dare to appear here? Roared the general family's General Shum. Wasn't this brat the one who had tricked him in Jinshan City? He hadn't expected him to be the owner of the 8th key. At that moment, the general family's head rolled his eyes. Immediately, he had an idea in his heart. After that, he said in a deep and low voice, Brat, the 8th key originally belonged to our general family. You fought against my son in the Golden Mountain City and used a trick to defeat my son and seize the 8th key. I never would have thought that you would still dare to come to the Godly Blade Mountain. Brat, hand over the 8th key, and my general family could spare your life. Roared the general family's elder. How could the various powers not see through the general family's goal? However, since they didn't understand Fang Chun, they didn't attack. Instead, they allowed the general family to force Fang Chun. Your family of generals is truly shameless. Fang Chun narrowed his eyes and said in displeasure, Brat, there's no need to waste words. Hand over the key, or my general family will definitely make you die in Divine Saber Mountain, said General Shun coldly. Brat, do you think you can safely enter the old side of the heaven-raising gate just by taking my general family's key? What a dream. At this moment, everyone from the general family was saying that the key originally belonged to their general family. Now they were going to take it back. The Qin family's Qin Yao also saw Fang Chun. She looked at Fang Chun, a myriad of thoughts running through her mind. The first time she had saved Fang Chun, he had only been a small martial artist from the Divine Wind Nation. The second time they met, that small martial artist had saved her life. After that, Qin Yao had always been curious about Fang Chun. Now, the third time she saw Fang Chun, he had charged into Divine Saber Mountain by himself. Furthermore, he even had a key in his hand. Most importantly, he dared to openly challenge the general family. Qin Yao was a bit worried. The Qin family's head saw her worry and asked, Yaoer, do you know this person? He's the man who saved my life outside Leaning Water City, whispered Qin Yao with a complicated expression. Oh. The Qin family's head looked at Fang Chun in shock. At this time, The general family's people were pressuring Fong Chun. If Fong Chun didn't hand over the key, they would kill Fong Chun. Does your general family like to bully others with numbers? Sneered Fong Chun. Brat, do we need numbers to deal with you? Asked the general family's head icily. Brat, hand over the key, or you'll die a miserable death. This was the general family's ultimatum to Fong Chun. If Fong Chun didn't hand over the key, they would kill Fong Chun on Divine Saber Mountain. Seeing the general family's pressure, Qin Yao stepped forward. He once saved my life. If the general family wants to attack him, my Qin family won't sit idly by, said Qin Yao. Hearing Qin Yao's words, Fong Chun noticed Qin Yao and nodded at her. I owe Brother Fong a favor. If you want to attack him, Zhou Yin, also won't sit idly by. Zhou Yin also stepped forward. Zhou Yan's words made Zhou Qingqing and the others extremely puzzled. Big Brother Zhou Yin asked Zhou Qingqing. Zhou Yin turned to Zhou Qingqing and said, Just now, I was trapped in the Golden Light Formation and was unable to leave. It was Brother Fong who brought me out. I owe him a favor. Zhou Qingqing and the others nodded. They didn't stop Zhou Yin. At the same time, they were also extremely curious about Fong Chun. Just what kind of person was he to be able to make Zhou Yin and Qin Yao attack him at the same time? Seeing Zhou Yin and Qin Yao step forward, the general family's faces turned ashen. The general family's head said coldly, This is a matter between us and him. I hope you won't interfere. Your general family is truly shameless. If it's just a battle between the younger generation, Zhou Yin, definitely won't do anything. But if it's the older generation that doesn't care about face, I naturally won't sit idly by, sneered Zhou Yin. Although he hadn't fought Fong Chun before, Zhou Yin felt that Fong Chun should be very strong. Even he couldn't see through Fong Chun. Hearing Zhou Yan's words, the general family's expressions changed. Father, let me take action and capture this child, Jiang Sheng said in a low voice. You? The general family's head was a bit worried. He was afraid that Jiang Sheng wouldn't be able to defeat Fong Chun. Father, the reason I lost to him in Golden Mountain City was because I was careless. This time, I will definitely capture and kill him, said Jiang Sheng. The general family's head sank into contemplation. Qin Yao and Zhou Yin stood behind Fong Chun. They were staring at the general family's people. If they made any strange movements, the two of them would immediately attack. As for the Black Devil Palace and the Qin family, they were just watching the show. All right, be careful. The general family's head finally made his decision. If Jiang Sheng could deal with Fong Chun, that would be for the best. Brat, I'll return the humiliation of Golden Mountain City to you 100-fold today, sneered Jiang Sheng. I'm afraid you won't have that chance. Fong Chun sneered. In his eyes, Jiang Sheng was like an ant. You're courting death. Jiang Sheng exploded with power and attacked Fong Chun. At this time, Qin Yao was a bit worried about Fong Chun. She didn't know how strong Fong Chun was. Be careful, warned Qin Yao. Fong Chun sneered when he saw Jiang Sheng's attack. He held the hidden star sword and used the phantom god sword art. Sword light flickered. Bang! Jiang Sheng's body softly fell to the ground. He had lost his life. The entire Divine Blade Mountain was silent. All the cultivators looked at Fong Chun in shock. Even the black-robed old man and the Qin family's head were shocked. Qin Yao's heart was in turmoil. Was this still the weak cultivator she knew? Chapter 495. Killing the general clan's Jiang Sheng in a single sword strike had shocked all the factions. Such an outstanding prodigy was comparable to Qin Yao and the others. Such a martial artist wasn't actually a disciple of a major sect like them. Right now, the most furious faction was the general clan. The current clan head of the general clan was infuriated. He looked at the dead Jiang Sheng, and his eyes were filled with dense killing intent. Kid, you kill my son. I'm going to tear you into pieces. The current clan head of the general clan had completely sunk into a state of madness. His entire body was filled with an extremely wild aura. Fong Chun had already expected such a situation to happen and had a plan to deal with it. Right now, seeing the current clan head of the general clan making a move, Qin Yao took a step forward and stood in front of Fong Chun. She spoke coldly. The current clan head of the general clan actually made a move against a junior. He killed my son. I must kill him. Qin Yao, are you representing the Qin clan to become enemies with my general clan? The clan head of the general clan roared with rage. Jiang Sheng was his most outstanding son. If he, as the father, didn't do anything after seeing his son being killed, then he would be worse than a beast. Therefore, even if Qin Yao stood out, the clan head of the general clan wasn't afraid. Qin Yao's charming face was filled with anger. She turned around and looked at the clan head of the Qin clan. The latter shook his head slightly, indicating for Qin Yao to not be impulsive. Fang Chun might be outstanding and had saved Qin Yao's life, but a major clan like Qin Yao wouldn't start a war with the general clan for a single Fang Chun. The gains wouldn't make up for the losses. In the eyes of major clans, there were only benefits and no friendship. The Qin clan might not have made a statement, but Qin Yao's attitude was very clear. She wanted to protect Fang Chun. If it wasn't for Fang Chun, she would have been killed by Wu En-I on the plains outside of the Leaning Water City. Therefore, no matter what, she had to step forward bravely. The situation in the arena was extremely solemn. Many factions were watching the show. Zhou Yan also quietly took a step forward and walked to Fang Chen's side. A frightening golden light shot out from his eyes. As long as Fang Chun said the word, he would make a move. Although the Jiang family was strong, Zhou Yan was not someone to be trifled with. Fang Chen glanced at Zhou Yan and Qin Yao, feeling touched. Then he said, I appreciate your kindness, but I can still control the situation for now. As soon as Fang Chen's voice fell, a triangular jade pendant appeared in his palm. As soon as this jade pendant appeared, it caused the other 7 jade pendants to vibrate instantly. It's the 8th key. The eyes of many cultivators lit up as they shouted. Even the people from the general family couldn't care less as they stared at the key in Fang Chen's hand with burning eyes. Brat, hand over the key and end your own life. If you do that, our general clan might leave you with an intact corpse. The general clan's clan head shouted furiously. Fang Chun exerted a bit of force in his fingers and instantly pinched the triangular jade pendant. Then he said, if the Jiang family intends to bully me with numbers, I don't mind crushing the key. Hearing Fang Chen's words, the general clan's clan head was furious. Fang Chun was threatening him. This made him very angry. Of course, the surrounding cultivators were worried. They were afraid that Fang Chun would crush the 8th key. Fang Chun, the 8th key is very important. Don't let your emotions affect your decisions, a cultivator said. That's right. The 8th key is the key to open the old site of the Raising Sky Gate. Don't be impulsive. In the beginning, no one paid any attention to Fang Chun. However, when they heard Fang Chen's words, they became very anxious. The general clan's clan head was furious and was about to make a move. However, he was stopped by the leaders of the other major factions. Compared to the general clan, the 8th key was clearly more important. It was also at this moment that Fang Chun spoke. I know that everyone present is unconvinced that I obtained the 8th key. If it's a challenge from the younger generation, I will accept it all. However, if it's an older generation that tries to force their way in, I will crush the jade pendant immediately. Fang Chun said solemnly. As he spoke, Fang Chun looked at the general clan. In the entire southern mountain land, Fang Chun did not fear anyone among the younger generation. However, Fang Chun was no match for the older generation. Therefore, Fang Chun could only take out the 8th key to intimidate everyone. Brat, you're courting death. The general clan's clan head was furious. The strongest person among the younger generation of the general clan, Jiang Sheng, had been killed by Fang Chun. The remaining disciples were simply no match for Fang Chun. Wasn't Fang Chen's words causing the general clan to be helpless? Seeing that the general clan's clan head was a little emotional, the Qin clan head and the others spoke up. General clan head, don't be impulsive. If Fang Chun crushes the 8th key because of your impulsiveness, I don't think there's any need for the general clan to exist anymore. That's right. The most important thing now is to gather the 8th key and open the old site of the Raising Heaven Gate. Once we enter the old site of the Raising Heaven Gate, no one will interfere with the grudge between the general clan and Fong Chun. Hearing the words of the few big shots, the general clan head tried his best to calm the anger in his heart. He glared at Fong Chun and said coldly, "Brat, I'll let you live a little longer. Once we enter the old site of the Raising Heaven Gate, I'll definitely kill you." After saying that, the general clan head walked to the side and ignored Fong Chun. At this moment, the black-robed old man from the Black Devil Palace spoke. "I believe everyone knows our purpose for coming here. Now that the 8 sets of keys have been gathered, I would like to invite everyone to take out their keys and open the old site of the Heaven-Raising Gate." Hearing the words of the black-clothed old man from the Black Devil Palace, the few big shots nodded their heads and took out their keys. Fong Chun did not take the threat of the general clan head to heart. After entering the old site of the Raising Heaven Gate, it was hard to say if he would meet him. The 6 big shots took out 7 sets of keys. Their palms emitted a bright light as they looked at Fong Chun. At this moment, Fong Chun injected his spiritual energy into the triangular jade pendant. Suddenly, the triangular jade pendant flew out from his palm and floated in the air. At the same time, the other 7 sets of keys also floated in the air. The 8 keys occupied 8 positions in the void. Their bodies emitted dazzling rays of light, and these rays of light instantly merged into one. Under everyone's gaze, the 8 sets of keys slowly combined together. At this moment, the godly Blade Mountain was completely silent. Even the demonic beasts that were hiding on the godly Blade Mountain were crawling on the ground. Their bodies were constantly trembling as if a demon was born. Crack! The 8 sets of jade pendants perfectly combined together and emitted a bright white light. When this white light appeared, the entire godly Blade Mountain trembled. Is the old site of the Raising Heaven Gate about to appear? Many warriors' faces were filled with joy as they stared at the keys in the air without blinking. Their hearts were filled with excitement. 3 3-star sect, 2 great clans, and the powerful Black Devil Palace. All the warriors took a step forward. They were already prepared to enter the old site of the Raising Heaven Gate at any time. Boom! After the perfect combination, the jade pendant emitted a gentle white light that illuminated the entire godly Blade Mountain. In the next moment, the white light disappeared and the jade pendant was replaced by a fiery red color. When this fiery red color appeared, everyone instantly felt a vicissitude aura rushing towards them. The old site of the Raising Heaven Gate has appeared, a warrior suddenly shouted. Immediately, all the warriors looked towards the sky. In front of the keys, there was a void stone door. This void stone door was tightly shut and a wild aura was emitted from it. Countless martial artists were extremely excited. At this moment, the fiery red light on the keys disappeared. Then, it floated to the front of the void stone door and embedded itself into the void stone door. Crack! At this moment, the void stone door flashed with a dazzling light. Then it completely combined with the keys. Finally, the void stone door creaked and slowly opened. After the void stone door opened, a fiery red aura surged out. The scorching aura caused many of the warriors to step back. However, when the people of the Qin clan and the Fire Bull Peak saw this scene, their eyes were filled with a burning desire. The Qin clan and the Fire Bull Peak both focused on fire. The cultivation techniques they cultivated were all fire attribute cultivation techniques. At this moment, they sensed that there was such a scorching aura behind the void stone gate. There must be a fire attribute inheritance in the old site of the Heaven-Raising Gate. Therefore, they were extremely excited. Is the old site of the Raising Heaven Gate behind the void stone door? A warrior shouted loudly. There were also some warriors who couldn't help but push off the ground and rush into the void stone door. When they saw the warriors rush in, the other large sect also led their disciples into the void stone door. Brother Fong, I'll take my leave first. Zhou Yin bid farewell to Fong Chun before following Zhou Qingqing and the others into the void stone door. Before long, only Fong Chun was left on the Divine Blade Mountain. He was the last to enter the void stone door. When Fong Chun entered the void stone door, a group of warriors rushed over from the foot of the Divine Blade Mountain. The Divine Blade Mountain shook just now. The old side of the Raising Heaven Gate must have been opened. Hurry up! Someone shouted loudly. If Fong Chun was here, he would definitely discover that these warriors were the disciples of the Baron sect in Leaning Water City. The person leading them was the sect master of the Baron sect. Leaning Water City was quite far from here. Many of the Baron sect disciples had traveled thousands of miles to get here. When they finally passed the third stage after much effort, they discovered that the old site of the Raising Heaven Gate had been opened. Moreover, the void stone door showed signs of closing. This made the sect master of the Baron sect extremely anxious. Under the leadership of the sect master of the Baron sect, the disciples finally caught the last bus and entered the void stone door. After the numerous Baron sect disciples entered the void stone door in the sky above the Divine Blade Mountain slowly closed and disappeared into the void. The entire Divine Blade Mountain fell into silence. It was as if nothing had happened. Chapter 496. In a scorching hot space, Fong Chun stood quietly on a fiery red plain. On the boundless plain, there were endless flames everywhere. The temperature of these flames was enough to kill any warrior below the 5th level of the condensing reality realm. Even a 6th level condensing reality realm warrior would not be able to withstand it for a long time. Is this the old site of the heaven-raising gate? Fong Chun looked around and realized that he was in a scorching sea of fire. He whispered. In a short time, Fong Chun's forehead was covered with sweat. Fortunately, he used the fire mentality to protect his body. Otherwise, he would not have been able to withstand it. Fong Chun was very curious about the old site of the Yangtian Gate. Back then, the Yangtian Gate shocked the entire ancient sword continent. It made the warriors realize that the Dharma idol could be nurtured. The warriors of the Yangtian Gate were often able to defeat the strong because they could nurture their own Dharma idols. Imagine, at the same level, but your Dharma idols have been nurtured while the enemy's Dharma idols had not. This would directly affect the battle between the two. It should be known that a battle between experts could be decided with a single thought. Whether this was the old site of the Yangtian Gate or not, Fong Chun was already here. Since he was already here, he might as well make the best of it. Let's leave this place first, Fong Chun said in his heart. The scorching flames here made Fong Chun very uncomfortable. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. However, at this moment, the Ancestor Bronze and the Python sword suddenly spoke. Kid, you actually want to leave such a good place to cultivate? Ancestor Bronze said, Ancestor, you want me to cultivate the fire mentality. Hearing the Ancestor's words, Fong Chun instantly understood. Your fire mentality has reached the 2nd minor realm for a long time. If you cultivate here, you might be able to reach the 3rd minor realm. Ancestor Bronze said. A sliver of helplessness appeared on Fong Chun's face. He said, Ancestor, I want to cultivate here as well, but the flames here are too scorching. I can endure it for a while, but as time goes on, even my sword will be unable to endure it. Ancestor Bronze pondered for a moment when he heard this, after which he said, You fool, what are you doing with your water intent and ice intent? Ancestor, you mean? Upon hearing this, Fong Chun was stunned for a moment before he hurriedly asked. Everyone thinks that only the concept of fire can be cultivated in a place with dense flames. However, they don't know that in such an environment, it is completely possible to cultivate the concepts of water and ice, which are diametrically opposed to the concept of fire, said Ancestor Bronze. Fong Chun hesitated for a moment, but in the end, he believed the Ancestor's words. Then, he activated the fire concept. A fiery red light surrounded his body, and a wild aura instantly covered his body. In the next moment, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate the fire concept. This plain stretched as far as the eye could see, and it was filled with endless flames. Fong Chun was cultivating in the center of the sea of flames. Of course, the flames in the center of the sea of flames were too hot. As Fong Chun cultivated, he moved to the edge of the area. At a certain moment, some cultivators appeared in front of the plane. Among these cultivators were cultivators from the general family and Flaming Bull Peak. Yes, there's a sea of flames here. When the Flaming Bull Peak cultivators saw this sea of fire, their eyes were filled with fervor. They were extremely excited. The disciples of Flaming Bull Peak had basically all comprehended the fire concept. When they saw this sea of flames, it was as if they had discovered a priceless treasure. They all charged into the sea of flames and began to comprehend the fire concept. The remaining disciples of the general family curled their lips and prepared to leave. It wasn't suitable for the cultivators of their general family to cultivate here. However, just as the disciples of the general family were about to leave, they suddenly discovered a figure in the center of the sea of flames. Senior apprentice brother Jiang Tian, "Look, there's a figure in the center of the sea of flames," exclaimed one of the disciples of the general family. With Jiang Tian at the lead, the disciples of the general family all looked toward the sea of flames. At this moment, they saw a vague figure cultivating. Could it be some almighty expert? The disciples of the general family were all puzzled. Their hearts were filled with shock. To be able to cultivate in the center of the sea of flames meant that it had to be some almighty expert. After a careful observation, Jiang Tian discovered that the vague figure was a bit familiar. Yes, why does it look so familiar? Jiang Tian was also puzzled. He circulated all his spiritual qi and gathered it in his eyes. His eyes immediately brightened as he looked toward the center of the sea of flames. Jiang Tian's face was immediately filled with astonishment. "It's him!" exclaimed Jiang Tian. "Fang Chun. It's actually Fang Chun. Why would he be in the center of the sea of flames?" After discovering that the person in the center of the sea of flames was Fang Chun, fury appeared in Jiang Tian's eyes. Senior apprentice brother Jiang Tian, "How did Fang Chun enter the center of the sea of flames?" asked the disciple. Jiang Tian didn't know the answer to that question. However, he had already made a decision in his heart. He would use this opportunity to kill Fang Chun. He had just noticed that Fang Chun was currently cultivating. There was a pained expression on his forehead. It seemed that he was stuck in the center of the sea of flames, and it would be difficult for him to leave. "This is an excellent opportunity," Jiang Tian said to himself. "Enter the sea of flames and kill Fang Chun," ordered Jiang Tian. The disciples of the general family all entered the sea of flames. In the end, Jiang Tian also entered. After entering the sea of flames, the disciples of the general family circled around the Flaming Bull Peak's disciples and rushed toward Fang Chun's location at full speed. After roughly an hour, some of the disciples of the general family were finally unable to endure. Senior apprentice brother Jiang Tian, "The temperature here is too high," said one of the disciples, panting. At this time, Jiang Tian's speed had dropped by quite a bit. His body was incomparably hot. If this continued, he wouldn't even be able to reach Fang Chun's location. He would be buried in the sea of flames. Seeing that the surrounding disciples were unable to endure any longer, Jiang Tian clenched his teeth and took out a jade pendant from his spatial ring. Then he directly crushed it. Immediately, a small formation enveloped the disciples of the general family. In an instant, the scorching aura of the sea of flames was isolated by the small formation. After the formation isolated the sea of flames, the disciples of the general family felt much more relaxed. However, Jiang Tian's heart was dripping blood. This small formation was one of the treasures of the general family. Originally, his father had left it for him to use as a trump card. He had never thought that he would have to use it as soon as he entered the old site of the heaven-raising gate. However, when he thought about how he would be able to kill Fang Chun, using this formation was worth it. Full speed ahead. Controlling the formation, Jiang Tian roared. The disciples of the general family rapidly advanced. Without the obstruction of the sea of flames, they directly walked on the plains, increasing their speed by quite a bit. After roughly 15 minutes of walking, the disciples of the general family arrived in front of Fang Chun. At this moment, Fang Chun's forehead was covered in sweat. His body was constantly trembling. He was already on the verge of collapsing. Voila! With a thought, the concept of fire disappeared from Fang Chen's body. It was replaced by the concept of water. The moment the concept of water appeared, Fang Chen clearly felt the scorching temperature around him instantly drop by quite a bit. The concept of water constantly battled with the flames in the sea of flames. Fang Chen, your death has come. Just as Fang Chen was activating the concept of water with all his strength, he suddenly heard a furious roar. Immediately, he raised his head and looked over. To his surprise, he discovered that Jiang Tian had led the numerous disciples of the Jiang clan and arrived beside him in an aggressive manner. Yes, Fang Chen was a little surprised when he saw the small formation around the disciples of the general family, isolating them from the sea of flames. The general family is truly extravagant. Fang Chen sighed in his heart. In order to kill him, they had actually used such an exquisite formation. Fang Chen, I've already said that if I meet you in the old site of the heaven-raising gate, you will die without a burial ground. Jiang Tian roared furiously. I'm afraid that you still don't have the strength to do so. Fang Chen coldly replied. Although this was a sea of flames, dealing with Jiang Tian's group was still a piece of cake. You're courting death. Jiang Tian was enraged. He directly gave the order. The disciples of the general family, behind him, all launched their attacks towards Fang Chen. There were roughly a dozen disciples of the general family, led by Jiang Tian. Their strength was not as strong as Jiang Tian's. Seeing their attacks, Fang Chen sneered. The concept of water around him instantly withdrew. He then released the concept of fire. Using the concept of fire as a foundation, he clenched his fist and fiercely waved it. Immediately, countless flaming fists bombarded the bodies of the disciples of the general family. A series of cries of agony immediately entered Jiang Tian's ears. A minute later, apart from Jiang Tian, all the disciples of the general family were dead. They fell into the sea of flames. Seeing this scene, Jiang Tian was enraged. Fang Chen, you piece of shit. When Jiang Tian saw beads of sweat appear on Fang Chen's forehead, he thought that Fang Chen was also an arrow at the end of its flight. As long as he took action, he would definitely be able to kill Fang Chen. However, he was wrong. Before he could take action, Fang Chen used a lightning-fast method to unleash the Phantom Sword technique. With a single slash, he split Jiang Tian into two. Crack! After Jiang Tian died, the formation that he controlled instantly dissipated. After that, Fang Chen continued to cultivate. At this moment, in a certain region of the old site of the heaven-raising gate, the head of the general family was leading his disciples to search for the inheritance. Suddenly, his expression changed slightly. He immediately opened his interspatial ring and took out a broken jade strip. Tian, seeing the broken jade strip, the head of the general family roared loudly. The jade strip contained Jiang Tian's soul imprint. Once Jiang Tian died, the jade strip would shatter. Who is it that killed my son? The head of the general family roared furiously. No matter who it is, I will make sure that you die without a burial ground. The head of the general family was furious when Jiang Sheng was killed by Fang Chen. However, due to the presence of the other top sects, he chose to endure in the end. Just as he entered the old site of the heaven-raising gate, his youngest son was killed. This greatly provoked the head of the general family. Chapter 497. In a vast sea of fire, Fang Chen continued to cultivate after killing many disciples of the general family. After a few days of cultivation, Fang Chen had also figured out a pattern. After listening to old ancestor Bronze's words, Fang Chen used the water concept and ice concept to cultivate the fire concept. The results were obvious. After about 3 days, the disciples of the Flaming Bull Peak could not withstand the pressure of the sea of fire and left one after another. At this time, Fang Chen's fire concept had reached the late stage of the second minor realm. He was only a step away from a peak. Of course, other than the fire concept, his water concept and ice concept had more or less improved significantly. After 7 days, Fang Chen finally stopped cultivating. At this time, he had successfully left the center of the sea of fire and arrived at the edge of the sea of fire. At this time, Fang Chun suddenly opened his eyes. His body was surrounded by dense flames. In the next moment, his body flashed, and he left the sea of fire and stood on the ground. The trip to the sea of fire has benefited me a lot, Fang Chun thought to himself. His face was full of joy. After 7 days of cultivation, his fire concept had reached the peak of the second minor realm. His water concept and ice concept had also improved a little. It's time to leave, Fang Chun thought to himself. The purpose of entering the old site of the Yangtian Gate was to find the secret technique of the Yangtian Gate's law phase. In the entire old site of the Yangtian Gate, all the warriors were searching. Fang Chun glanced at the sea of fire and quickly left. After walking for about 3 days, Fang Chun came to a valley. In this valley, birds were singing and flowers were fragrant. There were countless lush grass, and the entire valley was full of vitality. Fang Chun stopped and looked. At this time, Fang Chun heard the sound of fighting coming from the valley. This scene attracted Fang Chun's attention. Then, Fang Chun's body flashed, and he disappeared into the valley. At this moment, in the depths of the valley, there were 2 groups of ancient martial art practitioners facing each other. One group of ancient martial art practitioners belonged to the Divine Statue clan, while the other group of ancient martial art practitioners belonged to the Baron sect. Mo Feng, do you dare snatch this spiritual grass from me? The leader of the Divine Statue sect said angrily with a frosty expression. Both the Divine Statue sect and the Baron sect were sects in Water-Leaning City. However, the Divine Statue sect was a 3-star sect, while the Baron sect was only a 2-star sect. The disciples of the Divine Statue school were usually arrogant and looked down on the disciples of the Baron sect. This time, it was the disciples of the Baron sect who had discovered a spiritual grass in the valley. This spiritual herb was called the demonic godflower. To a condensing reality realm warrior, it was extremely important. Just as the Baron sect disciple, Mo Feng, was about to pick it, a disciple from the Divine Statue school happened to pass by. The disciples of the Godly Statue sect immediately claimed that they had seen the demonic godflower first. Thus, they were planning to rob it from Mo Feng. However, how could Mo Feng and the others give up so easily? Thus, the 2 sides started to argue. Jing Yun, don't go overboard. Mo Feng was extremely angry. He held the demonic godflower in his hand and said in a deep voice. Mo Feng was one of the 9 core disciples of the Baron sect. Although he was considered to be in the middle of the core disciples, in the eyes of the Divine Statue sect disciples, he was nothing to be afraid of. After entering the old site of the Yangtian Gate, Mo Feng separated from the Baron sect disciples. He led a portion of the disciples here. Jing Yun, who was standing opposite him, was one of the 3 kings of the Divine Statue sect. His strength had reached the terrifying peak of the 7th condensing reality realm. Among the younger generation in the entire Southern Mountain Land, he was considered to be one of the best. Therefore, in Jing Yun's eyes, Mo Feng was just a piece of trash. Mo Feng, I advise you to obediently hand over the demonic godflower. Otherwise, I will let you die without a burial ground. Jing Yun sneered. You want me to hand over the demonic godflower? Don't even think about it. Mo Feng directly expressed his stance, swearing to protect the demonic godflower with his life. Since you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being ruthless. As Jing Yun's voice fell, the disciples of the Divine Statue sect instantly exploded with a wild power, attacking the Baron sect disciples one after another. Pucci the Baron sect disciples were not as strong as the disciples of the Divine Statue sect. When the battle had just begun, the Divine Statue sect had already suppressed the Baron sect disciples with an overwhelming advantage. Damn it! Seeing this, Mo Feng's heart was filled with anger. He wanted to save the other disciples, but he was stopped by Jing Yun. Mo Feng, this is the consequence of going against my Divine Statue sect. Jing Yun sneered and attacked, blocking Jing Yun's path. Bang, bang, bang under Jing Yun's powerful attacks. Mo Feng was almost unable to withstand it. At this moment, the disciples that Mo Feng brought along fell to the ground one by one, losing their lives. Jing Yun, you deserve to die. Mo Feng's heart ached as he roared in anger. However, it was useless. He was no match for Jingyun. The current him was also an arrow at the end of its flight. As long as Jingyun used his full strength, he would definitely die. Mo Feng was powerless to change all of this. He roared towards the sky. At this moment, Fang Chun appeared. He had followed the fluctuations of the battle. When he arrived at the depths of the valley and discovered that one of the parties involved in the battle were the disciples of the Baron sect, his heart skipped a beat. No matter what, Fang Chun was once a disciple of the Baron sect. Although he was forced to withdraw from the sect, he could not bear to see the disciples of the Baron sect dying. Walla Fang Chun took out the hidden star sword and displayed the 5th level of the phantom sword technique. A wild sword light appeared out of nowhere and pierced towards Jing Yun's fist. At this moment, Jing Yun was preparing to kill Mo Feng. Suddenly, he realized that a sword light was shooting towards him. He wanted to dodge it, but it was too late. The sword light pierced through his fist. Damn it! Jing Yun kept retreating. After stabilizing his body, he glared at Fang Chun and asked coldly, "Who are you? How dare you meddle in the business of our divine statue sect?" Mo Feng thought that he was going to die. In a flash, he saw that Jing Yun was injured and retreating. Mo Feng was overjoyed. It seemed that someone had come to save him. However, when he saw Fang Chun, his eyes were filled with doubt. The person in front of him was a stranger. He did not know him at all. However, no matter what, the other party had saved him, and he owed him a debt of gratitude. "Thank you, brother." Mo Feng cupped his fist and said. Fang Chun stared at Jing Yun and sneered, "Don't try to use the divine statue sect to pressure me. In my eyes, you are just an ant. Brat, you are courting death." Jing Yun was furious when he heard this. He displayed his full strength and charged towards Fang Chun. The 5th level of the phantom sword technique. Fang Chun displayed his full strength. The hidden star sword in his hand danced continuously. Rays of sword light shot out and stabbed Jing Yun's body in the blink of an eye. Jing Yun did not even have time to speak before he was killed by Fang Chun. Seeing Jing Yun's body softly fall to the ground, Mo Feng's heart was filled with shock. Jing Yun's strength was at the peak of the 7th condensing reality realm. He was one of the 3 kings of the divine statue sect. However, he was killed by this man in front of him with a single strike. Jing Yun's death left the disciples of the divine statue school terrified, and they all ran for their lives. Fang Chun naturally would not let them escape. This time, among the warriors who entered the old site of the divine statue sect, there were older generation warriors. The higher-ups of the divine statue sect must have also entered. Although Fang Chun did not believe that they could find him, it was better to be careful. Crash! The 5th level of the phantom sword technique was displayed. In an instant, countless screams were heard. In the blink of an eye, all the disciples of the divine statue sect were killed. Mo Feng was completely dumbfounded. Even the head of the 9 core disciples of the Baron sect was not as strong as this person. After a long time, Mo Feng cupped his fist towards Fang Chun and said, "Brother, thank you for saving us. May I know your name?" Fang Chun. Fang Chun said indifferently, "Yes. May I know why you saved us?" Mo Feng was a little confused. He did not know this person. However, this person did not hesitate to offend the divine statue sect in order to save them. Fang Chun shook his head slightly, turned around, and left. "I was once a disciple of the Baron sect." When these words floated into Mo Feng's ears, Fang Chun had already disappeared. "Senior brother Mo, who was that warrior? Why did he save us?" The Baron sect disciple asked curiously. Mo Feng's face was filled with shock. He could not understand. This person's strength was comparable to a core disciple of the Baron sect. Why did he say that he was once a disciple of the Baron sect? Could there be some hidden story behind this? Mo Feng thought to himself. He would definitely ask the sect leader of the Baron sect when he met him. Such a heaven-defying genius had actually left the Baron sect. After Fang Chun left the valley, he continued to move forward. On the vast land, he aimlessly searched for the secret method to nurture the Dharma phase of the divine statue sect. Of course, he was also on guard against the older generation experts, especially those from the general family. However, for the time being, Fang Chun had not met any of the older generation experts. After all, no one knew how long the old site of the divine statue sect would be closed. The older generation experts would not waste their time on this. They were all trying their best to find the location of the secret method to nurture the divine statue sect. After another 3 days, Fang Chun heard a piece of news. Some warriors had discovered that a strange mineral vein had appeared in the heavenly beast mountain range. Many warriors were rushing towards that place. This piece of news attracted Fang Chun's attention. A strange mineral vein. Fang Chun thought to himself. He then asked around and found out the location of the heavenly beast mountain range. He then rushed towards it. Of course, the news of a mineral vein appearing in the heavenly beast mountain range was spread in a small area. Many large factions had a certain amount of information in their hands. They were all trying their best to find their own inheritances. At this moment, in a secluded place, everyone from the general family heard this piece of news. The family head's face was filled with smiles. The heavenly beast mountain range is not far from here. Let's hurry towards the heavenly beast mountain range. The family head said. Chapter 498. When everyone was rushing towards the sky beast mountain range, there were also a few shocking battles that broke out at the old site of the nurturing heaven gate. According to the legends, the number 1 expert of the younger generation of the divine statue sect, Huangfu Mingchuan, battled with Wu En-I of the Wu clan. This battle lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, and several mountain peaks were destroyed by the two of them. This battle attracted countless martial artists, and even the higher-ups of the two major forces were watching. Huangfu Mingchuan and Wu En-I were considered the pinnacle geniuses of the younger generation in the southern mountain land. Their battle naturally attracted countless gazes. In the end, Huangfu Mingchuan won by a slight margin and defeated Wu En-I. After Wu En-I was defeated, the Wu clan quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Some said that the Wu clan found a secret stash, while others said that Wu En-I of the Wu clan was too injured and went to recuperate. In short, there were many versions of the news regarding Wu En-I and Huangfu Mingchuan. 3 days after the battle between Huangfu Mingchuan and Wu En-I, Zhou Qingqing of the Black Devil Palace and Niu Qi of the Fire Bull Peak encountered each other. The two major forces already had some grudges, and when enemies met, their eyes burned with hatred. Zhou Qingqing might be a woman, but she was very powerful in battle. After an intense battle, Zhou Qingqing defeated Niu Qi when the news reached Fang Chen's ears. The latter was also amazed. Although he could fight against a martial artist at the 8th level of the condensing reality realm, he had no chance of winning against Zhou Qingqing and the others. I must increase my strength as soon as possible, Fang Chun said in his heart as he advanced at full speed. This was Zhou Qingqing's first battle with the pinnacle geniuses of the southern mountain land. Although Zhou Qingqing was a well-known figure among the younger generation of the Black Devil Palace, the young experts of the major forces didn't think highly of Zhou Qingqing. However, this battle with Niu Qi had made Zhou Qingqing famous. Countless martial artists were terrified when they heard the name Zhou Qingqing. On the way to the Sky Beast Mountain Range, Fang Chun would occasionally encounter some rogue cultivators. These rogue cultivators were all discussing the 2 great battles that had just taken place. In this way, 3 days later, Fang Chun finally arrived at the plains outside the Sky Beast Mountain Range. At this time, there were countless warriors on the plains of the Sky Beast Mountain Range. Some were strong, some were weak. Fang Chen's arrival also attracted the attention of many warriors. On the Divine Blade Mountain, Fang Chun had killed Jiang Sheng in front of the patriarch of the general family. This made many martialists think that Fang Chun was too strong. However, before Fang Chun could stabilize himself, the sound of something tearing through the air came from afar. Everyone turned their heads to look, and they were surprised to see that the people who had arrived were actually people from the general clan. Led by the general clan's clan head, many of the general clan's disciples instantly appeared on the plains. None of the top forces had come. The general family was the most powerful force on the plains. They are from the general family. Someone shouted. At this time, the general family's disciples discovered Fong Chun. Fong Chun, you still dare to appear? An elder of the general family roared furiously. The general family's clan head narrowed his eyes as he looked at Fong Chun. He walked towards Fong Chun step by step, his eyes filled with killing intent. Fong Chun, you kill my son. Today, I will make you die without a burial ground. The general family's clan head did not give Fong Chun any chance at all. He directly attacked. The general family's clan head was a peak 9th stage condensing reality realm martial artist. He was also a veteran expert. The moment he attacked, he displayed a thunderous attack that was incomparably powerful. So strong. Fong Chun felt this powerful aura. His figure flashed, and he quickly retreated. No one can save you. The general family's clan head's figure flashed, and he directly leapt into the sky. His palm contained a wild energy as it directly stretched out towards Fong Chun. I can't take it head on. Fong Chun thought to himself as he pondered quickly in his mind. Then, Fong Chun pulled out the hidden star sword and used the 5th layer of the Phantom God Sword technique. Crack! As soon as he used the 5th layer of the Phantom God Sword technique, it was instantly shattered by the general family's clan head. With the general family's clan head attacking, Fong Chun will definitely die. Yeah, the general family's clan head is a veteran expert. Fong Chun is simply not a match for him. He doesn't even have the space to dodge. It's a pity for such a genius. Who can he blame? He killed Jiang Sheng in front of everyone from the general clan on the Godly Blade Mountain, completely infuriating the general clan. If it was not for the fact that he possessed the 8th key, he would have been killed by the general clan on the Godly Blade Mountain. Many martial artists were discussing spiritedly. They were not optimistic about Fong Chun's chances. At this moment, Fong Chun's expression changed when he saw his attack being shattered by the general family's clan head. He immediately disregarded everything and activated his sword body. His figure flashed, wanting to enter the Heavenly Beast mountain range. You can't escape. The general family's clan head roared. Immediately, his large hand pressed down on Fong Chun. If this palm strike landed, Fong Chun would be seriously injured, even if he did not die. Bang! Just as the general family's clan head's hand was about to hit Fong Chun suddenly activated the hidden star sword technique and displayed the 5th layer of the Phantom God Sword technique. Bang! The Phantom God Sword technique only slightly weakened the power of the large hand. However, it was still useless. The general family's clan head's large hand pressed down on Fong Chun. I can't just sit here and wait for my death. Fong Chun growled. He did not care about his back being hit by the general family's clan head's large hand. His body flew directly towards the Heavenly Beast mountain range. Bang! The general family's clan head's large hand directly hit Fong Chun's back. Fong Chun tried his best to endure the pain. With the help of the large hand, his body fell directly into the Heavenly Beast mountain range. Die! When the general family's clan head saw this, his figure flashed, and he directly entered the Heavenly Life Links. However, a minute later, the general family's clan head's face was filled with anger as he came out of the Heavenly Beast mountain range. Clan head, where's Fong Chun? Asked an elder. Fong Chun was seriously injured by me. He definitely can't have escaped far. Find him even if you have to dig 3 feet into the ground, ordered the general family's clan head. After that, the general family's clan head entered the Heavenly Beast mountain range. After the general family's clan head entered the Heavenly Beast mountain range, the disciples of the other sex clans also entered the Heavenly Beast mountain range one after another. The silence of the Heavenly Beast mountain range was broken. Countless demonic beasts let out furious roars to express their dissatisfaction. However, in front of powerful humans, they had no choice but to submit. A portion of the general family's clan head's cultivators went to the strange mine, while the remaining cultivators did their best to search for Fong Chun. At this moment, Fong Chun's back had a piece of flesh rotted off. His entire body was covered in blood. He was hiding in an extremely secluded cave. Then Fong Chun set up a formation that isolated him from the outside world. He began to heal. "My injuries are too heavy," muttered Fong Chun inside. His face was filled with pain. Then Fong Chun took out a large amount of healing pills and swallowed them all. He began to recover. At this time, within the Heavenly Beast Mountain range, the general family's clan head's disciples were all searching for Fong Chun. The general family's clan head was leading the other disciples to the strange mine. The general family's clan head was very confident. After being struck by his palm, even if Fong Chun didn't die, he would still be seriously injured. So, with an elder leading the group, if they encountered Fong Chun, they would definitely be able to deal with him. Not far from Fong Chun, there were several disciples squatting on the ground and chatting. They had already been searching for several hours and were a bit tired. They needed a rest. The clan head is extremely furious. "This time, no matter what, we have to find him. We have to find him," whispered one of the disciples. "Yeah, that Fong Chun really is lucky. After being struck by the clan head's palm, he was still able to escape," said another disciple. No matter how strong he is, he's definitely going to die this time," said the first disciple coldly. The disciple beside him was just about to say something when the sunlight pierced his eyes. He saw a dense forest in front of him. "Old Tai, there are many dense trees over there. Do you think Fong Chun is hiding here?" whispered that disciple gravely. "Yes." Old Tai looked over but didn't see anything. "There's nothing here. Come over here and take a look," said that disciple. Then Old Tai walked over to that disciple's position. Following his gaze, he saw that in a corner not too far away, there were dense trees. It seemed this place was extremely hidden. Old Tai's face changed, and his eyes flickered. "Perhaps Fong Chun is really here. Ha ha ha. If Fong Chun really is here, then the two of us will have done a great service." "Let's go take a look," said that disciple excitedly. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't have been able to find this hidden place. It was only because of the sunlight that he discovered this place. Furthermore, only from his position could he see this place. The two of them were extremely nervous. If Fong Chun really was here, then if they captured Fong Chun and brought him back, they would definitely be heavily rewarded by the clan head. "I hope Fong Chun really is here," said the two of them. Fong Chun had been heavily injured by the clan head and had almost no combat strength left. So the two of them fearlessly walked forward. At this time, Fong Chun, who was healing in the cave, suddenly sensed some auras approaching. His expression changed slightly, and he carefully examined them. When he discovered that they were two weak cultivators, he immediately let out a sigh of relief. At this time, the two martial artists had already arrived at this hidden place. They pushed aside the dense trees and shockingly discovered that there was a cave here. "What a hidden cave. If it wasn't for you, we really wouldn't have found it." Old Tai was full of smiles when he saw the cave. "Old Tai, this cave seems to have a restriction," said the disciple in a low voice as he looked at the cave. "Let's join forces and break the restriction," said Old Tai. As soon as he said that, the two of them joined forces and attacked the restriction. When their attacks hit the restriction, it immediately shattered and the entrance to the cave appeared in front of them. "Let's go in and take a look." The two of them were extremely excited. However, just as the two of them stepped into the cave, they suddenly heard a puffing sound. In the next moment, the two of them felt a chill on their bodies. They lowered their heads to look and were shocked to discover that a long sword had pierced into their bodies. Chapter 499. When Fong Chun discovered these two disciples, he made a decision, and that was to remove the array formation and kill the two of them. Fiction. XS, it was impossible for the two of them to break the formation with their strength alone. If they couldn't break the formation, they would definitely call the other disciples of the general family, or even the patriarch of the general family. This was not something Fong Chun wanted to see. Therefore, Fong Chun took the initiative to attack. After killing the two disciples, Fong Chun once again arranged the formation and continued to recover from his injuries. Although the patriarch of the general family had severely injured Fong Chun, the latter had the sword body and the help of the golden heart, so his recovery was very fast. Time passed bit by bit. In these few days, many cultivators entered the strange mineral veins and mysteriously disappeared. Even some of the disciples of the general family disappeared inexplicably. This made the other cultivators not dare to act rashly. Before they found the source, they didn't dare to enter the strange mineral veins. In the blink of an eye, 5 days passed, and Fong Chen's injuries were finally completely healed. At this time, there was only one thought in Fong Chen's mind, and that was revenge. Of course, finding the patriarch of the general family wasn't a wise choice. Fong Chen wasn't stupid enough to directly find the patriarch of the general family. Fong Chen's target was the younger generation of the general family. Since the general family wanted to kill him, then he would slaughter all the disciples of the general family. After removing the formation, Fong Chen left the hidden cave and appeared in the heavenly beast mountain range. With his cultivation, it was impossible for the cultivators of the general family to find him. After a quarter of an hour, Fong Chen found a target. This small team had a total of 5 disciples, all of whom were disciples of the general family. "Captain, we've been searching for so many days. Is Fong Chen already dead?" asked one of the disciples. The patriarch said that if he's alive, we must find him. If he's dead, we must find his corpse no matter what, said the captain. That's right. If we can find Fong Chen this time, the patriarch will definitely reward us. Maybe we can use this to make a meteoric rise, one of the disciples said with joy. When the other 4 disciples saw this, their faces were full of smiles. However, right at this moment, an unfamiliar voice sounded. "I'm afraid you won't have that chance." When the 5 of them heard this, they instantly became alert. They looked around, trying to find the person who had spoken. While a gust of wind blew by, and Fong Chen appeared on ground. The 5 people from before were already lying in a pool of blood. This is only the beginning. Fong Chen glanced at the general clan's disciple before turning around and leaving. Just like that, Fong Chen continued to search for the disciples of the general clan. He didn't hesitate to slaughter them whenever he saw them. In just one day, Fong Chen had killed a total of 30 disciples from the general clan. However, that was not all. Fong Chen was still searching for more disciples from the general clan. At some point, Fong Chen discovered a small team. There were 3 martial artists in this team. 2 of them were disciples, and 1 was an elder. When Fong Chen saw the general clan's elder, his eyes brightened. Soon after, a sinister smile appeared on his face. At this moment, Elder Jiang Fengxing and his 2 disciples were doing their best to search for Fong Chen in a certain empty space. "Elder Jiang Fengxing, we've already searched for so many days, but we haven't found Fong Chen at all," one of the figures said. Just as Elder Jiang Fengxing was about to speak, he suddenly sensed an unfamiliar aura flash by in the distance. Yes, Elder Jiang Fengxing instantly discovered that there was someone hiding in the shadows. Just as Elder Jiang Fengxing was doing his best to search, a black figure flashed by in the distance. Seeing this, Elder Jiang Fengxing angrily roared. His body flashed as he directly chased after the black figure. Could it be that Elder Jiang Fengxing has discovered Fong Chen? The 2 disciples looked at each other. They didn't chase after Elder Jiang Fengxing because their speed couldn't outrun him. Just as the 2 of them were speaking, Fong Chen suddenly and noiselessly appeared behind them. When the 2 of them sensed that someone had appeared, they instantly turned around. When they saw Fong Chen, they were incomparably shocked. "Fong Chen, why are you here?" one of the disciples asked in a gloomy voice. "Fong Chen, my general clan was looking for you. I didn't expect you to actually dare to appear," the other disciple said. Fong Chen sneered. His wrist shook and the hidden star sword flashed. The 2 disciples were directly killed by Fong Chen. After doing all this, Fong Chen didn't leave. Instead, his eyes flickered as he stared ahead. Not long after, Elder Jiang Fengxing returned. He had just chased after the black figure, but after chasing for a while, he discovered that the black figure had already disappeared without a trace. He returned with a face full of displeasure. "I wonder who that black figure was." Elder Jiang Fengxing didn't even think about Fong Chen. He had returned to find the 2 disciples, but when he returned, he discovered that the 2 disciples had already lost their vitality. "Damn it! Who did this?" Elder Jiang Fengxing was extremely angry as he roared. "Elder Jiang Fengxing, I trust you have been well since we last met. Fang Chen's face was full of smiles as he appeared in front of Elder Jiang Fengxing. Fang Chen, it's you. Elder Jiang Fengxing saw Fang Chen. His eyes were cold as he roared in a low voice. Yes, it's me, Fang Chen said. Fang Chen, you brat, you were really lucky. You were seriously injured by the family leader, but you didn't die. But after meeting me, there is no need for you to continue living. Elder Jiang Fengxing's face was full of a cold smile as he said coldly, The reason I appeared was to reap your life, Fang Chen said softly. Elder Jiang Fengxing's strength was considered average among all the elders of the general clan. He was only at the mid-condensing reality realm. With Fang Chen's strength, he was still able to deal with him. Shameless boasting. Brat, you are dead. Elder Jiang Fengxing sneered. Crash. As soon as Elder Jiang Fengxing's voice faded, a wild aura suddenly spread out from his body. Then, a giant rock appeared above Elder Jiang Fengxing's head. As soon as the giant rock appeared, a wild wind appeared around it. The materialized giant rock spread its wings and soared into the sky. When Elder Jiang Fengxing released his giant rock, Fang Chen also released his giant golden sword. When Fang Chen released his giant golden sword, the giant rock above Elder Jiang Fengxing's head actually trembled slightly. Go die! Elder Jiang Fengxing roared. He activated all the power in his body and directly merged it with the giant rock. The giant rock's body was instantly surrounded by a wild power. Then, the giant rock spread its wings and directly left Elder Jiang Fengxing's body, attacking Fang Chen. Phantom Sword Art. Fang Chen fully activated his mid-condensing body sword body. A wild sword intent instantly spread out from his body and entered the hidden star sword. The giant golden sword above his head was constantly absorbing the wild sword intent. At this moment, the golden heart was also resonating with the giant golden sword. After displaying the phantom sword art, Fang Chen also displayed the Great Luo Soul Killer Flame. The complete Great Luo Soul Killer Flame was extremely powerful. Together with the phantom sword art, it whistled out. This was the first time that Fang Chen had displayed his full strength. He didn't use his full strength when facing the younger generation. Boom! A series of deafening noises came from the sky as countless towering trees fell to the ground one after another. Kid, you're dead. Elder Jiang Fengxing was very confident in his giant rock. When he saw the giant rock spreading its wings, a wild wind appeared around it. Elder Jiang Fengxing's face was full of smiles. The first thing that came into contact with the giant rock was Fang Chen's spirit flame. The powerful spirit flame hit the giant rock's body, causing it to stagnate for a moment. However, the giant rock's incomparable power was too tyrannical. It only paused for a moment before it directly shattered the spirit flame and whistled towards Fang Chen. Whoosh! At this moment, the countless illusory swords formed by the phantom sword art also appeared in front of the giant rock. How? The giant rock flapped its wings, and a wild energy directly hit the illusory swords. Elder Jiang Fengxing thought that the illusory swords would be easily shattered. However, when the illusory swords pierced through the energy and pierced the giant rock's body, his expression changed slightly. Crack! Countless illusory swords and just extremely wild energy pierced the giant rock's body. Although the giant rock flapped its wings to block, it was still injured. The giant rock looked up to the sky and roared, venting its anger. However, it was actually forced to retreat in the face of the illusory swords. The giant rock flapped its wings and its body flickered. It directly appeared in front of Fang Chen. There were many illusory swords piercing its body. At this moment, the giant rock opened its mouth, wanting to devour Fang Chen. A beast will always be a beast. Fang Chen saw the giant rock open its mouth and sneered. He displayed the 5th level of the phantom sword art. The hidden star sword ruthlessly pierced the giant rock's body. Ayo! The giant rock's body was constantly struggling after being pierced by the hidden star sword. Its eyes were filled with fear. How is this possible? Elder Jiang Fengxing felt the giant rock's energy weakening. His expression changed greatly, and he cried out involuntarily. The giant rock was his Dharma idol and also his strongest attack. If something happened to the giant rock, he would be severely injured. Kid, you're courting death. Elder Jiang Fengxing decisively made his move, wanting to share some of the damage for the giant rock. Pucci. Fang Chen's palm exerted force, and the hidden star sword ruthlessly pierced the giant rock's body.